然后自己也没做好，一方面是自己没做好，一个是训练没到位。然后当时输了他们之后，就是也给我们打起了一个警钟吧，然后就我们回去好好复盘，然后好好训练，然后就是开始重视了，就是感觉输了不对劲了，不能可以输那个自己国家的队伍，不能输提混，然后我们就好好训练，然后后面就是再次遇到他们的时候，也算是就复仇了吧。
对，那时候直下3-0嘛，那你们有做了什么样的一个调整吗？可以跟我们分享吗？
主要还是我们端正了自己的心态吧，然后队内沟通更加频繁一点。当时是我们沟通出现了点问题，然后在决赛的时候我们就是默契还是像以前一样好，然后沟通也变得正常起来了，也比较顺吧，主要还运气也比较好。就顺利就是3-0了
啊，那很恭喜你们还是有办法继续赢下 T1 这样子，就延续上一次的这个冠亚赛。那除了 T1 以外，你们还会觉得谁可能是这次 EWC 最大的一个竞争对手？
竞争对手，你说一个竞争对手？
我觉得 VIT 吧。
哦，
里面有很多知名选手，老牌选手。
对啊 ，VIT 应该也是这个西方呼声最高的一个队伍这样子。那可以请问一下你们跟他们这个交手的经历吗？为什么会觉得他们可能是最大的劲敌？
是跟他们打了很多训练赛吧，就是有来有回，但是感觉他们藏了很多东西。
哦，对，他们感觉是一个比较活泼一点的这个队伍这样子。那其实对很多你们的粉丝来讲，看4v4最有趣的事情就是看你们4个人彼此沟通这样子。那可以跟我们描述一下你们队内的沟通情况吗？
其实沟通真正到比赛上，其实也不会什么搞耍，就是还是也看对面玩什么，也不会有什么那个，就偶尔可能调节一下气氛吧。正常还是以赛场上的一些信息为主，也不会去聊其他的东西吧，专注比赛。
队伍上谁是气氛大师啊？有这个吗？负责调节的，
差不多吧，
都能调节。
就打完的时候，就是赢了一场，赢了一小场，可能会调节一下气氛，可能那个一下。
那如果假设一个4v4的比赛里面啊，那你们是需要抢击的，你们通常这个队伍会觉得希望谁是那个抢击的选手，让你们心里觉得最踏实、最稳？
他来
MVP 李少，
对 MVP
这都一样。
那去年的 Falcons 其实我发现队伍风格很明确，就是很喜欢打那种节奏的压制，所有的胜场都是那种把人家直接压在后四的这样子。那这一次的 Falcons 你们会觉得你们的队伍风格你们会怎么样形容？
这一次的话就是有上限有下限吧，就算我们队友里面出现什么老八，但是我们也觉得这把游戏一样能赢。
有老八一样能赢，就是很会找上线这样子。通常找上线的可能是哪一位选手居多？
其实都能找吧，都有吃鸡能力，我们4个人。
再聊一下，可能就是现在变成了 S5版本嘛。那因为你们4v4的经验很多，你们会觉得 S5带给4v4有什么新的事情吗？
带给什么新的东西
？S15是吧
？S5，对，因为这季的改变其实也蛮大的，这样子对4v4的影响可能在。
因为 S15加入一个果实的机制嘛，然后4-4里面又是频繁的会利用拆装备这个给队友放容错，那果实其实也是一个比较好的那个拆卸器，等于说是。
哦，这个会愿意拆果实去，
就是在
刚好
就是在我们可能正好需要换果子的时间，可以晚一点给。比如4-1这种阶段，正好需要切换果实的时候，可以开打的时候再给。就是判断是打谁的时候，血多的人可以选择晚给果实。
那你自己享受这个赛季嘛？就目前玩这个赛季有什么样的感想？
这个赛季其实非常有趣啊，这赛季，我感觉就是玩的人，周围玩的人都变多了，感觉。比较好玩这赛季，
感觉是个特别困难的赛季哦。就我可能比较老，但是操作起来量
东西是多一点，现在你多了果实什么的，
机制也改了。
比如说要什么收菜的那种环节，可能操作量非常大。
这赛季可玩性也非常高嘛，因为有果实，然后以及跟奥恩装备一些联动的方式，所以会比以往赛季就是花样多一点。
你们会可能如果也想要爬分的一个粉丝的话，你们这个赛季会给他们什么建言吗？
建议推荐个阵容，
东莞船长，
给你7水晶啊
，7水晶，那得有转职了，怎么办？
对啊，
连败选秀拿产，然后7水晶吃。
我7水晶都找不到伽罗，我怎么办？
找不到
没伽罗怎么玩啊？
那就只能先就是深蹲吃个那个奖励，然后5水晶再打上9级再找，有这个玩法。但是可能蹲不上去，
感觉有点看脸这个阵容这样子。对
，1张5费卡就无敌的。
除了这个船长伽罗的话，你们还有7水晶的话，还有推荐什么阵容？
还有卡尔玛，现在是最强的4费卡阵容，
就法师吧，
法师。
爆炸伤害真的有够高的这一季，对，好像都没有什么老老实实从前排打到后排的阵容，我自己玩起来的感觉，后排很容易就被偷掉了，就游戏直接结束这样。那想问一下，就是你们跟其他 CN 赛区的队伍练得多吗？
练的，我们跟狼队几乎都没练过。虽然我们两个队伍关系非常好，但是我们两个队反倒没练过。我们只跟微博季练得多一点，然后推斯麦几乎没练过。
所以其实反而比较不熟，因为人们可能还想，
对，可能是看着关系非常熟，但其实实际上一场都没打过。我们跟 Wolves。
所以可能跟你们比较熟悉的队伍会是 Vitality， 或者是还有其他队伍。
是的，
还有微博季。
可以请你们依序讲说你们想要遇到哪一些选手，然后什么原因吗？这次 EWC 的李祖川，你先讲好了。
想遇到哪个选手？我想一想，Vitality 的塞勒苏口吧。
痛死了！
为什么是塞苏口？很多选手都想要遇到塞苏口。
我先把他想说的抢了。
为什么要抢塞苏口呢？
因为他最喜欢的应该是个选手了。
OK， 纯粹要抢老大了。OK。
但我反倒不想遇到塞勒苏口吧，我最想遇到的是，我想遇到推斯曼吧，想遇到他们这个队伍。他们队伍在我们国内不是天天都说什么3个双冠王，什么1个双亚王，吹的不行，其实都是闹的。
那我问一下，你觉得推斯曼这次比赛最后的成绩会落在哪？
看什么时候碰到我们吧。
大家画出来。
我想看到那个，我想遇到那个塞斯科，然后问他为什么跟我们训练的打野怪被击入了4个。他打野的时候被击入了4个怪。
这有什么战术吗？这个
知道
野怪。
他在金色追求，然后
然后被野怪入了4个，
就是位置也不换嘛，直接被击给入了4个。有一次训练赛，
那可能
他发推了还那个，
所以就发了个推赞。
好，我下一个就会采访 Vitality， 我直接当面帮你问一下，好了，没有问题的，这样子。OK， 那就除了 Falcon， 你们自己这次 EWC 的目标会落在哪？
冠军，
就只有一个目标嘛。
确实，卫冕队伍。对，这次是换谁拿 MVP 啊？
都一样，团队 MVP，
冠军
团队 MVP。
不是，这 MVP 有发5万枚啊，所以这个
都会分的，都
已经
都还好了，
那还不错。那上一次是跟 T1 打的有来有回嘛？这一次的话，还是觉得 T1 可能是最紧张的嘛？
就可能没有交手，我们还是放平心态就行了吧。就是还是跟上次一样打就可以了。
就上次的 EWC 的话，大家都记得算是球女版本，然后2费当道的一个时期。那这次的版本，你们觉得 EWC 的版本会是什么样子？
这次的版本其实相对平衡吧，就是4费有阵容玩，95也有强势的95，然后低费也百花齐放吧，就很平衡。其实
就是因为果实的这个机制，所以这赛季的就是阵容比较多，可玩性太高了，所以就是会出现很多阵容，不会像当时那个上次 EWC 一样，什么3、4家那种球女一样，这次肯定不会了。
上次我有记得就是这个李少的卡萨丁，就是怎么大家把球女拿光了，然后就突然3星了这样子，对，就拿下一个冠军来，所以可能是个比较平衡的版本。那你们如果自己要预测的话，你们会觉得这一次的这个夺冠可能会是什么阵容？
阵容的话会是什么？
夺冠阵容就登顶的阵容。
我觉得可能是卡特琳娜吧，就是学院战斗学院。
为什么呢？
因为这个他的果实刷到果实或者是什么光明装对他的提升都非常质变嘛，就打很多阵容都能轻松平推，而且成型条件也比较容易吧，不像那些95可能需要发育时间，他只要能找到并且上到8级，其实就上限就非常高了。
2位还有什么这个黑科技可以分享的吗？你觉得这次可能被低估的一些角色啊，或者是玩法，这样？
熊怪呗，
熊怪。
这个问题我也问过其他队，像是那个欧洲队友的话，就是大力推荐要玩塞纳，而且最好是赌到3星这样。
塞纳，好，我确实也看到过那些塞纳那些吃鸡的。
我们推荐熊怪，
特别是对你们的时候要拿出来玩。那最后还有什么可能有话想要对粉丝说的吗？
打个气，
请大家一起支持我们 Team Focus。Team
Focus 加油！
冠军，我们来了！
非常感谢 Team Falcons 愿意跟我们坐下来聊一下 EWC 的 TFT。那我们11号赛场见，
再见，
拜拜，
拜拜。
last year at EWC, I was with Toronto Ultra, and I think we were pretty underrated and dark horses coming into the tournament. We had 2 Latin players and 2 American players. People probably thought like our communication skills weren't that good, but we proved everyone wrong. We were able to beat the #1 seed Falcons and make it to top 8. During our American qualifiers run, we lost our first match against Jay Dolinsky's team, and they were a pretty strong team, but I think we were just like warming up, maybe like a little bit of jitters. So we got bumped to the lower bracket, but surprisingly, none of us, I felt like we're nervous about it. We were all pretty locked in, and we managed to beat a bunch of great teams. 100 Thieves, we beat the old TL NA team, and then going into the last match against TLBR, we were kind of checked out already because we already made it through. So I think we had a really good run at qualifiers. We beat a lot of good teams. Our odds of doing well in this tournament, I think, is pretty high. We have very, very good team chemistry. I think a lot of people overlook that. They just think about like the solo players, like individual skills, but I think our team has very, very good chemistry. We have all different play styles. Most importantly, we're all very unselfish players, and I think you have to be unselfish in this format. So I think we'll do very, very well. We've beaten a lot of very good teams in the qualifiers, and our scrim results are looking very good. So we're pretty confident that we'll do good in this tournament.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
可能是我画的太抽象了。
圆怎么画？
丢个圆，就圆就丢个圆。
那这个很有实力的。
别跟你来看吧，我看不懂。大家好，我是 Sirani， 我们来自 Team Wolves， 这是我的队员，YGQF 勇敢去飞，这位是我的另一位队员童阳。然后今天的话，我们要玩一个小游戏，你画我猜。
哦，
我再让镜头看一下。
给镜头。
这个镜头。
就是我这个画，就是有武器，有什么性别啊啥的这些，就是一个英雄嘛，本赛季的一个英雄，很有实力的一个英雄。
好，那我其实应该猜错了，因为这不是这个赛季的。我猜错了。
你猜错了。这个我倒是知道你画的是什么。
这赛季没这个英雄。
很有实力的。主要你这个给我一个
肯定有实力吧？现在其实还好，用的比较少了这张卡。就最近我们都没玩到过这东西，就前段时间反正经常玩它。可能是我画的太抽象了，
也可能也是胖胖的。
我是不能看他的，对吧？
对，
我没有看。
可能也是胖胖的，所以让我联想到这个了。
不是，我这一圈就表示他在放技了。
啊，你这个是技能，我以为是脸，我理解成脸了。
露露吗？
不是。我的意思说，这个两个辫子代表性别嘛，是个女英雄嘛。然后这两个拿的是大剑，就说明她是一个物理英雄，物理女性英雄。然后这一圈就技能呀、转呀，
什么东西那是啊？
上面啦。
哦，但你画的像，我像看着像一张人脸，酒桶，然后两个小辫子，
眼睛那个独眼。
你是看着像人脸，眼睛。
我这个是画的辫子呀，我就没画其他部分啊。
我这里看过去是两个眼睛，两个小辫子像酒桶。就我可能是我的问题，我没仔细看，我一眼看过去是酒桶的。
不是我这个绘画水平是有问题。
你这个如果是酒桶的话，我觉得你画的很好。
你主要就画个眼睛。
不是我这画的辫子呀，这是。
我这里看过像眼睛，很像。给镜头看一下，很像眼睛，它这个。
他的技能是一个这个，反正是一个女英雄嘛，然后她的技能是一个这个东西，技能是一个这种长条的技能，两费卡这个赛季的，你就 copy 过去就行了，你就告诉他是两费卡就行了。两费卡女英雄她的 R 是一个长条的。长条的技能，
是我没玩过这赛季吗？
他的 R 是一个长条的，
我看到
你别管他这个赛季，你英雄联盟呀，你就画个先画个女的嘛。
我直接复制，
是个两费卡，是个女的两费卡。
别跟你来看吧，我看不懂。
差不多了。
你想好了？
拉克斯吗？
拉克斯技能长条吗？他不是
大招呀，
他的大招是一个。
他说的是 R 技能，不是说那个。
哦，不是说丢的技能，我不知道怎么画丢的技能。
你就画一个圆，画一个圆就行了。你画个圆加个 E 不是更简单吗？
圆怎么画？
丢个圆，就圆就丢个圆。
这个圆跟 E
就一个圆，然后周围一圈。
对啊，我这里会脑子里一直想 R 技能的，不就联想不到 E 技能的这赛季。
OK，
游戏已经结束了，看样子我们的配合和默契不是很好，但是我们在云里方面的默契，相信还是能够做到更好的。希望大家在 EWC 多多支持我们。
This land is calling.
to defend myself. There's like no discussion.
I already know who's the imposter.
I mean, this one's obvious, man.
Probably looking kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, we're Citadel Gaming. My name's Robin.
My name's Kamwing.
I'm Solus.
And we'll be playing Who's the Imposter?
Dude, I don't even know. Hold on.
Probably looking kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
Mundo, Kale,
He's the imposter.
Cassante. I'm pretty sure Kai Wing's the imposter.
No,
It's Kai Wing. It's Kai Wing.
Wait, why is it me?
There's no way that's the answer for my prompt. And that could be the answer for my prompt, because I was thinking about that too.
Oh.
Okay.
I was gonna put that.
True, true.
Can that be the answer to your prompt?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
True.
But I mean, mine, I didn't know what to put.
He got a point there.
Okay, I think Kai Wing's the imposter.
Wait, how am I even supposed to defend myself? There's like no discussion. Okay, I mean, yeah, that was pretty obvious then.
Yeah, there's no way that looks the worst.
There's no way.
Yeah, ready.
We're done.
Glove,
Gloves.
oh.
It's a Robin, man.
That's not too easy because we had a discussion before. I already know who's the imposter.
Prismatic Destiny.
Okay, I mean, this one's obvious, man. Okay.
I mean, I think he's the imposter. There's no way that's
The moment he said,
Come on. Okay, so the reason why Gold Destiny is the best augment in the game.
Your prompt is overrated.
Okay.
No, you would never put that as best augment.
Yes, I mean, this is the worst augment in the game.
no, the moment you say the question is kind of hard, I already knew.
Thank you for watching and keep supporting us at EWC.
Hey Banda, how's your so far playoff predictions going?
You're laughing and honestly not great.
I mean, I know, right? Vitality going on day 3 out, and previously we have Falcons going out on the day 2. What on the F is going on?
Who would have thought Virtus.pro would knock out absolutely everyone? I mean, Falcons and Mouse as well. It's just absolutely crazy.
I mean, at least we still have Flash Wolves and T1 in the playoffs, rocking solid.
Honestly, I am rooting for Citadel Gaming.
Wait, what? Excuse you?
After all the chaos in these first few days, all I need is a warm, reassuring embrace from my uncles. Uncle Robin and the boys.
I'm sure they can do well, but... Day 4. Let's see who survives.
We have officially entered playoff territory here for Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. Day 4 is on the way. The quarterfinals are upon us. And once again, elimination is on the block. I'm Ginny, joined on the desk with Fujisan and it's Stuart. But guys, honestly, we had a little bit of a cold open when we were looking at the predictions, at the teams that have left the tournament, at what's actually going on. It's just getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, we lost 4 of the 5 teams in the top of the club championship. Right now, only Virtus.pro is the one going for that, and they haven't have a win. So it's interesting because TFT could be the title where they're eligible to be the winners of the full club championship. So far, T1 is still on the lead.
Yeah, and if you're Falcons or Team Liquid, then you're definitely very shaken when you're looking at Virtus.pro because they had a very strong performance yesterday and coming into playoffs as well. We'll also see some new teams that we haven't seen before, the likes of Citadel, the likes of Wolves who have been on the B stream before, but they've been 2 of the most dominating teams.
Yeah, it's been the story of the underdogs really at the Esports World Cup, and that is something that we have truly enjoyed, because it's not just the fact that these underdogs are winning by small margins or it just being a one-time fluke, but they have consistently and continuously shown up.
Yeah, and the underdogs, if you will, for Citadel will be facing this team, T1, that they have been looking amazing. We've talked a lot about Crazy Moving, that has been like the leader, playing X Factor, playing the crew, but I want to highlight also SCSC. We saw him in the front there, and he has been the most consistent player in the team. So even though they're winning, they're losing, he's always up there. So you need that zero ego player that's always performing.
Yes, absolutely. We touched upon the club championship as well when it comes to Virtus.pro, but if you're wondering how that fits into the larger ecosystem here at EWC, let's have a look.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
We're already halfway through that 6th week here at EWC, and the EWC Club Championship points are still taking place. Liquid and Falcons, as well as Vitality, in the top 3 slot. But with every single one of these teams gone, as you already touched upon, Hupe-san, Virtus.pro is the only one left to compete.
Yeah, also to its mind, a surprise yesterday that we lost them. They will be playing amazing. And Virtus now with the chance of popping off, going off against defending winners from last year, defending the Trophy Wolf. That will be Game 2 Stuart, also a hype one. Today, all games are great.
I mean, all games are going to be great in playoffs. We're in the business end of the competition now, so every single game that we have is always going to be fun. It's always going to be exciting to see what these players bring up in these games.
The business end, that's why you both are suited and looking very dapper today.
Of course.
I didn't say that earlier, but either way, when we're looking as well at T1 at the Club Championship points, they are sitting at 1,000 points in total. If they do manage to get a win here at TFT, that pushes it up quite nicely into the rankings as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2000, we saw, I think, position 5 in 2600, so you're close. So actually, TFT for Virtus.pro and for T1, a great call out. That will be a game changer. And of course, fight for that championship win.
Yeah, and the part as well from here at EWC is the fact that there are keys and there is a very important totem that you get to put your name down in history. So let's have a quick little check-in to see how that's been going around.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, and I'm here in the most important building in the entire Esports World Cup. This, of course, is the Totem Room, where champions have their place cemented in history, and all the fallen, well, the foes go into the sand behind me. My favorite part about this place, though, we got 24/7 security, and if you try and step on this stage, you're gonna get tackled. And that's gonna happen to 4 of our teams tonight because we're starting with 8, but at the end of the day, it's down to the final 4. Who survives to the semifinals and who's gonna have their key crushed? It's time to find out. And if you don't know about these keys, take a look.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And the beauty here for TFT is that we've already had quite a few keys crushed. Crazy Moving has been enjoying it so much. But let's be completely fair. Every single team who's had an opportunity to crush one of these keys has it's genuinely been like the icing on the cake.
Yeah, 100%. We were talking about this. Maybe they were going for that decider match and loser bracket only to have an opportunity to get more reps into the crusher. And it's so great to see here, Stuart. They were happy. On contrast for last year, they were a little timid. Right now, everyone's enjoying the crushing keys.
So you're saying they lose on purpose just so they can crush a key?
I'm just saying there's a world. There's a multiverse.
That is, I mean, for T1, they were super excited to crush Vitality's key yesterday. You can see, we saw Crazy Moving's reaction, but no one's taken down the key of the previous winners, though, of 2024 yet.
No, yeah. I mean, we can maybe debate here that Falcons' key has been taken down and that as part of the winner's key has been destroyed. But Wolves is still intact. They didn't drop into this lower bracket. They've had a pretty unscathed run so far. But everyone else has had their hand at that machine. And today, potentially, Wolves as well. But it's also important to keep in mind, Hupe-san, that because we are moving in this top 8 by the end, but we're actually in the top 8 right now, the teams are already qualifying for at least $25,000.
Yeah, totally agree. And also 200 points for that club championship.
Oh, yeah.
$500,000 for the winners, the players. This is great money for players. TFT competitive sim Genie in the last year has been growing so much. Now we have the TPC, the Pro Circuit coming up, EWC, 3 times a year tactician crowns, and players are being able to be professional in this game. I love it.
Yeah, I think 4v4 is growing so much in TFT now. We know we had the EWC last year. year, we got EWC this year. Hopefully we'll get some more 4v4 because I think the players, the fans, us as well, we all love 4 versus 4. I think it's just growing year on year now to see what these players and how these players develop over time.
Yeah, it's been very, very enjoyable watching the players here on the 4v4. And for those of you at home, in case you missed any of the action, we have the Kiria top plays of yesterday. And let's just have a look, starting off with the first game that we were looking at. It was Vitality against T1. This was potentially a semi-final that we could have had, but instead, because of both of these teams dropped to this lower bracket, this is a highlight from yesterday's elimination match instead.
Yeah, with Weibo being the first seed, we get 2 of the favorites really that we thought coming into this, going down into the lower bracket to the decider. We knew that this was going to be the match of the day, and I think it was at the end as well. I think it was a back and forth series, but in the end, T1 coming out on top.
Yeah, Vitality, they said it. This wasn't their best performance. Small errors, but in their peak, they're one of the best, if not the best in 4v4, practicing so much, being friends, having so many reps on Scream. So this is for sure a knockout that I truly got sad about, but T1 deserved it. So this is the winning team right now for me. Now we're seeing a different game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest shock of yesterday was EVOS against ROC. I mean, the Polish team again coming out on top. I was able to speak to some of them afterwards as well, and some of them were like shaking. They were so excited. They were like, is this really happening? Are we really in the top 8? And I think that really shows of what you said, Ginny, at the start. Like, this seems like the tournament of the underdogs. We've seen so many of the favorites already eliminated, some of the underdogs shining in this tournament.
And yesterday as well, I think the reactions that we've seen after the game, specifically Hupe-san from the side of EVOS, you could tell how much this meant to them. It was beautiful to see that camaraderie outside of the server once they won.
Yeah, they're together. I mean, they've been together for so long. We saw one Team Liquid also that they lost in the previous match. So, I mean, this Polish team is just pura aura to see. They're happy, they're making it work, and they were underdogs. No one was trusting them to make it here. Now they're on the playoff and they could go all the way.
Yeah, to let us know as well your opinion, or maybe you have some predictions that actually do not mean that the teams are going to get knocked out.
Not like
and you
us.
could be correct, and like us, yes, you can join our Discord, scan the QR code, and have a little bit of a chat. But instead, we're going to have to look at the format specifically here, because we are already done and dusted when it comes to that group stage. That is over. The teams have been eliminated. We're now heading into the playoffs, starting off with the quarterfinals, where it's also really important to keep in mind here, Stuart, that there is no elimination. It is a single elimination bracket. So, like, if you lose today, you are out. What did you fight for?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 4 more keys are getting crushed today. That's the big thing as well. We talk about the semi-finals and the finals that will be coming out tomorrow, but the 4 teams that go out today, again, there's keys crushed. They're completely gone. So there's no time to rest. There's no time to prepare. I mean, some of these first seeds that have come in to the playoffs had yesterday as like a rest day and a practice day, but these teams that have come through from the lower bracket, day on day and every single day is just action upon action.
Yeah, you touched a great point. How or who improved the most in these few days? Because the meta is still evolving. We're seeing obviously GP and Karma being the leaders, but the crew is being played more. We saw hero augments. So for example, Flashwolf is one team that started bad and then is popping up and maybe right now looking in great form as one of the best. So who managed to get the most time of preparation maybe yesterday looking at games or adapting to additional scrims? That will be the game changer for today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can also look at some of the teams that are coming in very hot, and just in general, let's have a look at how the points are distributed when it comes to this 4v4 format. We're very much the same distribution system where it's like you're at the bottom, you get 1 point, you're at the top, you're gonna get total 8. So that does make it a little bit more mathematical when you have that one of your players going for that bottom 8 finish.
Yeah, I think that 8th place is so important. We say it a lot that if you can battle for the 8th place and if you can avoid that 8th place, then you can try and go for, you know, the top 4s. We've seen yesterday the 3 out of 4 players going into that top 4, which if you are able to, you get enough points. It's the team who has the most points at the end of the game, which if you get bottom 2, if you get 8th and 7th place, you have to get a 1st or 2nd to be able to win on that tiebreakers.
Yeah, and the evolution of the way of playing 4v4 has been amazing. Normally we thought about that, avoid 8th, go first, but now you need 2 win-out players to ensure that. Now we're seeing exactly the roles. Ace player, who's the one who's going for the place, playing GP or trying to hit a Gwen on level 8, Gwen 2, that we saw so many times. And then the strategist, that sometimes is the leader, is the one that actually is helping the rest of the team. Bintium, for example, 41, is the one doing this. And then the brawlers are just the one in the mud in the middle here.
Yeah, they're in the scrap. I mean, they're trying to fight for the top 4. They're trying to fight for that middle of the pack as well. But I like that you bring out the strategist. risk as well, because I think when they do go 8th place, their job is not done. It's not like you're playing by yourself. You still have a team behind you. It's your job to be the one to scout around, to see what's being played, to see what units need to be held as well. You're the one that's the main shot caller, really, which we've seen throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and as well, when we're seeing those bottom finishes for some of these teams, and then you fall into that strategist role, the strategy that we're seeing a lot here in the tournament has been to target and to protect some of these players, to ensure that you stay away from that 8th place at all costs and you get that 1st place finish.
Yeah, normally it's the Kaisa player that the other team tries to send 8th. And if you manage that, you send one player 8th of the opposite team, you get the 1st. There's only one example that is exactly what we have in the floor that you could lose, that is taking on your team 3 players in the bottom 5. So this is just very difficult to happen. So, I mean, that's why you always want a 1st and an 8th, and that should be enough.
Yeah, there's so many different scenarios as well. Of course, you've got like places where you can go 8th and 6th as well, which means you need to get that 1st and 3rd to be able to, again, secure that tiebreaker. So many different point systems. But again, the most important thing is trying to get at least 2 people and even 3 people to guarantee that you win in the top 4.
So now we know everything that's at stake and we know how the teams are approaching it. But what exactly are we going to be watching today when it comes to these games? We have 4 best of 3s coming our way, played out in this single elimination bracket for the quarterfinals to qualify for the semifinals. Wolves VP, Citadel T1, Weibo Evos, and Aegis Flash Wolves. Everyone is a banger, but I'm still gonna have to put you on the spot here, Hupe-san, and ask if there is one that you really cannot wait to see.
Oh, for sure. These are all bangers. I love the first one, and we were discussing what is the match of the game of the day, Citadel Gaming T1. For me, actually, is Aegis Flash Wolf. Flash Wolf doing so well and improving throughout the tournament, and Aegis just being a staple. They haven't lost. They have been doing so amazing. First seed of EMEA, doing great.
Yeah, they've been dominant since the open qualifiers, Aegis. I think that, Citadel T1 is also going to be a really strong one. Again, same with Citadel. They came through in the open qualifiers, losing their first ever game in the open qualifiers. They made that crazy run in the lower bracket to get here to the Esports World Cup. They came in as like the team where it was like, are they going to do well? They have question marks, but they came through as the first seed. Again, they had yesterday to prepare to scrim as well, coming up against T1, which we saw yesterday have got all what it takes to take down the Titans.
Yeah, a bit of a scary position to be in, but here on the A stream, which is also the only stream that we're going to be looking at today, in general, we're going to be covering every single one of these games, starting off indeed with Citadel against T1, followed by the defending winners from last year, Wolf Esports against Virtus.pro, Weibo Gaming against Evos, and Aegis Flash Wolves will be that last game of today. I see what you did there, Hupe-san. You were like, oh, I'm just going to pick the last game of today as a must-watch so that people watch the whole thing.
I mean, you have the sandwich, right? T1, Citadel in the first spot. 100 reps, if you will, for T1 playing so many games throughout the series, and Citadel only playing 4, so that could make the difference. I mean, do you want to be the favorite but play more games and have maybe less reps, as you said, Ginny, or do you prefer to just battle it out, Stuart, and now with more experience as T1 is having, make it pop off?
And instead, we're going to be heading into the SNB match of the day, Citadel Gaming against T1, which is the story of two tales here, because we're looking at Citadel and they were more of an underdog here, Stuart, whereas T1 were the favorites, but yet it is T1 that had to crawl their way through that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they really struggled in the first day, unfortunately, but I mean, for T1, it's been a very, very dominating performance yesterday against Vitality, but Citadel, on the other hand, they stomped through group stage. They wiped everyone in their path through group stage. 2-0 against Fnatic, 2-0 against Twisted Minds, who we thought Twisted Minds were going to be one of the strongest teams as well. But this is a team coming into it who has Robin Songs. That's like the backbone of the team. He's the unk, I guess you can say, like Panda said.
Or grandpa, maybe.
Yeah, grandpa, that's even crazier. Yeah, he's the backbone of the team. And I love the content that Citadel have been doing as well, talking to players like Robin Songs and Kai Wang.
Yeah, last year Robin was the brawler, if you will, taking the hit, being the tower for the team, and now he's being the hero. Him together with Kaiwan are the two that are actually outperforming the rest of the team and improving. And I just want to highlight in the end, crazy moving with the expression, with the aura in the end. And this is the X factor for T1. This is the player that no one accounted for, taking the spot for Bobai last year, and he's popping off. He's making the win. He and SCSC are the two players to watch, the heroes for T1 right now.
Yeah, he's had such a great impact on T1 in general, really that backbone when it comes to some of the wins that they were able to close out here. And it's just the sigh of relief that you go through that lower bracket and you haven't been eliminated. So I think this is also maybe a bit of an advantage for T1 coming into today, where it's like they've already played in this lower bracket. They know what it's like to have their back against the wall. They know what it's like, that it's like the pressure on your shoulders. Whereas Citadel, they've been more chilling coming into this. They're like, oh, you know, maybe it's not that serious, but it is that serious.
I think the big thing as well is, as you mentioned, I think T1 have more reps, but also Citadel, they feel like they haven't been pressured at all. They haven't been tested at all. This is Citadel's biggest test for sure. Of course, they 2-0'd both teams in the group stage, but now they're against T1, probably one of the favorites left of the tournament now, and only one of them can get through to the semi-final.
Yeah, and T1 as well coming into this entire tournament, we put them in the Aramco Power Rankings as one of the very favorites to be able to win the tournament. And the fact that they managed to crawl through this lower bracket is still great, because they are now the only team who are left in there.
No. I mean, making it work and making it work in a fashionable way, it was tough to accomplish, but as you say, Ginny, those other 4 teams are already eliminated. So being in a bracket right now, we're seeing SCSC here just popping off. And important to talk about play style also. T1 is more of a reroll style, while Citadel are just playing four cost compositions. So maybe this will be a factor, Ginny. Normally you want to play the same type of comps to help each other, but now it will be difficult for both teams to hit. So actually they will have to commit more and more into the play style.
And for the contenders, we have Aegis as well, of course, qualifying as the first seed from EMEA and first seed in their group as well, who has been a very, very dominating force in EMEA. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do, as well as Wolves as well, in that contenders, to see if they can become reigning, winners again.
I mean, for Wolves specifically, I think the reason we put them in contenders, do correct me if I'm wrong, is the fact that they lost half of that team.
Lisa and Shelty no longer there. They were in Falcons and Falcon lost. Yeah. So it's like, okay, the aura is in the team, Ginny.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're looking at Aegis, and we touched upon them, that first seed from EMEA. But the rest, Liquid and Mouse, they are also gone from our contenders, which is, now that I think about it, if I'm doing the math correctly, that means that when we are going to be looking at the runner-ups or the underdogs, they are the ones who had the most surviving, because Flash Wolves is still here, Citadel's still here. No, ROC's gone. Never mind.
Still 2 though. I mean, it's even.
Yeah,
I think if it's even between underdogs and contenders, then something crazy has happened. But yeah, Citadel, I think coming into this, we were expecting them to really be underdogs, because we didn't really know, especially with players like Kai Wang coming in, Dank Memes as well. These are 2 players that they're up and coming players. They haven't had that much experience. But when you have such an experienced player like Robin and also Solus, who has been around the scene for so long, you have that kind of dynamic that actually evens itself out in the playing field.
2 underdogs that have 2 different paths, Flash Wolf with more reps and improving so much. And Stuart, as you mentioned, Citadel, maybe Ginny with a chance of saying, okay, what happens if they lose? Because if you keep winning, maybe you have the dopamine going up, ramping up against. But then if you lose, then what? There will be discussion, the mental will fall down. Probably the best is not to happen, but it could be.
Yeah, a little bit of a reality check is going to be the case if that does happen. Whereas T1, they're already kind of used to it. They lost that first game. They know what that's like. They then go into this lower bracket, and then they start ramping up, getting more reps, being used to that pressure, knowing what it's like to have that reality check. But Citadel, I mean, the thing is, they have gone through that upper bracket for a reason, right? They have shown us some really, really, really good TFT. We know what they're capable of. It's just a matter of, here's Stuart, of coming to the day and showing it once again.
Yeah, first time on the stage for them as well. So, it's going to be, there's a lot of pressure for Citadel. Some of these players have never been to Tactician's Crown before. They haven't really had that experience that we expected from some other players as well, like T1. They have players like Bintum in there who has so much experience on the team. So I think for Citadel, they'll come in with this with a whole bunch of confidence, going through as the first seed, having yesterday to be able to practice, to watch games, to see how the meta's evolving day by day.
They want to crush a key. They're one of the few teams here on playoff that hasn't been able to crush a key here.
Imagine you actually go home without crushing a key.
Oh no!
That's crushingly sad.
No.
Okay, that's a terrible joke. That's a terrible joke. But Citadel, though, either way, this is their opportunity to crush a key or have their keys crushed. When we're looking at individuals, when we're looking at players here, Hupe-san, who are we highlighting when it comes to the ace, the person that we're expecting to really be stepping up today?
Yeah, for Citadel has to be Robin 100%. He and Kai Kaiwen has the best average placement, but Robin is the leader. So he's the one popping off. He's the one being zero selfish for the team. And I want to recognize that means even though he's not doing good of stats, he's a great player and he's so focused. And he's been the rock. He's been the brawler for the team, trying to improve, being the strategist. And I feel anyone could pop off, but I will keep my eye on Robin for sure.
Yeah, I think for Dangbeams, he's been one of the rising stars really in Americas over the last few sets as well. So him, I love the way the team actually meshed together as well. You know, Citadel put out a lot of content with Robin as well, saying that Robin was like, I need to put an EWC team together. Most of the popular players are already gone. We get Dangbeams, we get Kai Wang, we get Solus as well. They're a team that they say that they might not be the best in terms of gameplay, but they have that team cohesion, they have that chemistry together, and they feel like they can take down anyone.
And they have a 100% win rate,
yeah,
which is also something to point out here because they are yet to lose anything.
Yeah, and it's split, right? It's first place winner because one of the players gets the first place every time, but it's not the same. And they're funneling resources to that player, so they know exactly how to take the win, even if they don't have a win outcome. It's like Sorks, for example, okay, he needs economy, let's give him HP to manage him to get to level 6, to get the win too. So they're helping each other so much. This team is zero ego. He said it in the interview, and that's totally what you have to accomplish, and that's the way to win in 4v4.
Yeah, it's a bit of different than a free-for-all, but then we're looking at T1 as well, and this is a team that we have been covering extensively here on the A stream, specifically because they dropped to that losers bracket.
Yeah, they were put under pressure. Like you mentioned, they've been put under pressure so much already in this tournament, and more pressure is going to be up against them. Again, I think the great thing that I love about T1, especially with Crazy Moving as well, his interview yesterday saying that Binton was the one that has actually been coaching him, has been helping him since he's joined T1 from Na'Vi. So we have to remember Crazy Moving did get into the top 8 last year as well with Na'Vi. Unfortunately, they did crush out in the top 8, but this is a player that has come into the T1 as a new player. Sometimes that can be a little bit difficult, but Binton's the one that's been the strategist in the end. He's the one that's actually been taking the hit, but letting Crazy Move shine as well. And the story of T1 this year is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Binton is the veteran. He's the strategist, you mentioned, Stuart. And it's important that when he loses, he still maintains the composure. He's still talking so much to the team. And Ginny, this is so important. We saw teams that maybe when you're the first one to lose, I mean, you're sad. So you're not helping. Maybe you want to close yourself a little. No, Binton maintains the hype. He knows there's a winner spot, and he tries to help this crazy guy, Crazy Movie. I just love him, and he's the one popping off. And once again, SCSC, same stat as Crazy Movie, but when Crazy Movie wins is when T1 wins.
Yeah, and that's the beauty as well from the 4v4 and just the fact that we are seeing players drop that ego when it comes to playing this matchup, when it comes to actually locking in, playing the 4v4 rather than playing it individually and selfishly. But Citadel is a team that we haven't actually covered on the A stream yet, so they are going to get a little bit extra screen time because we checked in with them ahead of this matchup against T1 to see how they're feeling.
Good morning, everybody. It's Puckett with Robin Songs, and you just got into the venue. Welcome to Riyadh. How do we feel playing in the arena today?
Oh, I feel really good. We played in the smaller arena the past few times, so I'm excited to play in the big one, and hopefully, I don't know if there's going to be a crowd, but hopefully there'll be a crowd.
There's going to be a ton of people watching you online. That is guaranteed at the start of the day. But let's talk about your performance. So far, you are 4-0, one of 2 teams to go flawless heading into the playoff bracket. But today, you draw a squad that went to the championship match in 2024. How do we play? How do we feel about playing T1?
I think, well, yesterday I told my squad that no matter who we pick, let's not like react. Let's not say like, oh my, damn it, whatever it's, or like be excited that it's like a worse team. Like no matter team we face, we'll be ready to face them on. And you know, even if they're really strong, we're gonna have to play them anyways to win the whole thing. So it doesn't really matter.
For anyone who's been missing out on your amazing games over on the Bravo stream, what does this A stream need to know about Citadel going into your first match?
Don't underestimate us. We have a lion on our team, and don't underestimate us.
Do not underestimate this man. He's got to get back to his team. That's Robin Songs. That's Citadel. We'll see you in just a moment.
That is such a nice mentality to have, where it's like, whatever team we draw, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have to play them anyway to win this entire thing. So let's not react. Let's stay cool, calm, and collected. And we have a lion on our team.
They have a lion in the team, so I don't know. Kaiwen memes,
maybe it's Robin himself. Maybe he's calling himself the
lion.
I
like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would be because it's like a sleeping lion, so it should be Dan memes. And he was BMing everyone on the interview. You interview him, and he he was going into that.
He's so funny.
And it was so good. So I think he's the one that hasn't popped up in the team and has the capability. 2 times back-to-back Tactician Crown participant for the Americas region, and this guy is just the best. Streaming right now, making himself a figure, and I think that's the Lion to wake up.
I think that interview really shows the experience that Robin has as well. I think he's one of the most experienced players, not only on Citadel, but also for the whole competition as well. You know, the recent Tactician's Crown, he came in the top 6 as well. This is a player that has so much experience in TFT, has been creating content, has been dedicated to TFT for so long. So he's a player that definitely we need to keep our eyes on throughout the day.
Quick prediction.
Ooh. Oh,
yeah, I gotta do it to you guys.
You put us on the spot.
2-1. I cannot give one.
I don't think I can decide. I'll say
T1. I have to say Citadel for America, but no, T1 for me.
2-1 Citadel for me then.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a disagreement here on the desk.
Give me one.
I am Switzerland. I am neutral. Instead, I can promise you guys one thing, however, and that is going to be that today is absolutely incredible. The quarterfinals of TFT are here. There is no lower bracket. There is no second chances at life. These are the games that you have to win to advance further or get your keys crushed. And we're going to be starting things off very excitingly with Citadel undefeated against T1, who's crawled their way through the lower bracket.
"16 teams began their hunt for the crown to chase their dreams. 8 continued that journey today in the SNB Esports Arena. 4 will make it to the final day. The question is, who will hit and who will be getting an 8th?
It is the penultimate day of TFT at the Esports World Cup, and if you want to be a top dog here, if you want to be cream of the crop, creme de la creme, you got to make sure that you are tenacious and ready for every single test, because if you fumble, you will fall for good. Shall we begin our first quarterfinal?
I think we should.
All right, let's welcome onto the stage the Giants from South Korea. It's T1.
Joke's on you, Chambers. It's actually the undefeated Citadel Gaming, the last hope of NA. Standing tall and facing a Titan. Can they free themselves from the shackles of despair and face their demons head on? Only time will tell.
Welcome, Citadel. We'll get it right this time. Let's now welcome their opponents. It's T1. T1 struck down NA's first seed and now face yet another on their road to reclaiming their rightful spot at the top. But with title contenders falling one by one, will they suffer the same fate here, or will they rise above?
Time waits for no one. Our first quarterfinal is here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the show on the road. Casters, the floor, the stage is yours.
Woo! Thank you, Sandstorm. I'm Casanova, joined by Clement on the cast here on the SNB Esports Arena stage for T1 versus Citadel, our very first quarterfinals of the day, Clement. And this one is an absolute banger between these two squads. T1 having to take down Vitality and now being met by another North American threat.
Wow, I'm getting goosebumps just watching these lineups. The road has been treacherous for T1, losing to Weibo Gaming and dropping to the loser bracket. But you know what? I think it was just a key-crushing detour as they run through Maus and then Vitality to find themselves back on the main stage.
Back on the main stage, and now Citadel in their sights, a team that I think was maybe not having the expectations that they think they can live up to, right? Everyone else thinking, hey, maybe we'll underestimate Citadel. Maybe we don't think they can get there because you look at some of the individual players and they're not the household names of North America outside of maybe Robin Songs. And yet they've come out swinging in their first 4 games, not dropping a single one.
They took a 2-0 versus a Fnatic. We thought, okay, maybe that was just a fluke. Fnatic not really having high expectations either. But then they also crushed Twisted Minds in a 2-0. And the way they did that was pure domination, only allowing the highest placement of 5th towards their opponent. They are currently right behind Wolves, averaging 23 points a series, a game here so far, and just being absolute dominating. So we're not really sure where their limits are, and maybe they're not even sure.
And I want to give big props to one player in particular, Kaiwing. This is somebody that I think a lot of people looked at this team when it was formed and asked, why Kaiwing? Why bring this player onto the squad? Why is Robin trusting him, Dankmeme's trusting him when Kaiwing doesn't have the domestic results that some of the rest of these players have? And yet, not a single bottom 4 here at the EWC over the first 4 games. And we'll see if Kaiwing can continue this pop-off performance that he's had over the beginning of this tournament.
What an amazing pickup by Citadel here. Kaiwing, if you look at his record, no trips to the TAC round. He averaged about 100th in terms of placements for Cyber City, so he wasn't really turning any heads, but the synergy they found with him, the ability to coordinate with the team, sometimes it's the intangibles that have to be considered.
Yeah, and speaking of intangibles, Solus also on this roster. He was actually won the very first 4v4 tournament to ever happen back in 2020. He was able to find that win at Mortdog Madness, and I think it's so funny to see that Solus constantly being able to find big wins in the weirdest of tournaments, right? He got it in 4v4, Mortdog Madness, winning at Summit, always at the start of set do we see Solus really popping off, and he's been around since set 1, all the way now to set 15, where he is in the top 8 of the Esports World Cup with Citadel.
Is he the lion of Citadel? That's kind of the question that we have been asking across here. There's so many players that have just stepped up in this tournament arena. Now looking over towards T1 here, we have Crazy Moving. I think he's the big story. Also a new addition to the team, but so far he has complemented their strategy so well. They are a lose streak, win out type of team. That's what T1 did the best in the last EWC as well. And Crazy Moving so far, 3 out of their 4 wins have came from him. Those artifact combinations coming in critical.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, he was, the player of the day yesterday with that performance against Vitality. He went 1-5 and then 2, but that second place, it didn't need to be a first. It was him holding on to so much HP throughout that game, making it impossible for Vitality to find the 1-2 that they needed.
And we are heading into the first game. Cash prize at the start of each day. We're going to start off a little bit calm. Before we go into all the action, there is one more protagonist I have to mention, and that is Bintum. He has been the pillar of this T1 squad. They built this entire 4v4 roster around him, and he is the player that I feel like has been most maligned by fate. If you think about EWC 2024, T1 took it to Game 5. They were doing great against the Wolves, but then somehow Lee Sao is able to find Kassadin 3 in just 12 rolls. It happens in the TAC round 2. Bintum, he's denying Jisop. He's about to get to that championship, but then Jisop finds 5 Nautilus in 6 rolls. So you just have to feel like this is a person that's always been able to make lemonade out of lemons. He's always been able to land on a lot of alternate compositions, and I feel like fate really owes him an apology. This is his time to shine.
We even saw it in the T1 versus Vitality series yesterday with him getting all of his Kai'Sas held forever, not able to hit anything. It looks like Vitality is going to jail him to go 8th, and yet Bintum somehow is able to scrounge together a board that holds out for a top 4 in that game. And Bintum has just been so phenomenal for so long. And once again, he's trying to lead this T1 squad to a finals performance and maybe go further than last time. Not just 5 games to the loss, but instead take victory here at the Esports World Cup. So we are jumping on board with Bintum out the gates, and we do see holding on to a couple Battle Academia and finding Katarina, which has improved a lot in the stats over the course of the tournament. Day one, Katarina looked like, hey, maybe we shouldn't actually be clicking this comp. It struggled quite a bit, but now it is one of the best performing comps across the tournament.
Yeah, I think people are recognizing that it's actually okay to play into a Katarina and have it contested by the Prodigy line as well. But overall, I think a big thing is also just the artifact combinations. If you want to go into the Katarina line, you have to find those stacking artifacts, max Arcana, maybe wait to go with it early on. And we do have Heroic Grab Bag that does make sure you win any of those 2-cost reroll race. Bintum rerolling everything else, staying on this one, and coordinating with his teammates.
Yeah, trying to decide what everyone is going to do. We see the early pick from Robin Songs on the Stars Are Born that can definitely go towards the Gangplank, right? You just find one copy and then suddenly you've got a 2-star Gangplank for the foreseeable future. Going to be a really interesting click from Dooney Zuni going towards the Wandering Trainer. So they pick that first, they got to see what they get, and then they can go from there. Crazy Moving going to grab some calculated loss, get some extra rerolls, get some extra gold.
Ooh, and this is really spicy from a lot of these players. We have a full loss streaker from T1 and a full win streaker. Prize fighter plus more valuable losses coming in. So this is how T1 really likes to set up their games. They want to have someone dominating on both ends of the streaks.
And here looking at Dooney Zuni's Wandering Trainer, got Heavyweight and Sorcerer, has a Jeweled Gauntlet to slam, so easily, there we go. We've got our Sorks player for T1.
And looking at Robin Songs, Stars Are Born has not been used just quite yet. So he naturaled the Mundo earlier on, and this is one of the battles I want to pay very close attention to. The Mundo line has been pivotal for all of these players right here because it just stabilizes you so hard in the stage 3. And for T1, they like to play the Mundo and the Kaisa composition. 3 games already for Bintum. On the other hand, for Dank Memes, he has been kind of the tempo juggernaut player.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see T1 strategy shift a little bit. Crazy Moving has often actually been playing tempo for them over the past few days, but this time is going to be opting into the loss streak. Now, he's been playing tempo, but he's also been winning out a lot for the team, and I think going for this loss streak, this open fort that he's going for, trying to look for the win, trying to stop Kaiwing, they both open fort, as we've got Scoreboard Scrapper on Kaiwing and we've got the calculated loss for Crazy Moving, trying to grief each other. They don't hit each other, but it is going to cause a lot more damage to come out early and have the side effect of denying some gold for Gangplank and denying some of these extra kills.
I like this move from Kaiwing quite a bit here. He's just making sure that T1 doesn't run away with the loss streaks. We have talked about T1 being one of the few teams that really likes to go full loss streak, max econ into win out situation. So they're making sure that Crazy Moving isn't going to get that one. And of course, for Kaiwing, even if his streak is broken, he's still going to get value for that occurring further on.
Yeah, we see Robin ends up losing a fight. Of course, he hasn't used the Stars Are Born, so he's just playing an Augment down, a CSE with the Prize Fighter. It looked like had a very strong board. It looked like a lot of items already slammed.
Yeah, we are starting with just 3 components right here, so getting those extra 2 at the start is just a massive advantage. Robin Songs with Stars Are Born, this is very interesting. We have seen players try to hold it off for just the GP count, but so far we already have GP looking like the angle for Dank Memes here. So it's going to be interesting to see what he uses that 2 cost onto, angling very heavily into the Juggernaut line so far.
Yep, ends up running into Crazy Moving. Both Crazy Moving and Kaiwing still going to be looking for that open fort. And now we get a look at SCSC's board. Is a red buff and that Guardbreaker Slam already, or Striker's Flail with the Lux 2 online. A lot of upgrades on that board already.
Yeah, 2-star 2 cost, just moving up the ladder right here and dominating on both sides. So the key thing here is, can they keep both of those streaks alive? This is what T1 likes to do. They like to have someone with very high HP going to stage 3, stage 4, and then they slowly lend the HP to the win-out player so they can climb back into the standings. The problem with, though, in this meta, the win-out players have also been the 2-cost rerollers, so that, I think, has been the main issue with the strat so far.
And that's highlighted by no team better than Citadel, actually. They each have a first place playing Gangplank reroll in their 4 games, right? All 4 players have played it one time, and they each won. So we'll see if that trend continues and the Gangplank player for Citadel continues to find that first place.
Yeah, and we have seen T1 actually stumble in trying to find those win-outs. They try to play a Crystal Gambit game, And the one thing that has been pretty successful for them for the loss streak win out is something that I find really peculiar because no one else has been able to do it, and it's actually the Kayle composition. We're not going to see it this game, but just keep it in your mind. That has been one of their go-to strategies, averaging a second placement so far with the comp.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bintum here is win streaking with aura farming and actually has the Braum, which I think is one of the best, if not the best hit that you can get off of aura farming. Just Braum being such a powerful frontline unit that you can add to a lot of different compositions.
It's going to be crazy if he's going to be playing down an Augment and still full win streaking here. Aatrox already onto the back line. We see the Stars Are Born being popped here by Robin Songs, going for the Jin Mundo, but this is actually not a very good position for it. You would really have preferred the Mundo for more stabilization, and this is a composition where we've seen time and time again, if you manage to stabilize, then it opens up the forecast range, but if you don't, then you have to roll pretty deep on stage 3.
Both of the T1 members pushed 5 aggressively. There was not really much of that coming out of Citadel. They're not really contesting the win streaks. And now for T1, it looks like Bintum is going to weaken the board, puts in Crystal Gambit for now, but going up, hopefully for Bintum, is going into SCSC, trying to just give the streak over.
This is a really smart thing because it is prize fighter on SCSC, so if you want the additional items to be dropped, you would have preferred it to be on the teammate here. And let's see if they are both able to escape with the 5 streak. Wow, very good fight RNG for them.
Yeah, Bintum weakens the board significantly, but then runs into Crazy Moving, who is just full open, and on the other side, SCSC into Dunizuni. But I think SCSC would beat anyone at this point. When we're looking at these early boards, SCSC clearly had the 5 streak for stage 2.
And the key thing here for Citadel is to see if Kai was able to snipe I believe Crazy Moving. So they both go into the full loss streaks here. I have to say for the stage 2, it does put T1 in a very comfortable environment in terms of the econ and the streak goal that they're going to get out of the PvE round. Ooh. Dank Memes already with a great find right here. GP2 on the board means that he doesn't have to roll on stage 3 whatsoever. It does open that roll on level 7 line. He's uncontested so far on the GP. This could be the win out player established for Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive for Dank Memes. As you said, right, won't have to roll on stage 3, get those wins. We'll see if he can farm gold. It has double strike, so the fruit can give him something like Midas Touch, or just even better, the stretchy arms out the gate to just be playing around that. But as I mentioned earlier, Citadel has failed to ever get anything worse than a first place with their Gangplank. Of course, the sample size quite low, just the 4 games, but they are looking to continue that with Dank Memes picking this up early.
Oh, and Dank Memes does have a huge find. Yeah, Mentor 4 going into the board here. I really am quite curious to see what T1 reacts to this. I don't think you can allow an opponent to go solo GP, so it's likely Crazy Moving that has to roll here, but he hasn't touched his gold so far. He's going to wait until that level 6, and by then there's already going to be 4 GPs all of the pool.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty telling, the Crazy Movie roll down. Does he go directly for the Gangplank like you're saying, or does he try and hold out for something higher? I know there was already a Sorks player locked in, I believe it's Dunizuni, that has the Wandering Trainer with the Sorks. So it does kind of close off maybe one of the other lines you would expect from the full loss streak.
Yeah, and it does seem like they will have to kind of position around these 2 players here. This is going to be one of the slowest lobbies that we have ever seen in this tournament. We have people going for aura farming that's not going to come online until 4-6. So a lot of these players are not actually looking to contest that hard in stage 3.
All right, looking at our next Augment selection, it is going to be Gold once again. Seeing backup dancers for the Gangplank, get some more attack speed. They're missing the Ginsu, so this will actually help kind of this early to mid game, as that's the 6th Gangplank for Dank Memes getting picked up already. And Crazy Moving, just like you called out, immediately looking for the Gangplank contest. Already finding some Yasuos, gets a rise of his own, so we'll be able to go for that 4 Mentor nice and early. However, the Gangplanks are not coming through just yet.
Yeah, he really would have liked to overtake Dank Memes in terms of the GP count. He did have 30 extra gold coming into this round, but not being able to overtake him. And he's rolling very, very deep for that GP2. Not hitting that GP2 means that you cannot stabilize on stage 3. And we have to remember, he's playing full loss streak already, 61 HP. This could make things very dire for T1.
Yeah, it's already a very tough spot. Crazy Moving, our earliest candidate for an 8th, right? Going off the full loss, late on the GP because Dank Memes hit so quickly. The only saving grace for them so far is that this Gangplank doesn't have a Ginsu's yet, but there's already some things happening to kind of counteract that with the backup dancers, and has the Edge of Night, and plus just so far ahead on tempo, especially with the 4 Mentor already online.
Really cool moves across the board coming in for Citadel Gaming. So we had Robin Songs not place his Heavy as the Crown, wanted Dank Memes to continue to farm up and get gold. On the other hand, they also break SCSC's streak here. We are going to be taking a look at where some of these other players are going to be ending up. Solus, even though he's contesting against a teammate, but the important thing here is they have the GP2 while T1 doesn't. So I really like this, just holding 2 GPs against the enemy team right here.
What I love about this Heavy is the Crown Mundo is we didn't see it a single time in like the first 2 days, and then suddenly we see it on Wet Jungler, and now this is the 3rd time we're seeing this, and I'm curious if it was hidden tech within certain groups that were playing it, or if instead of that it was just nobody found the spot, and then suddenly we see the spot come up a couple of times in a row, which I think it's probably more the latter than the former, but just neat to see that this Mundo tech has really come up strong, and it's been good every single time we've seen it.
It's just so good in 4v4 because you can actually just pop it off your units without using any removers. So you can kind of decide how you want to play every single fight. You can lend HP to your teammates, or you can just go in stronger on opponents right here. And as we see, you know, Robin Song still has not slammed that item, keeping it on the bench, letting his teammates just get a little bit more steam into this game. You know, taking a look at the roles for Solus right here, he already has one of the 3 stars. I think it's 2 3-stars actually, with the Malphite as well. So in terms of tempo, Citadel Gaming looking very comfortable. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is definitely going to be Kaiwing's board, because it's going to be an 8-loss streak, 40 HP, really not that much to work with.
Yeah, we'll have to see the big roll down come through, because it looks like that's a Prodigy emblem on Kaiwing. What?
Prodigy.
Yeah, it looks like it's Prodigy emblem. Okay, so he is going to be just committing towards that line, and we saw, you know, early on the red buff and the Jeweled Gauntlet, he's scoreboard scrapping, so he's going to be very strong by the time he actually gets the board, but that's the big question is, does he get the board? And we saw some very unfortunate misses on massive roll downs yesterday. This is slamming, scoreboard scrapping, putting everything down on the table to get to that fast 8. And then we just see the roll down, because that is the make or break for Citadel.
He does still have a lot of gold, and it gets a great find off the carousel with the Leona. So hopefully this is going to stabilize, but if you look across the board, there are 0 upgrades here. So he's playing from a lost streak position and also very unlucky with the upgrades. That is going to be the board, at least on 4-1, that we're going to have to pay the most attention to.
Meanwhile, taking a look at Bintum, just slamming some of the early items that are probably going to be passed to Braum, just because you know you're getting this 2-star Braum right away. That's going to be the big anchor for you, holding these Mundos, potentially just denying from Robin, but also, if you're getting a Braum, you know, Mundo is definitely going to want to fit into your comp, so just having that 2-star ready to go, but Bintum is going to be taking that win streak and then turning it around into a loss streak for Stage 3. This board is obviously not very strong, and still just trying to make Econ look for that kind of cash out, as it were, with the Braum on 4-6.
And this is actually pretty painful for Kaiwing, because he actually loses his streak as well. It's going to cost him a lot of gold. And as we were talking about, just the Stage 2 coming in from Bintum, being able to full win streak without a combat augment on Stage 2 just allows him to then go into full loss streak later on.
Yeah, taking stock of the HP of the lobby as well. It's actually just incredibly close, because Kaiwing is down at 40. And at the top of the tables, it's really just Dank Memes, SCSC pretty much tied up. Everything kind of congealing within the middle. So no big leads for either side. And it's just going to come down to who actually gets those big win-out spots, because it doesn't look like we have a position where you can feasibly look to try and send a bunch of players in the bot 4.
True, and the roll downs on Stage 4 are just going to be so close, because there's a lot of open spots on T1 side. SCSC, undecided where he will finally land up, is just trying to get as much econ as possible. He actually can roll down earlier than most of the players in this lobby, so there is a potential for him to just say, you know what, I'm going to target Kaiwing. I can roll before him just because of the quiet quitting and the prize fighting full win streak. I'm going to take away those Prodigy units. This could be a very pivotal PvE round. He does have the goal to do it. Let's see if he goes for the play. And yes, he's going
he's starting his roll. Kaiwing is, it looks like maybe doing the same. No, going to stop at the pre-level as we do have that roll down all the way from SCSC. Not finding any of the units immediately though, and I think maybe Kaiwing scouting this as well before trying to start the roll down. Sees, okay, my Prodigy units are still safe and sound in the pool. That miss from SCSC may end up being the opening that Citadel needs to run away with the game.
Yeah, I think this is a huge sigh of relief on Kaiwing's part. They don't have one of those open slot players that can go into their lane. It looks like SCSC, he does have the very early Twisted Fate, which we actually saw Citadel Gaming play to great effect in their matchup against Twisted's Mind. You get him early, there's tons of AP to go onto it, and most likely going to go into the all-out line.
Yeah, and Kaiwing, look at these rolls already. Leona 2 finds a Cassante, finds a Yuumi. Already going to be pretty stable just out of this. Doesn't even need more upgrades to stabilize the board. It's already kind of there. Good front line, good items for the back line. Even finds a Malzahar 2 to boot, and able to hold on to some Sorks because he knows Dunizuni's going in the direction, and I don't believe we have a Sorks player on the side of Citadel. So just taking a Gwen and a Karma away on this roll down, getting the slam items onto the Yuumi, being able to have the full Prodigy in because of the emblem. I mean, this is massive.
Once he can get into that top 4, then he will be stabilized. But that is the question right here. Can he survive on just 3 lives? Going up against a teammate in Robin Song, still has that full Leona. It looks like he'll be fine for now.
Yeah, going to be good for now. I think the big miss for Kaiwing is not finding a pair of Yuumis. We're actually going to see him sell the Gwen to make Econ. Not really worth holding that to try and deny it from the Sorks. And it's going to be a Prismatic to end things out. We see a roll away from the Izakai, and then we're going to get a Yuumi pair off of Circlet. Now, Circlet's not generally that good, and you already have the emblem. Prodigy doesn't really scale with extra emblems, but I'm curious if there's ever a spot where you just need the extra Yuumi to try and go to 2-star.
I think that's a good call here. I mean, hold the line. You're not using the AP AD that much because you don't have the Yuumi too. So this is one of the rare situations where the Circlet actually feels like the correct call, and you called it here, Casanova.
It's such a big difference from playing solos, right?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't expect to have your Yuumi's grief so hard that you're not going to hit. But you know that as everyone's rolling down, they're going to hold Yuumis. SCSC, 2 Yuumis on the bench. How are you ever finding this upgrade? You might get jailed at 30 life and go 8th. +1 Yuumi means you just have to find 1 more the rest of the game. You already were missing the Syndra, so you weren't being able to play Max Prodigy anyway with just the 1 emblem. Now 2 emblems, you get to play the full suite of Prodigies. You don't have to even worry about playing those 1 costs. The Rod is fine, and then you can help yourself find the Yuumi, and it pays dividends because Kaiwing 2-stars it.
Yeah, great stabilization. SCSC should really be selling his Yuumis at this point. He would be losing on interest for nothing if he doesn't do anything.
There it is, yeah.
Good scouting right there. Another big point we have to pay attention to is now Bintum. He's playing aura farming, but can he actually make it to 4-6? That's going to be the question here as Take takes a decisive lead in the GP battle.
Yeah, it's a question we didn't think we'd find ourselves asking with him kind of win streaking all of the early game. We thought, oh, this board might be stable enough, but the no combat augment's really catching up, not finding those additional upgrades. And now Bintum on 2 lives as Kaiwing hits everything for the Yuumi board. Dank Beams finds Gangplank 3. I'm not sure about the rest of the lobby yet, but Bintum could be in trouble as we do see he has rolled down now, found some upgrades. Yone 2, Jarvan 2. He might be strong enough to take some wins, and especially into someone like Dunizuni, who has not found the upgrades for the Sorks just yet.
Yep, Dunizuni still sitting on Karma 1 right here. There's already a Yone 2 that was hit on level 9, so it was full invested into legendaries. But no, Yone, after so many nerfs, is not strong enough to hold on. Bintum's going to be playing from 1 life. He might not even get the aura.
Yeah, I mean, they are 4-6, right? So it's 1 more fight that he has to survive. From 11, I'm wondering who's in his pool, because this could be a tragedy for T1 that could almost end the game on the spot, losing Bintum without even a fight, without him being able to chip away, looking as a potential win-out player, especially with all these duplicators that he has available to him to continue to make this legendary board pop off.
Those are some crazy hits by Bintum. There are 2 dupes, and he's already sitting on 4 Yones. This could be one of our first 3-star 5-cost games if he manages to survive just 1 more round here.
Because, I mean, the Braum can pretty much stabilize, and from there, you're so ahead on levels. You're finding those 5 costs first. Yone's not contested. Yes, they can try and hold it, but they have to find that Yone as well. There is a real world for that upgraded legendary to come through, and we see Bintum starting to even roll down more for it. He's really aggressively looking because he has these 2 duplicators.
Yeah, and he needs to turn the corner right here. The Edge of Night is massive for the Yone, probably the best item survivability-wise. And he is going to be forced to use the dupes early on just to stabilize this round. But if he can make it past, we're going to see one of the few legendary boards being played throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he can't fall here, but he finds the gangplank. Dank Memes running over, saying what's up to Bintum, saying, I hope you position correctly for this, and kind of did, but not able to deal any damage to the gangplank early on. The stretchy arm's just going to scale up. The legendary board already chewing through everything else, though, and it looks like Bintum has stabilized for now. He's able to beat the gangplank, stop the bleeding, and he's just on 1 life and a dream as the Braum has finished aura farming and joins the board.
Ooh, what a close line to play right here. We saw Bintum just moving back in his seat, a sigh of relief as he finally gets his gold augment online. Now the pressure is going to be going on to Robin Songs as there are no 3 stars in this 2-cost related board. We did say that in the start, you know, if you didn't natural the Mundo, then having a bad stage 3 usually limits your options very hard in this board.
Look at Bintum's board now. 4 upgraded legendary units and still a duplicator sitting around. If he's fully stable to econ back up, that 3-star 5 cost is still on the table.
Yeah, and Yone is just not something that people will be holding right now, but maybe he could be falling down. Yone very weak in this current patch after dominating and terrorizing the Rift for so long. Finally, Zyra does find the backline, and he will stabilize once more. Kaiwing also in a tough situation, down to 1 last life.
Winning that game was so impactful for T1, winning that fight, because Bintum now may be able to send Robin and Kaiwing 7-8 in this game because no one else from T1 is in those blinking red health bars. They still have plenty of life to work with. Crazy Moving has been on a win streak even so far at 34 life. So we'll see if T1 can hold on to these life totals, especially because Dunizuni, SCSC, they're still winning. They can potentially sacrifice if needed.
Absolutely here. It's getting very dire. I thought Citadel Gaming was looking so good at 4-1, but then the 4-2 invested really saved T1. A huge amount of gold injection, allowing him to roll on level 9 to hit those legendaries, stabilize, and now, as you mentioned, 4 upgraded legendaries across the board for Bintum. I don't see anything that can take him down right now. Maybe Solus is the closest one that could salvage the game for Citadel.
Yeah, the crew, I wonder if he's found like an early Twisted Fate or something. He's got everything online. We haven't seen Solus in a while, and maybe that's possible, but the 3-star GP is the other one, but I don't know that into a Legendaries board that the GP holds up. I mean, it got run over. Maybe with all the mentors getting upgraded, there's a world that it can actually pay off. And Robin, of course, Robin is gone. I mean, Robin just did what he could in the early game. He was supposed to be trying to help out the team. We saw him sacrificing a lot of rounds, and even once again having to take off the heavies at Crown, the Crown of Demacia. He's just going to go down to Dank Memes. They're not sacrificing for Robin, which at this point makes sense. I don't think you could plan to send Bintum 8th here.
Yeah, it's very difficult. We just saw Solus's board, and he is only sitting on 3 copies of Ziggs. It's not really feasible for the crew to take out Bintum either. So as long as there's no self-kills, so no self-sabotages coming out from T1, I do expect Bintum to be able to clean up the bottom half of this lobby.
I mean, and considering the team play we've seen out of T1, I think it's unlikely that we're going to see that misstep of them actually have that kind of team kill happen. And for a team that has won all 4 of their games in blowouts, sending the opponent to the bottom 4, 3 members to the bottom 4 at the very least, there is a very real chance that Citadel is going to lose in a blowout right here.
Yeah, I think just the 4-2 augments just changed the landscape so incredibly much. Bintum looked like he was on his way out, but he gets the save on invested, is able to get the Braum 2 on the board, and now we're going to see if Kaiwing can finally cash out on his scoreboard scrapper. He needs to end up in the top 4 in HP in order to get that additional HP and to get all of the pieces online here. Oh, this is the key matchup.
Yeah,
if Solus can take out Bintum.
Wait, this is close. the target onto the Zyra. There's actually
Zyra
nothing
moves
left.
forward.
Solus might take Bintum down. This could save the entire game for Citadel. And Solus does not get the takedown. Bintum survives on just 2 HP.
The fans came
From
into
Braum.
work. It was the Braum, the aura farming. He was able to get the win streak, and that's the thing about 4v4. You always have to look at that passive from Braum to decide if you're going to be able to take out your opponent. One more life given to Bintum, and that means that he could potentially send Kaiwing down further. Everything is hinging on this fight. Crazy moving out of nowhere. Also, we saw just, not being able to hit the GP3, now sitting at the bottom.
That could have made all the difference. If Bintum goes down there, they send Crazy moving in 6th. Suddenly, there's a lot of room for Citadel to actually win this game, but Bintum gets to hold on another round. Facing off against SCSC, this should be another win for Bintum. He shouldn't have a problem. All out Cassante, but it's only 1 star. Bintum should be safe now as Kaiwing will be taking out Crazy moving.
All right, so at least they equalize on the bottom right here. It's only a 1-point advantage going in from T1, and Kaiwing is so close. One more elimination, and he gets that 10% extra HP across the board.
Dank Memes still not able to find the upgrades onto the mentors, just having it on the gangplank. And I think that just hasn't quite been enough for the team. Still trying to find a way to claw things back after they couldn't push Bintum out.
Really cool move by Dank Memes here, actually taking away Shred, I believe, from Dooney Juni. So I think he has a fully itemized GP, but he's looking at the board and say, we need to deny some of these win-out players. We're probably going to get a draw on the bottom side. We need to make sure that Dooney Juni doesn't run away with the emblem.
Bintum has now gone to level 10. Starting to roll down. Still, if this game keeps going on, I keep mentioning it, but the 3-star 5 cost is a potential real out. Probably would have expected it more if he rolled on 9 instead. So it's just going to be an upgraded Twisted Fate being added to the board. And at a certain point, it's like, can Solus ever beat him again? Was that the one-time fluke?
Oh, and this is going to be a tough
time.
matchup here. It's going to be 10 HP minimum, so I think no matter what, Kaiwing will still stay alive.
We'll see the Braum heading towards the back line. The Yuumi already is down from Yone. This might just be Kaiwing going down. This is so many units left alive at just low HP, but it doesn't matter how much HP the unit has. It just matters the damage.
2 units.
The Leona might have saved the day. Kaiwing, in fact, she did. Lives on 1. Leona making all the difference as SCSC going to drop to 1 life as well. Solus and Dank Meme still having a good amount of HP to work with. Kaiwing, if he can outlive SCSC, they can still have a very good chance to win.
Yeah, this is so close right here. Look at the bottom 3 players. 6 HP between the 3 of them. Everything going to be decided on this finals fight. Let's take a look at the positioning right here. Kaiwing actually taking his main tank really far away from this Yuumi. So this is actually a bit of a risk that he's taking
Swaps
right
last
here.
second.
Swaps last second. Okay.
There's the move. Going up against Solus. Looks like Solus could not weaken this board very much at all. Curious if Kaiwing can actually win there on the other side. SCSC going up against Dooney Juni. Looks like Dooney was able to weaken the board a little bit, or at least the Karma is down. SCSC is going to hold on.
Leona still in there. Kaiwing's going to the back line.
That's way bigger of a loss than they wanted, though. Solus going to go down to single-digit HP, very low. But Bintum is down. Where did Bintum fall?
Bintum with the full legendary board drops. He goes 6th place.
Dank Memes. The
Gangplank, the GP3 is able to take him out. Yeah, it was Dank Memes. Stretchy arms, just targets the back line.
I saw the pop-off from Kaiwing. I knew something had to have happened. And it was Bintum going down. Dank Memes with the Gangplank. They have never placed below a 1st with the Gangplank Mentor reroll. Citadel, every time, 4 games, 4 Gangplank firsts. And Dank Meme sends the biggest threat for the win out, Bintum, out in 6th.
Absolutely massive here. They avoid the blowout, they take the win out condition away, and looking across the rest of these boards, it doesn't look like T1 has the strength left of them. Who is going to stand up against a fully upgraded crew board? Who is going to take on Kaiwing with the scoreboard scrapper here? It has to be Dooney Juni. Can he get that Gwen 2?
Braum upgrade, Poppy upgrade, Duplicator on the bench. There's the Gwen. Dunizuni now has to be the hero for T1. So many times it's been crazy moving. So many times it's been SCSC, the leader, Bintum, but nobody talks about Dunizuni. And now it's the time for Dunizuni to turn things around and win this game for T1.
SCSC also has to survive here. If he just falls down, then it's lights out for T1. Taking a look at both of these fights, Solus looks like he's going to win his matchup against Dank Meme, so that's going to go in Citadel's favor. On the other hand,
Kai was going down.
It's going to be about the HP totals right here. There is a chance, we're not seeing SCSC's board. If he loses more HP than Kai Wing, it could still just be lights out.
Kai Wing's out, SCSC finds the win, so we still have a game. One pairing won by T1, crazy moving, placing 7th over Robin's 8th. One pairing won by Citadel. And now we have to see this top 4 and how it shakes out.
Whoever gets first just wins the game right here. So it doesn't, the rest of the standings do not matter anymore. It's about reaching your max cap.
And as we've said before, the gangplank has never failed Citadel. Dank Memes, it looked like potentially sacked a little bit for Solus or Kai Wing there to try and win the game on the spot, but now Solus faces Dunizuni. That is maybe the highest cap. We're pretty sure the highest cap for T1 right now. If Solus can win this fight, that might just spell the game. It's tough though. The Gwen getting the cast, clearing up Solus's board. He's gonna go down. Dank Meme's gonna win the fight as well. It's gonna be heads up. Dank Memes versus Dunizuni to decide the winner of the first game.
And we have to pay very close attention to all the minute details right here. One of the key things is which target does the Karma start on early. You typically want to start on the weak side, blow up a couple of the carries, and make sure that GP gets focused relatively early on. That was the positioning battle for Twisted Minds versus Flash Wolves yesterday as well. Same exact matchup. It has to come down to where the Karma and Gwen are going to be stacked up on the board.
Dank Memes has no margin for error. 13 HP, 1 loss, and that seals it. Dunizuni, on the other hand, 33 life to work with. Can take a couple losses if they're small. There's the positioning. Gangplank on the side. The Braum nearby. Have to watch for that cast, but it looks like the Kabuko is going to have the CC War on lock right away, even hitting onto the Karma. But the damage is too much from the Sorks. And finally, Citadel are denied. T1 will be the first team to take a game over Citadel.
What a close game that was. There was 3 players hanging on below 5 HP for a majority of that final stage. And finally, Dunizuni with the great positioning. He makes sure that the targeting is not going to be onto the Kabuko directly, places everything into the middle, into the lineup, so he does get the additional sword blast, and it's just too much for Dank Memes to hold on.
Dunizuni proving that anyone on T1 can still be the ace. You can never count any of them out. This game looked like it was 1 for Citadel very early on, and then suddenly it looked like it was 1 for T1, and it kept going back and forth, once again looking like Citadel had the edge, but finally in the end, Dunizuni just has enough gas in the tank to get it done.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at the last fight right here. I think a couple of critical things is that we do have Dunizuni finding Shred at the last carousel right there. It was a great job by Dank Memes to deny that, but wasn't able to keep him down forever.
All right, well, we'll send it over to the analyst desk to break down that game 1 before we get even more action between T1 and Citadel.
T1 are coming out on top. That lower bracket run, that steam, the win that they got in their sails, really carrying through. But this was such a strong and close game.
Yeah, totally close and a spicy game that we have Stuart. So many things happening, especially in the early game. Bintium going for the lose streak, trying to go against using Krisakami, using Aura farming. This is an Augment that I didn't expect to see here, Stuart. And in the end, didn't make it work, but at least getting some points for the team and trying to pop off in the end and losing. So, I mean, crazy stuff all over the board.
I think it's difficult to see like how it kind of tells how well, you know, GP is, and also how kind of weak this level 9 fast level up comp can be, because you hit Twisted Fate 2, you hit Zyra 2, you hit Yone 2, and then you think for Bintum, like, I've stabilized. T1 was able to save a lot of his HP as well, but then in the end that GP3 coming out on top. But even going back right to the start in stage 1 as well, we saw, I believe it was Crazy Moving who took the calculated loss, and then Kai Kai Wang, we've seen from Citadel, exactly. We saw Kai Wang also open 4. Both these players open forward, both of them going for lose streak, both of them in the end getting the bottom 4 as well. But you can see that Citadel are ready to prepare and also adapt to every single game. This is a super flexible team that has multiple different win-out compositions, but in the end, the Wandering Trainer start, the Sorcerer +1, and the Heavyweight coming out on top.
And do correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is also the first match that Citadel has lost so far here at EWC, which makes things just that much more exciting.
We're talking about this. Will this affect the mental? They haven't lost, so they maybe don't know how to prepare against this. The tempo has been good for them so far. And once again, the win-out players that were supposed to be Robin and Cowen didn't perform, but the Sleeping Giant in that means was the one taking the second place here. Same thing happened for T1. Normally it's Crazy moving, popping off SCSE, and this time Dunisuni, playing amazing with the swords, risking the Wandering Training that you mentioned, Stuart in the early game, and then find the Gwen 2-star that is the win-out condition.
Yeah, I was able to go level 9 as well. I think with it being gold subscription, it just put such a big injection of gold onto all of these players, allowed to go for level 9 for Bintam as well with the invested ++ in the end, allowing to go to level 9 to try and stabilize it in the end. But it was such a close first game. I think that it just shows that how close these two teams are, how flexible these two teams are as well. With, as you mentioned, you know, sometimes it might not be the star players, sometimes it might be someone else that might be coming out on top as well. But you see, you know, the celebrations in the end, like T1 are so animated as well, and the same with Citadel. You know, Citadel thought they had it as soon as they put one of the players into the bottom 4 and they were able to get that 1-4. They thought they had a chance to be able to kind of get it through, but in the end, the first place went over to T1, and I'm just excited to watch the rest of this series. I was glued to my seat.
This is just like a taster of most likely what we can be expecting from the entirety of today. And that just makes this defeat, I think, also that much more difficult for Citadel to stomach here because of the fact that it genuinely looked like Kai Wang, if we were looking at his reaction camera, he was jumping out of his seat in excitement. They thought they had it.
Yeah, they thought they had it. I mean, GP just making the difference again in the end. Crazy movie not popping off. Robinson not working out. And then we're seeing the rest of the comp. Dunisuni playing amazing, having great items, playing around the brown in the end, having the pop-off of the composition. This is a comp that normally you only stay on level 8 because you need so much gold, and just trying to assume everything triple. Combat Augment also, he didn't have economy to get there. He just pumped it up, used tempo, and then the game just threw it there. Clean play from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's clean play overall, I think, for all of these players. I think that it was a game that came down to small margins in the end. It came down to one lost fight, really, that decided the entire game. So I think for both of these teams, I think for Citadel, they still had a great performance. I think they still played it very well. They had that full open player that they've been playing throughout most of the series that we've been seeing so far today. They have the win out with the GP3. Unfortunately for Robin, was very far behind in tempo, didn't hit Jin 3, didn't even hit the Dr. Mundo 3 as well. We saw Heavy as the Crown again, you know, something that we've seen so much in this tournament be such a strong factor, but this time, unfortunately for Robin, went 8th. He tried to help his team out. Did help his team out, I guess, in a way by helping them, you know, take down Bintam, the level 9 comp, but in the end, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't, but also at the end of the day, both of these teams really need to approach this and go, especially Citadel here, like that was a close game. We almost had it, but we didn't, and that is okay. It's part of the process. What we've seen from every single one of these players so far is that fortitude, it's that resilience, it's that adaptability.
Adaptability, you said it. No ego, and normally we like to say, okay, this is the hero player, this is the one who should pop off, but in reality, we saw it in this game. The roles can change in a moment. It depends on who has that scenario, who has the start, who has the possibility to actually be the winner player, and then the rest of it is like, okay, it's your turn right now. You have to be the winner player, you have to be our hero, and you see the expression. They're all enjoying, they're all screaming and having fun, and also funneling aura to the rest of the team.
I think the big thing for Citadel as well, before this series, that every single one of their players actually plays different comps. You know, everyone was able to get there in the end.
Yeah, and that is just the first match that we've seen here today. We still have at least potentially 2 more coming into the series of Citadel going up against T1, with the second matchup, which could define whether or not a key will be crushed, coming up next after the break.
我自己要画什么了。
真的很明显吗？
想象力不够丰富。
大家好，我是哈露露，这位是 K 宝宝，这位是我IDN，我们是来自 Fresh Wolf。今天我玩的是你画我猜，一位玩家画，然后由后面的玩家来猜说他画的是什么英雄。
我都不知道我自己要画什么了。
击废卡，可以透露一下击废。
你要看一下它的特色，我要把它的特色画出来。
喂，你猜中了！
天才，真的是天才，这里都猜得中。
啊，这是耳朵不是吗？
这是那个摔跤场的摔跤。
哦，
这是胡子。你怎么猜？盲猜？你怎么中的啊？很夸张。
怎么做的？我以为是牛哎。OK。
这个是。
我画的很好，你这是。你不会真的猜不出来？我看你猜得出来，这个你猜不出来。
不行的。
不是，你看，这么明显，这么明显都猜不出来吗？歪歪。
真的很明显吗？
很明显啊。你不会想不出来谁？
想象力不够丰富。2块钱。啊，这不是一讲就知道了。
不然叫什么？
他叫磕不磕啊？
他叫磕不磕啦？
磕不磕？谢谢大家看我们的视频，请在 EWC 继续支持我们。
We are back for more TFT at EWC here on the SNB Esports Arena stage. I'm Casanova, joined by Clement. We just saw T1 take the first game over Citadel in this first quarterfinal of the day. Clement, what do you think Citadel's got to do? Bring this back. I mean, that game was so incredibly close.
Yeah, there was so many twists and turns, and honestly, Citadel, if it wasn't for that investor, probably would have had this one in the bag. I think what we're seeing from both of these teams in this series is that this is a very high contest for the win-out player. We talked about Citadel. Before the last game, 100% of the games they have taken first place. And for T1 as well, they are also a team that really prioritizes having multiple players with good augments that can go into that win-out position. So, you know, this is going to be very exciting. I think it's going to be high cap and also slower tempo in stage 3.
Yeah, and this time around, no potential for the invested bailout. We're going to have 3 gold augments from the Yasuo here. So no more of those pesky prismatics creeping around. So we jump on board with Dunizuni to kick things off. The winner of that last game with the Sorks coming from that Wandering Trainer start. Very cool to see T1 how they played around those first augments as well. We saw them wait until pretty much the last second. They were scouting everything, picked the Wandering Trainer, saw what it was, and then just everyone else cascaded and picked their augments.
Yeah, you wanted to find who the Sork player is early. It's one of the strongest compositions to start off. So I really like that move, and 2-1 sequencing of augments is so important. We're coming into the Yasuo encounter, so the big things that we're going to be looking for throughout this tournament is going to be the solo leveling and the treasure hunt. Those two are the most defining of the augments.
Yeah, and the thing is those have not been infallible. We've seen players kind of fall flat because they don't select the right reroll line, especially with the treasure hunt in particular, right? The solo leveling has really depended on what the openers are. We've seen some games end from 2-1 because there was like a Gangplank 2 with solo leveling. So we'll have to see what is found from there. But once again, a potential Katarina opening for the side of T1 as SCSC sees a pair.
And Hero's Arc has been one of those power-ups that has been slowly gaining more and more attraction. It gives you 4.5% damage amp every level, so a lot of times you don't need to hit the level 10 plus 35%.
Right.
The dream scenario is not necessarily needed to play this line, so I'm very interested to see if SCSC stays here. As we've been talking about, Katarina is one of those lines that has been slowly rising up the ladder.
Definitely a champion that gains a lot from high amounts of damage amp to kind of scale with the crit you'll usually put on it as well. SCSC, the option of Hustler, we've seen this be picked up with Gangplank to try and get ahead of the curve. Not going to go for that time skip instead as a potential to go towards that level 6 very quickly and start your roll downs.
Yeah, this has been a surprising augment. It's usually not considered very strong in solo, but in this 4v4 situation, just hitting level 6 almost instantly, being able to dictate what everyone else plays around you has been invaluable here. So we're going to be taking a look here. We know that T1 is pretty slow on picking their augments. The first thing we're going to be paying attention to is definitely, has anyone hit those OP augments? Oh, looks like we're clear.
Yeah, none of the craziest ones, but I will say right away, we saw Dunizuni be the first to pick for T1 with that artifact anvil coming through. Dank Memes is going to be seeing Edgelord Executioner as the pickup for this Wandering Trainer, so not the premium pickups.
Definitely not there, and I'm very curious to see where he goes because in both of those lines it's not necessarily needed to max out the two separate traits here. In here for Dunizuni, he is going to be playing into the Silver Mare Dawn, and this is one of those artifacts that actually opens a lot of weird lines for you, especially in the 3-cost space. I'm particularly looking at Darius. That will still be playable with this, and also one of the best augments coming in for someone like the Jace.
Yeah, exactly, and we saw a lot of those Battle Academia already on the bench, so maybe Jace being an early consideration for sure. Darius, I always want the Dunk Master coming back in TFT. I love the reset Darius, and they did bring it back for this set, and it's been a bit of a bummer that the comp is a little bit unplayable unless you find that Silver Mare Dawn. So it'd be really cool to actually see that brought out in 4v4. However, 3-cost rerolls historically have struggled a lot in 4v4 with the ability to be griefed.
Absolutely, and that's what I was a little bit worried about going over Dunizuni's board, that he settled into the Smolder line as well. So we'll see if these lines do shake up. Shojin, of course, still a rather flexible item. In the meantime, we do have 2-trick coming out for Bintum, trying to full win streak his stage 2 once again, and just going for the strongest units here. A lot of people don't know this, but Callista and the Nefiri stage 1, their stats are just bonkers.
Yeah, Soul Fighter looking like a very strong start to the game to try and look for that win streak for Bintum. You see Dunizuni just slamming everything as well, trying to look for the win streak of their own. Across the board, I'll have to see what else can work out, as we do have that Wandering Trainer on the side of Citadel is kind of worrying for me. I'm wondering, what Edgelord Executioner, what do we even have open there to actually play towards?
So we have seen Edgelord Volibear be kind of the go-to composition, and it's been a great tempo comp, but not necessarily a win-out situation. So I think that does limit the sort of strategical implications for Dank Memes, that he's likely not going to be the win-out player. He's likely just going to be for top 4, and make sure that the team isn't blown out.
Out the gates, we're seeing 3 T1 members with 2 wins. No early win streaks for Citadel. Just going to be trading games, and then Dank Memes looking for that loss streak. Crazy Moving having the early Smolder in with the Shojin, but of course, this setup can go towards Sorks. Theoretically can go towards Prodigies, but of course the mana generation not as useful there.
Yeah, SCSC, I think he's just taking this for tempo. He realizes he just wants extra items on his board here. This is a very low priority item when it comes to the current patch. And that's a cool thing about T1. They actually heavily value augments that give them tempo and to protect their win-out players, as we're seeing top 3 players in the lobby currently all on T1.
They've been one of the best teams at just holding on to that HP. We've seen multiple wins from them just because they have someone who has gone on like a 13 streak and just stayed so healthy that they're able to just leverage that in the end stages of the game. Get our first carousel, and no big immediate pickups that are standing out to me. I know Dooney does find a Swain, but I don't think there was a Crystal Gambit setup at all. Just there as one of the best early game tanks, and just finding the sword to kind of give you more items towards that Silver Marathon setup.
True. Looking across the board, I think the most interesting thing is going to be the 3-2 roll down, because so far, nobody has committed to GP, but we know that doesn't mean nobody will.
I mean, he's surely going to show up sooner rather than later. It'd be very interesting to see kind of like maybe one of the first games where there's 0 gangplanks, but I just don't think it's really possible.
No.
You can force your way into the line, especially if no one else is going for it.
And that's going to be the cool thing to see here. Which player is going to be the designated GP player? Robin Song's already slamming down into the Void Staff. He's not going to be that one. And Dooney Juni, interestingly enough, is going to take off his items to ensure that the level 5 Bintum will get the win. And Bintum is so happy. He's like, well done, my apprentice.
We also saw, Dooney adding Mundo and Jin to the board. Potential to maybe go for that reroll, but I believe Dooney is the Silver Marathon player, which I don't believe that really works for that composition. I mean, I guess you can throw it on Mundo because he does do just a big amount of damage.
There was a lot of theory crafting about it working on Jin because he's also gated by attack speed slowed. But I just want to tell everyone that Silver Marathon actually takes priority. So that item on Jin is a plus 1.4. do not play that combination.
Pretty good delta there.
Yeah.
Good delta if you want to lose.
In the opposite direction, unfortunately.
All right, still looking at Crazy Moving, having another great setup to win streak, avoiding Bintum once again. And we're having another game with T1 just controlling the win streaks. 5 streaks for 2 members of their team.
This is really critical for Bintum. He picked a full tempo augment, now going up against Solus with Keepers, one of the strongest combat augments early. Can that Callista get the pierce through? This is the old patch. Callista is not going to skewer your entire team. He doesn't go on the right target, but still has enough in the tank.
Yeah, relatively close fight, but still, I mean, end of the day, it's a 3-unit loss for Solus. Kaiwing able to hold on to the full loss streak. Robin with a 4 loss, but double win streaks in stage 2 once again for T1. This is their comfort zone. And, well, we found the gangplanks, Clement. SCSC is going to be on a pair of those already.
We knew it was going to be coming at some point, and SCSC using that time skit to hit level 6 early. No rolls so far, just natural these 2 GPs, and we do have our GP mirror already established. It's going to be SCSC on T1, and then Solus on the side of Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, we saw that Keepers with the Gangplank Slam. Seems like that is an easy bet. And we're going to be getting the Gangplank here, especially having that Chain Vest ready to go into an Edge of Night after finding a sword.
This is very interesting because SCSC, with how much gold he has in advantage, he could decide to roll on 3-1. He could decide to race this one and take copies before Solus even begins.
Already seeing a couple of rolls, finds the 2-star, so might not want to continue rolling because he found the 2-star, but I also kind of like the idea of ripping more out of the pool before Solus even gets a chance to find his first Gangplank.
And this has been a really big discussion about this tournament. How deep do you want to roll? How much do you want to deny? And I think what we finally settled on is if you hit your first 2 GPs, GP2 before the opponent player, then you still want to roll on 6, but you can slow roll afterwards. And I think that's the line SCSC will be going for.
We'll have to keep our eyes on Solus. It's quite a bit behind, actually, on the economy, just due to the augment difference, right? It has the higher cap-out potential with this Keepers, for sure, but trying to get to those gangplanks, especially being this far behind. We saw how big of a problem it was. Dank Memes hitting so much faster than T1 in the last game, being able to get that Gangplank 3 and never finding a Gangplank 3 for Crazy Moving.
And we'll have to stay on Solus right here. This is the pivotal moment in the game. He has his 0 GP copies. He's going to have to start now. His items are fully committed. He cannot pivot into any other composition. So can he find them on the 3-2? If he doesn't get them here, it's going to be increasingly more and more difficult in the future.
Could just grab more gold. Yeah, raining gold immediately seems like a great pickup. You just need some extra money to try and catch up because you're behind. Finds the first 2 copies. If he can get the 2-star in the next few rolls here without completely having to grieve his econ, it can make a huge difference. Just the pair for now. It looks like Solus does not want to go below 30, but it seems like he will.
This is kind of interesting. He's actually not going to pick up the Yasuo pair before the Yasuo 2-star before hitting GP2. Usually this composition, we kind of think of Yasuo as a good secondary carry, but he's prioritizing, I'm too far behind in copies. I'm just going to go for Kabuko and GP.
Looks like SCSE actually able to find keepers, so destroying that disparity that was there on the combat Augs. Raining gold comes in, but you'd want the econ augment first and then the combat augment second if you can choose. So SCSC spot just infinitely better than Solus's.
Yeah, and we're seeing the assist by Dooney Juni here. Once again, if your teammate hits the GP2, you are free to deny as much as possible. An extremely deep roll down coming in from Dooney Juni, going to 0 gold for that Mundo 2. So we'll see if that streak is going to get broken. If it's broken, then he can't be considered in top 2 anymore.
I'm so bummed to see this the comp commit when those 3-cost lines with Silvermare are so cool, but because it's 4v4, it does make a lot of sense. Go for the more stable thing, which is just going to be this Mundo Jhin. And this is not the first Silvermare Mundo we've seen. We saw it once before. I don't remember which team played it, but we did have it once before earlier in the tournament, and it is just like, okay, well, this stats are fine and Mundo does hit hard, so we'll just put the Silvermare there.
Yeah, he's just using the extra resistances on it, and he does do quite a bit of damage. A really cool thing about the item is that you do get extra mana regen now, since it usually goes on to fighters, and that does work with tanks still. So there is a little bit of extra DPS coming out from that unit, but not going to be put into the carry role as I would have liked to see.
Yeah, and there is going to be Solus looking for this fight. Solus has started to win streak after grabbing just the Gangplank 1. The items are great, having keepers are good, but Dooney rolling so deep and finding the 2-stars of both of this, getting stable around the Mundo. It's always funny with this Mundo Jhin board. It feels like until you get that Jhin 3, the artistic KO, the damage is just lacking, and it's entirely reliant on just how insane this Mundo tank is.
Oh, and that Mundo actually landed super fast. It went straight down on the ground. I thought that GP might have had an avenue into that backline. If Dooney Juni loses his streak after rolling to 0, it would change the map quite a bit, but T1 managed to hang on. Another GP on this carousel.
Be big for Solus. I'm curious if it will just get denied before it gets around to him. I have to imagine, seeing as how he has not found the GP2, that might be a consideration, but he does value the sword, needs the proper items to get everything rolling, so grabs that Jarvan instead.
And taking a look across the board right here, Dank Memes has settled into the Executioner line. Not going to be making much use of the Edgelord here, even though there is that cute, cuddly Volibear on the carousel. Wang, interestingly enough, looks to have a very similar board to Robin Songs. Yeah, we're getting the side-by-side, nearly identical lines here. I wonder how they're going to fit these compositions. Kaiwing's, both of them are already level 7, so they've passed the point for optimal Katarina play. And I'm just a little bit confused here. One of them will have to pivot to Sorks eventually.
Yeah, I think it's Kaiwing. I think Kaiwing ends up in that direction. Now, obviously, when they roll, there might just be, hey, somebody hits, Karma 2, and they just kind of go in that direction, or they see the Yumis. I think they have to be open and really good communication on this roll down. It's something to watch maybe on 4-1, 4-2, a side-by-side of those two, and see how they're actually communicating that roll down and making both of these comps work, because it's going to be maybe easier for T1 to grief them because they're stuck in these AP lines. They have to play Sork's Prodigy, and they have to hit right away.
Yeah, they're going to have to negotiate on 4-1. You can't be too set in your ways on who's going to play which line. You kind of have to depend on the roll downs. And currently looking at the board here, there is a huge HP differential already forming. 1 to 4 occupied by T1. It's going to give them about an 80 HP buffer. But we have seen in yesterday's game, Rock versus Evos, it was the same script, very deep roll downs, Evil's still able to flip the script.
Yeah, I mean, really the tail of this game is going to be on 4-1, on 4-2. These first two big roll downs that these teams are going to be going for, especially because these are massive loss streaks. There's a lot of econ that Citadel has been building up, building towards this spot, as Dank Memes even pivoting out of Gangplank towards the all-out Cassante.
Yeah, and this is a very rare strategy that we've seen in 4v4, but if there was one team to pull it off, it would be Citadel. They're going for 3 fast 8 compositions at the same time. So the key thing here is, okay, we need to decide who rolls down first. Because the person to roll down first, usually the highest HP one, you can take some stuff out of the pool and make life easier for the rest.
Yeah, and just quick correction, Dank Memes on the Executioner track was not in the Gangplank, that was Soulless, so just actually heading towards having that Cassante alongside the Akali, which we've seen this comp actually do very well for a lot of teams, but it just feels like Dank Memes is very far behind. So these are such impactful roll downs that will be coming through for the side of Team Citadel.
3 fast 8 compositions going to decide their fate going into this one right now. I think they need to hold on for one more round. They need all the gold possible. So we're just going to be looking at drops. And of course, I think our observers brilliantly, they want to figure out who's going to be on the Sork line, who's going to be on the Yuumi line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy staying here through the 4-1 roll down. I want to see exactly what's going on between these two players. Both of them have items that can go either way because neither of them have slammed a mana item, which you would usually expect from the Sorcerers, but not for the Prodigies.
Kaiwing slamming.
Please don't lose the neutrals.
Please don't.
I think he's fine, but wow, that was a little bit spooky for Citadel.
A little sus. It looks like Robin Songs is going to be given the Leona, but as I've said before, you cannot be too dedicated.
Robin skipped to Jarvan immediately. I think they've already committed their lines, but he did grab a Karma on part of this roll down. Looking on the other side, I'm not seeing any big hits for Kaiwing. It feels like this might just be a tragedy for Citadel. Neither are finding the Yuumis, neither are finding the Karmas that they need. Both of them find a single Karma. Robin sold it so that he can go towards Yuumi, but he didn't find a single copy. 2 massive roll downs, 2 massive misses, and that might just be the tournament for Citadel.
100 gold spent here, but no upgraded carries, no upgraded front lines. This is a bit of a disaster, and that's the risk of playing all these 4-cost fast 8 compositions. You can see in their faces, they know that they're in a very difficult spot. Maybe the 4-2 augments can save them here. It is going to be gold as we are in Yasuo and Encounter, so I'm trying to think of a reinforcement could be a really big one coming in for both.
That's a great call out. Reinforcement is probably the best augment they can ask for. Both of them have even missed first copies on some of the units that they won. As you take a look at Junizuni, 2 Yuumis on the bench, immediately rolled down at the same time, trying to find his own units but deny the 4 costs, and T1 have been successful in the griefs, especially because that was on level 6 that he found 2 Yuumis, and the level 8 players are not able to get there. Big grab bag potentially for Robin, just trying to find a little extra gold, a couple extra items. Not even upgrading his front line with the Recon until he can try and track down a Yuumi, and it just is not showing up.
Not even Dank Memes being able to hit any of the 4-cost upgrades. He has that Executioner in, but no Akali so far. So this is just looking disastrous in terms of the roll down. One of the worst roll downs that we have seen in the tournament.
Did Dank Memes accidentally buy this Jarvan? Is that reinforcements?
It is reinforcements, but he can use it for his own composition, and he's also on a 6 loss streak. So I don't think he's taking away from his teammates unnecessarily. It's just he's forced to do so.
Yeah, it just feels tough when you're missing a single copy of Akali as well, and it's exactly like very, very relevant. You know your teammate needs the Jarvan. I agree with you. It's maybe not necessarily a mistake, but it's very tough for this team in an already dire situation. Dank Beam's on the 6 loss. He does get to find a stable board. He's got frontline, he's got a carry with the all at Cassante, and he found his first copy of Akali, so there's a little hope for Dank Memes, but the problem is just Kaiwing and Robin are so likely to go 7-8 here, and the HP disparity means that 1-2 is going to be nearly impossible with how much life that T1 has.
Yeah, I think there comes a point for Citadel Gaming where they have to say, you know what, we just have to cut Robin Songs and Kaiwing loose. We're not going to sack for them. We have to preserve everything for Dank Memes and Soulless. Are they at that point, and when do they pull out that call, that's going to be a critical factor.
Yeah, I mean, they have to fight for themselves, but even Solus, right? We take a look here, 4-3 on a 2-loss streak, no gold remaining. Gangplank only 4 copies, and yes, he's able to find the heroic grab bag for 2 duplicators, but unless you can find these last few Gangplanks, Solus is not going to be able to win this game from this spot.
Yeah, this is just looking so tough, and this is why 4v4 has been a reroll dominated meta. I think this was a thing that Citadel Gaming said, you know, we were winning so much, we were getting a little bit worried that maybe our playstyle was untested. And this is one of those results of what could happen when you're going for those 4 costs. It's very easy for the rerollers to deny because they've been rolling the entire stage of this game.
Yeah, looking just there, Dunizuni has found the 3 stars that he needs. He finds both Jin and Mundo because it's uncontested in this lobby. Citadel doesn't have the gold to hold units. Robin and Kaiwing had to look for their comps but found nothing. And it looks like this may just be T1 running away with it because there's not a lot of recourse when we look at the side of Citadel.
Also, pretty low roll on the 4 cost being offered right here. It's going to be a Volley Bear and a Samira. None of those lines are useful for the side of Citadel Gaming. I think this is the 2 last rolls. You know, we're going to have to take a look at Kaiwing's board here. Down to 7 HP. Can he find that Karma 2 that he's looking for?
Yeah, and meanwhile, SDSC, 7 copies of Gangplank. 10 win streak. 84 HP. Doing the thing that T1 has done all tournament. Having people hold on to that life lead, hold on to those win streaks, rolling aggressively. Kaiwing did find a Gwen to go alongside this Karma, but it's just double adaptive with a jeweled gauntlet. This is just Scraps trying to put together a composition. Gonna run into Solus, and I like Solus is not removed. They are just cutting Kaiwing loose if Solus wins the fight, and you can see the Gangplank already moving onto the Karma. That's just going to be Kaiwing very likely going down here as the Gangplank cleans up the last few members of the board. Maybe the Lux can make it a 1-unit loss instead, but no. Kaiwing goes down in 8th on 4-5, and the hope is dwindling for Citadel in this second game.
Yeah, the HP leads are just massive for T1 right now. They're still holding on to 1 through 4. So over 100 HP differential between the 2 teams. Crazy Moving manages to find the 3 cost early on with the Smolder. Robin Songs and Dig Memes, they do hold on though. They do turn the corner quite slightly. I don't think the Yumis are going to going back in the pool. I saw at least 4 Yumis being held by T1.
He's found 1 copy. The upgraded Leona finds an upgraded Malzahar, which can stabilize him. Usually that's your stabilization for stage 4, is to find the upgraded Malzahar, maybe some frontline to anchor around, but all the hits have come through for T1 as well. Robin's going to run into Dank Memes now, who is the only member to really actually hit for this team with that Cassante. It's just going to tear through the front line. I don't even know if Robin gets this win. Looks like Leona might be able to anchor long enough. Big for Robin to stay alive, but you lose HP on your most likely win-out player here with Dank Memes. We were curious if the 3-cost reroll would come through for T1. We thought maybe Silver Mare Dawn turn into a Darius or a Jace, but no, it's Smolder, which is, I guess, the harder to grief 3-cost in the set.
Yeah, it has been very difficult. There are some specific mechanics that you need to use it, and you just need to hit it early. It's been very difficult for everyone to get that, especially when you like to pair it with the Juggernaut frontline. It's also highly contested. Honestly, it looks like T1 already are kind of feeling that they have this one in the bag. All of their faces that we saw in them are smiles, they're kind of chatting amongst themselves. And we also saw Dank Memes. He was, you know, kind of, he was also kind of chuckling there as well.
Yeah, at least in decent spirits for this one, knowing, hey, sometimes that's just TFT. That's what happens. T1 playing this exceptionally. Bintum, 114 gold.
I just want to say this has to be wrong, man. I feel like if you're Bintum, you probably want to use that gold to deny a little bit harder or build up your board, but he's just so comfortable in this position. Is there any chance that this move comes back to bite him? I'm trying to think about it. There's the
like going
GP3.
Fast 9, GP3 for Solus. Maybe now Solus and Dank Memes have some positioning, but I don't think there's enough life because Solus and Dank Memes will have to fight each other. They have maybe 1, 2 sacrifices left that they can have throughout this entire game. And yeah, there's going to be some damage going back and forth, but if T1 tighten up and try and make sure that they only take small losses, there's so much of a hill to overcome for Citadel. Robin finally going to just go down here to Crazy Moving.
Oh, and then this does look like the end of the road for Robin Songs. Their best player so far in this tournament, going 8-7 in this critical series. There's a lot to be desired. I felt like the early game was much weaker from Citadel against a team like T1 that is known to just double down on crushing your spirits and your HP bars in Stage 2 and Stage 3. Dank Memes and Solus now have to go 1-2 to take this series into a Game 3.
Yeah, and after that loss from Solus, I don't know if that's mathematically possible here, Clement, when I look at these life totals. T1 able to hold on to so much throughout the game. We kind of said it going into 4-1. This will be the tale of the game. This roll down from Kaiwing and Robin Songs.
And I felt it was actually a pretty messy roll down from the two sides. We saw Karma being taken by both players. Leona's being hovered right there. So I wonder if they could have orchestrated a staggered roll down, perhaps. You know, just having the higher HP player go down in the pool. If one of you each get a copy of Karma, it's really not doing much onto the board. So, you know, I think it was just allowing T1 to put too much pressure onto their boards in the early stages and being forced into a bad spot, playing 3 Fast 8 compositions in the same lobby.
Yeah, it's just way too low tempo into a team, as you said, that is just, at this point, just being known for how much aggression they put out. And the strategy working for T1 once again, getting that aggression, having these huge life totals, and just beating down on the opponent, taxing your life, not giving you many opportunities to escape.
Is there a sliver of a chance where T1, where they're all relaxed and laughing, and with Bintum floating over 100 gold, actually get Karma directed back at them? Is there a chance? You know, it would be legendary. It would be a little bit hilarious. I don't think T1 would ever, you know, completely fall off the tracks like that.
It'd have to be some Braum shenanigans, right? Trying to reduce the damage taken. Has to be the most blessed matchmaking that we've ever seen. Some huge chunks coming out of each of these players on these losses.
Okay, so Bintum, he went level 9 and rolled all of his gold.
He hit Karma. He's got the full Sorks board online. Dank Meme's gonna find another win. Solus going to take a loss, and I think that's just not something that is allowed to happen for Citadel to even have that chance still come back around.
Yeah, going to 1 life, both of them combined less than 20 HP. Mathematically, probably impossible. Solus does get that GP3 though, so we'll see if he can find the Kabuko 3 as well. That could be the stabilization point. The 1 in a million shot for Citadel.
Let's see these fights, see if they can fight back. We saw the Cassante board win a few games previously. We've seen GP be so stable for Citadel, finally taking its first loss in the last game. Couldn't overcome the Sorks, even though they've won 4 games with GP previously. This time around, Solus so far behind SCSC in the early game, trying to get those gangplanks. SCSC able to find it. It never actually gets the 3-star himself. Instead, pushes levels, pushes tempo, adding more units to the board to deal more damage to Citadel.
And this could be it. This could be the final fight for Citadel at EWC. They were the most dominant team before coming into the elimination stages. Do they still have a chance to hold on here? It's GB3 versus GB2, but the GB2 is already starting on.
Yeah, and the CC just keeps coming through onto the 3-star gangplank. The 2-star might be able to best him with the Kabuko, and he is. Solus goes down. That's a 6-7-8 for Citadel, and that's T1 crushing the hopes of North America once again. Take down Vitality, take down Citadel, and they're moving on to the semifinals.
This is the T1 that we expected to see. They had a slow start early on, dropping their first series to Weibo Gaming. We were questioning them. Is Crazy Moving the correct substitute for Bobe? Our T1 with just a pretty weak ear individually for their performances, still at the same level. And they prove all the doubters wrong. They are still one of the best 4v4 teams here.
And now it just has us questioning Weibo, because this T1 team looks so scary. How did they drop that match? How did they lose? What is the demon that's waiting later on in our quarterfinals today?
Oh yeah, this is going to send a lot of shivers, I think, down the spines of everyone. And honestly, for Citadel Gaming, we were kind of questioning maybe their matchups were a little bit easier going through Fnatic and Twisted Minds, both teams that were eliminated relatively early on into this tournament here. And I just really wanted to see their style of workout. What I think they were missing in this series, of course, was just that stage 2, stage 3 tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they lost just way too much HP throughout the early game. T1, a team that is already known for taxing you. Their style feels like it kind of counters Citadel's style, and they were able to take it down because of that. We're going to send it over to the stage for the interview, and we'll see if we can hear more from T1.
T1 are, of course, your semi-finalists, the first team to lock in one of those coveted spots. I'm standing by with Dooney Zuni and our translator, Maddox, to talk through what just happened there. That is it feels like a statement win, taking out the flawless Citadel. Do you feel like you've made a big statement to the rest of the teams here?
일단 도니준이 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 어떻게 보면 무패 행진을 기록하던 시타델을 이렇게 정말 완벽하게 꺾여내셨는데 이 승리야말로 다른 팀들에게 좀 메시지를 확실하게 전달하는 게 아닌가 싶은데 좀 어떠신가요?
네, 사실 뭐 지는 건 계획이 없었고요. 저희 팀이 사실 우승 팀이라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 끝까지 가가지고 결국 아무에게도 안 지고 우승하고 오겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we were always confident. We didn't think that we're going to lose to anyone. So that being said, we're always ready to lift the trophy.
You've always been confident. However, you did start this entire tournament on a loss. Did that give you a bit of a wake-up call? Did it make you realize, okay, we need to fix some things here to get back to the T1 that we know we can be?
이제 첫 번째 경기에서 좀 아쉽게 패배를 하시면서 사실 좀 위기가 아닌가 싶었는데 어떻게 보면은 T1에게 어떻게 보면 첫 패배가 좀 되게 경각심을 불러일으켜 준 것 같아요. 그래서 첫 패배로부터 확실히 좀 많은 걸 얻으신 것 같은데 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 첫 경기에서 좀 평소와 다른 환경이 많이 나왔어요. 맵이 예를 들면 뭐 1템판에 돈을 엄청 많이 주는 맵이라던가 조련사 골렘이라던가 이런 평소에 많이 준비하지 못한 상황에 직면을 했는데 그 부분에 대해서 끝나고 같이 연구를 했고 그거를 확실하게 보완을 했고 다음번엔 같은 상황이 나와도 절대 지지 않습니다.
Yeah, in the first game, we faced on very unusual situations like lots of golds or even trainer golems. So that being said, we have fixed a lot of problems on that unusual circumstances. So now we're trying to face anything, and we're not afraid to, face anything.
2 wins away from potentially raising this trophy this year. You came agonizingly close in 2024. How much did that loss drive you on to make sure that you never lose this opportunity again?
이제 작년에도 사실 우승을 앞두고 좀 아쉽게 패배를 하셨는데 이제는 2승을 남겨두고 계시잖아요. 그래서 이번에는 좀 얼마나 간절하시고 또 어떤 자신이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
사실 지난번에 이 준우승했을 때가 아직도 기억에 생생한데 이 트로피를 눈앞에 두고 지고 상대팀은 기뻐하고 이 모습을 보는 게 생각보다 되게 쉽지 않더라고요. 그래서 이번에 그만큼 열심히 준비를 했고 절대 지지 않을 자신 있고 반드시 우승해서 트로피 들고 한국으로 돌아가겠습니다.
Yeah, last year I remember vividly. I mean, the feeling that I have to stand and watch the other team lift the trophy was not easy. So that being said, I'm really, really passionate and ready, and we're not going to lose to anyone, and we're going to lift the trophy this time.
I love that confidence. And you didn't lose to Citadel. They put in a phenomenal shift here at the Esports World Cup this year. And you can see behind us the key crusher. Unfortunately for them, this is where their journey ends. Are you ready to crush a key?
이제 시타델의 여정은 여기까지인데 이제 시타델의 키를 부술 준비가 되셨는지 궁금합니다.
당연하죠.
Absolutely.
The players always love this part, and so do we as viewers. It makes me a little bit guilty, if I'm being honest. Congratulations once again to the magnificent T1, deservedly booking their spot into the semi-finals. I'm sure that you agree, Jeannie.
Oh, a hard agree, not just from me, but from every single person on the desk as well. Hupe-san, what an incredible performance from T1. 1, 2, 3, 4 finish.
Yeah, total blowout, and it started from the start, Stuart. Normally, they both played their level, reroll for T1, fast 8 for Citadel, but they didn't have a chance. Since the start, they were not comfortable, and T1 is just full of confidence, taking a win in an abrasive way.
Yeah, I think in the end, Citadel, with, I believe it was Solus on the GP in the end, taking the early keepers, trying to go for a bit more power in terms of the GP composition, but in the end didn't have enough gold to roll down, and it was actually T1 taking things like time skip, getting the extra experience, having the extra gold to get that GP2 to play for tempo. And as you mentioned, Hupe, I think with Citadel playing 3 compositions that are all going to fast level 8, it's very difficult to try and play that sort of style because you're playing at high risk, because if you miss on that roll down, as we saw in this game, you go 6, 7, 8, and then T1 just run away with it.
Yeah, T1 with everything 3-star, and as you said, you don't hit, you get a pair or you get something, it's just not enough. T1 on the other hand, Vintium having fun, 140 gold in a moment, crazy moving, playing the smolder and getting the 3-star. We were talking about this also, very expensive composition, and there it is. This is my guy, crazy moving, just laughing, going to his mentor Vintium, who is also so proud both of crazy moving and of course of the full team.
Yeah, the whole team really showed up here today, and that's exactly what we wanted to see from them. But to me, it's like, what was that first game against Weibo then? Are Weibo like literal demons at this game and absolutely cracked out of their minds? Or is the fact that T1 maybe didn't have the best of showing on that first game? I think that's a question that remains to be answered as we're heading through this bracket. But as well, Citadel, they had such a good performance in that upper bracket, but unfortunately falling short here when it mattered the most. And, Stuart, they're gonna be going out without crushing a key.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, because when you kind of stomp through the group stage, as I mentioned at the start in the pre-show, it's a question of, have they really been tested? Have they been in a position before where they lose that first game, where they are put on a setback, and can they actually come back? But unfortunately, this time around, they weren't able to actually stabilize at all in that second game, and T1 just wiped away with it.
100%. Jeannie, we told you to do a prediction. You didn't, but you actually predicted it. You said they will not be able to crush a key. So you were the one who jinxed it there for Citadel. No, in the game, it came out to the first game. Very close. They played amazing and lost, and then not having a good start. As we said, the mental, they were not prepared for this and took it away. And the adaptation from T1. They're starting to take Wandering Trainer, emblems. They don't care if there's Lulu and something variants. They embrace the variants, and they know they're a better team. So that confidence is exactly what you want.
Yeah, that's also confidence that has grown with them over the last couple of days. So in that regards, being in this lower bracket, being on the stage, having seen what it's like to crush a key, tasting that victory already multiple times has really pushed them and propelled them forward so far as we're seeing them going into the semifinals. The first team that is confirmed this time around, it's gonna be Virtus.pro or Wolves. Wait, imagine guys, Wolves against T1.
Rematch. I mean, I'm ready for it. I'm all here for it. I mean, that will obviously be our second series of day, Wolves against Virtus.pro, but I think for T1, I think Dunizuni said it perfectly as well. I think like in that first series against Weibo, maybe there was like too high variance. Maybe there was something that they didn't really prepare for. But this time around, they played a stable game and they were able to crush the key.
Another one. That's 3 already.
Another one.
And they're mixing. The first one was crazy moving, then Bintu a nice Dunizuni, the one taking the pop off, and we're ready for the pop. Let's see the expression. It's important. Not even blinked.
He's like, just another day in the office.
Wow.
Thanks, guys.
I love the confidence as well now.
Thanks for the tutorial.
Yeah. That's a tutorial. If that's the tutorial, then what's the semi-final and the final like?
Okay.
That's crazy coming from you, Jay.
Listen, okay. They made it look so easy. Come on. Like, especially that second game. But you can't take that away from T1.
It's not easy to be in comfort zone playing reroll because you are being contested. GP is being played by everyone. It's not easy to play the Mundo with the Jhin. It's actually difficult. Sometimes you get the Nars, sometimes the game is not helping you, but they know exactly what to do. And I want to recognize once again Vintium. He hasn't played metacoms. He's playing whatever the games gives him and then helping the rest of the team. This is not easy at all. Normally you have to take a spot, you have to take a placement, but no, he's just having fun, being the mentor, doing what he has for the team, and then Dunisuni popping up, Crazy Movie popping up, SCSC. He's the only one that hasn't crushed a key, and I know he wants to.
He wants to be the next one, another one. So they need to get at least 4 to make sure that every single one on the team gets that experience of crushing these keys. But that's already 3. So if they do want to go for that, trophy, this is another key that you could potentially add onto your tally. However, for Citadel, they're going to be leaving the tournament without, unfortunately, pressing that button, without being able to crush a key. But before they do leave us, some last words with them.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett here with Citadel's Robin Songs, and unfortunately, this is the end of America's run. Another top 8 finish, though, for your resume. How was your time in Riyadh?
Oh, I had a blast. I plan to come back next year, and unfortunately, we weren't able to close it out, but there's always next year.
When we started this tournament, though, everyone said Citadel expect them to kind of fizzle out in group stages. Are you proud of how far you guys made it?
Oh, I'm super proud. Everyone was underestimating us and thought we were like one of the weaker teams, but we were able to prove that we can make it a top 8. Unfortunately, I think in this game, we kind of we could have won game 1. Game 2 was unwinnable. So, but TFT, best of 3, it's pretty low sample size. So it is what it is.
All right. So you individually, what is next after Riyadh? We have to wait a few weeks for the checks to cash, of course. But what are you going to do? Go back to streaming, prepare for the next event?
Yeah, there's like no break. So I have to go back to streaming, and then I have to prepare for the the Tier 1 Pro Circuit, the TFT like new competitive scene. And then I have my first tournament in like a month or 2, so I'll be prepping for that.
America is out, but Robin Songs is just starting this year. Keep your eye on him.
All right. I mean, NA is the first region to be eliminated. Okay, Americas. Fine.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Okay,
Americans.
Fine. Americas is the first region here to be eliminated at the Esports World Cup, which, I mean, it could be EU as well, EMEA by the end of the day, because we still have a couple of teams here that are competing. So, unfortunate one for Citadel, but I think, again, like, even from the exit interview where it's like, yeah, second game was unwinnable, first game we made a couple of small mistakes, and it's a little bit of a smaller sample size. They're obviously looking at this and taking learnings as they go.
Yeah, also, as he said, there are so many competitions now coming for TFT. The Pro Circuit that he just mentioned, they're being qualified. Same for Vitality. So even though the Americas now don't have a team, they have a lot of players going into the Pro Circuit, going into the Tactician Crown again. So I mean, it's tough for the region. I'm pretty sad right now, Stuart.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's just an exciting time for TFT. I think that there's just so many new competitions coming. We've had the last 2 years of Esports World Cup. You just mentioned, the Pro Circuit coming on through as well. As you said, there's no downtime, you feel like, really, for TFT at the moment, which is a great thing. There's just so much time to learn and explore and experience new events and experience new sets as well, and new mechanics coming on through.
Yeah, a lot of learnings, and it was just great experiences as well for the players to be here on LAN and to have that opportunity to meet everybody from casters to players to coaches and like really be in person. But that was our first match of today, and we have another one coming your way because we are not done yet. Wolf Esports, the defending winners of Esports World Cup last year, going up against Virtus.pro. Very much the underdogs here at EWC.
Yeah, underdogs that did amazing. They want to get that club championship points. They're on 5th or 4th on the top 5, and it's very important for Virtus. They haven't got a first, so they're going to qualify for that possibility of beating the winners in the club championships tour. More than 27 millions in that ranking, and of course now Virtus.pro with this possibility. They've been playing great. One of the teams that has surprised me the most for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into this, they were a team that we expected to do somewhat well because of how well the qualifiers went. Beating the likes of Talon and Zeta Division, I think they're a team that came in with a bunch of confidence, and they carried that on as well. I think in the group stage, they played very well yesterday against Mouse. They adapted mid-series, and I think that they can look to adapt against Wolves, a team, again, that's coming from that upper bracket. Pretty much stomped their entire group stage as well. We see what happened to Citadel.
Yeah.
Can the same happen to Wolves?
That's a really good question because we're looking at Wolves here and they haven't even crushed a key either. Yeah. And I feel like when I'm looking at the teams and when
We're doing it again.
Yeah, okay, wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone.
So Virtus.pro 2-0
I am going somewhere
then.
with this. Okay, hold the phone. No, but it's like when you look at the players when they do crush those keys, Hoopsan, and like just the hunger in their eyes where they're like, I want to do this again. I feel like that's just a little bit extra fuel added to the fire of coming into here and being like, I want to crush another key. I'm not going to drop a game.
I mean, if you have a guilty pleasure, it has to be the crusher. It's so amazing. I want to do it. I mean, we're casting right now, but maybe take a set off, just try to have the opportunity of doing that. I mean, give so much magic, giving that possibility to the players that they are not accustomed. They're very cold. Normally, they don't have this type of opportunities even to travel and have it, and the expression is just valueless.
What if next time casters have keys and whoever loses a prediction gets to crush the other person's key?
You guys would have lost your key on day one.
Oh well, yeah.
Come on, have you guys seen
I'll
that
leave the building then,
Aramco power ranking that you guys threw up? No, hell no. Either way, we do have an interview ahead of this matchup, so we're gonna head over to see what the teams are feeling like before we head into this quarterfinals.
Hey everybody, it's Puckett, and I caught up with Virtus.pro right before they take the stage. Maris, congratulations, you are in the top 8. How did you guys win your match yesterday?
Because of the effort of a team, and I just used the 15 power of me yesterday.
You were an MVP. A lot of people were watching your games. We saw you on the top. How do you stay on top against Wolves? What do you think about this match?
I think this match is so important with us because the tickets in my hand and my enemy is above it. So we will use hundreds the power to win the Wolf.
We're going to harness the power. Virtus.pro ready to take to the stage. If you do, you'll go up in the club championship. A lot of people are cheering for you. Best of luck.
Harness the power to win. I like that, especially considering how much there is on the line here. Besides just that top 8 finish, besides going to the semifinals, you have all of Virtus.pro fans from whatever game watching this right now.
Yeah, so important. I mean, having this win, being an acolyte both for the team and for these players that haven't been recognized as much as others, and looking strong. And as you said, Ginny, he like made the metaphor there with the hand and the crushing with the confidence, and that's exactly what we came to see.
I think that's what we've seen from these players as well, that they're just growing in confidence as the tournament is going on. You know, the crushing the keys, as you mentioned, you know, gives them that extra thrive, that extra push that they need to try and play as well as they can and go back home after these games that they play. Because for these teams like Virtus.pro and also with in the previous series as well, we had these teams that have just been playing game after game, day after day. It's a lot of game reps, but it gives them time to actually adapt throughout the tournament.
Yeah, which is a little bit different than when we're looking at Wolves because they had only 2 games so far, which only, I mean, again, they were very dominant and had a really good performance, but it makes things a little bit more different when you're looking at a team that has gone through that lower bracket, has had the reps in, has been on the stage as well.
Yeah, normally it's very similar situation about the last game, Citadel and Wolf. They both with 100% first placement in the compositions in the end, so they know how to win out game. This is one of the players for Wolf, Hong Liang, Suru Wurud also doing amazing, Serain the other one, and this is just YQGF, the ones who's repeating actually for Wolf coming up again, and they want to defend the title. They want to say, hey, it wasn't just Li Xiao in the end and Shelty, it's us. We have the game, we know how to win games here in 4v4 and we're prepared.
Yeah, when you look at last year, of course, as we've mentioned already, with that Falcons taking 2 of the best players from Wolves last year.
And the coach.
Yeah,
and
the coach. I mean, you would have thought that Wolves were going to be weaker, but they just went through the groups. They see that they have kind of that same core in the end, as you mentioned, with YGQF and Serain and Hong Liang coming over from Weibo Gaming as well. Interesting stat from Wolves as well. They have the highest average points at the moment remaining in the tournament. From 3 out of the 4 games that they've played in this tournament, every single one of their players got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, of course.
That is dominating.
It's massive. It's massive. Obviously going for the GP line that we know, but all Alcazant is working out for them. That is the counter. So it's perfect. They know how to play their best comp in the game right now.
Look at that, 25.25 average. Crazy.
It's totally crazy. I mean, the best performing team. We saw obviously Citadel also 2-0, but in terms of average raw placement, Wolf should be the favorite.
Yeah, that's then a really scary opponent to be going up against because if they're approach to the game is so dominant. What exactly is Virtus.pro gonna do here to be able to at least try and get a little bit of a leg up?
I think the big thing for Virtus.pro is they're able to adapt on the fly. We saw yesterday they lose that first game against Mouse, but in that second game, they were able to play 3 reroll competitions. I think we're seeing in general that, rerolls are becoming more and more popular, and going for that fast 8 is just too risk, too high reward who pay.
Yeah, and all the teams agree. The teams that have the less ego are the ones that are winning. And when we see the stats here for Virtus.pro, there's no one that actually is being the hero every time. Average placing is very all over the floor, so anyone can take it. And this is perfect. This is exactly what you want to see here. Confidence, but confidence to know that your teammate can also take the win and everyone is in the spot to win it all.
Yeah, and I mean, for players like Maris as well and NCC won, yesterday getting that 7-8, and then in the next 2 games, they both get 1-2. So these are players that, if they do get on the back foot, where they have done multiple times in this loser bracket as well, they can come back and they can come with a fight. But of course, this is, again, going to be one of the biggest tests that they have against the reigning title holders.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pressure is there. To be fair for both teams, really, because at the end of the day, this is a single elimination quarterfinals bracket. If you do lose here, you do have to go home. And if you win, you get to advance to the semifinals. And at this point, you're going from, the flame into the frying pan? Is that the saying? Because it's like, you're going to either win against VP or against Wolves, but then you have T1 waiting for you. And after the performance that we've just seen, I don't know what I would prefer.
Yeah, that would be reps player versus rep players. 8 games played so far. T1 had played 9. So this is also a possibility for them, as we were saying. Virtus has been playing so good that it's difficult to get a favorite. You haven't asked, but maybe for me, Virtus.pro, no, okay. It's difficult to recognize. No, it has to be Wolves. For me, it has to be Wolves.
50-50.
Yeah.
What makes it a 50-50? Why is your mind not fully made up?
I think it's the same thing with Citadel in the first series. I think with these players from Virtus.pro, they've been tested already. They've been on the back foot. For Wolves, maybe they haven't been tested. We did say overall Group D was one of the weaker of the groups. They're able to beat teams like EVOS, which we've seen has been one of the underdogs, but has also performed very well and got into the top 8 as that second seed. But again, for Wolves, I think they're going to come in with more of a test against Virtus.pro, and we'll have to see how they do up against this test. I think they've shown that in the group stage they dominated, they got the highest average points out of any of these players, but now the big thing is what are they going to do when they come up against stronger opponents? They got Virtus.pro. If they beat Virtus.pro, as you mentioned, they play T1 decks, which is a rematch of last year's final. So it's a lot to go by for Wolves if they want to make it all the way and be the reigning holders.
Yeah, normally when you get that pressure, it could be bad for you, but in their case, it's not. It's like it's fueling them. They're like, okay, we won last year, and now we're in contenders, are not favorite. And they showed amazing game 1 of Series 1, Series 2. They have that confidence to demonstrate they're playing clean TFT, going for crew, going for anything within the meta that makes sense. When they play Source, they cap up the board once again. That is not easy. It's too much gold. And they have played so many comps, not dropping a series, not dropping a first place. For sure, the favorites right now.
Okay, that's some very convincing analysis that we have here when it comes to which team is going to be able to win it. But either way, it's going to have to come down on how they perform on the server. For those of you at home, if you want to be part of this discussion and let us know who you think is going to win, you can scan the QR code and join the Discord. But for us here, we know you guys have already thrown a little bit of a prediction. I would like one player to keep my eyes out for.
Oh, it's so tough. Do you have one?
I think Virtus.pro, we've got Kian, who's played 4 GP games already. I think we've seen how strong GP is and how he can win out. Yeah. I think for Wolves, it will probably have to be, Hong Liang coming over from Weibo. Done very, very well to slot into this team.
Yeah, Hong Liang for me for sure. Once again, taking a first and being amazing. And this should be the player to watch.
All right, you guys are the players to watch, the teams to watch. Defending title champions here in Wolves Esports going up against a very heavy underdogs of Virtus.pro in another quarterfinal where it is do or die. Keys will be crushed, but whose will it be?
We kicked off TFT at the EWC with a terrific performance from last year's runners-up in T1, and they are now locked in as a formidable opponent for whoever earns the right to face off against them in our semi-finals.
Our first quarterfinal key has been destroyed, and 3 more will break. Teams will either crumble or they will conquer. Just has to be that way.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And you know what? Talking about pressure, it's time to introduce the reigning winners of the TFT tournament from last year. It's Wolves Esports. the pack storms onto the main stage with one mission: defend their turf at all costs. Even with the new blood in the ranks, they are still hunting to prove that they are the apex predators. Undefeated in every game that they have played, but the real question is, are they unstoppable?
Their opponents, please welcome Virtus.pro. After a life-saving decider match win yesterday, Virtus.pro have shown they have the fight to be here in the playoffs. As Group B's second seed, they've come here to prove to the world that they can go toe-to-toe with the absolute best. Quarterfinal 2 is on. Let's once again put our teams to the test with our casters.
Thank you so much, Ian and Sandstorm. This is a quite spectacular match to follow on to our first of the day. Of course, bidding farewell to Citadel. We now go in with our returning champions coming in. There were a lot of questions following the Wolves, losing half their roster, coming into the tournament, losing their coach as well. But it feels like they have managed to really defy expectations, are massively coming in.
4 wins so far and only 1 top 4 allowed towards the opponent team. It has just been domination after domination, especially with their series versus EVOS, where they went 1-4 in both games. They are the most crushing team so far in the tournament, but as we've just seen from Citadel, also another flawless team losing in the quarterfinals very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing as we're talking about in analysis as well. Now we're mixing these groups together. Certainly the group where the Wolves came from, there were a lot of questions about how strong that group was, but honestly, it's so interesting to hear with Virtus, their stats are vastly lower than the Wolves, but they have been through fire, the crucible, just to get to this point at all.
They have had the toughest journey coming all the way into the quarterfinals. Think about the teams that they had to meet. They defeated the Falcons, lost to Aegis Gaming, that is also into the quarterfinals, and then took it to a Game 3 versus Mouse. If you think at those 3 teams and the caliber of opponents that they have faced, this is truly have been a tested team. They are just running headstrong into Destiny. They also had to go through Title to YBY1 to finally make it here.
Particularly with Falcons being the team who actually knocked Virtus.pro out of the Asian Champions League recently. That was one of the things that kind of contributed to Virtus.pro having a lower profile come into the competition. So getting the revenge immediately in the competition and coming back this far. I mean, we've seen from our previous teams, from our previous matches, these teams get so much better game by game. And you're right, Virtus, they've had more games than Wolves to develop. So far, it doesn't feel like Wolves are being super challenged. They haven't even taken an 8th as of yet.
Yeah, Wolves has just had very good luck against ROC early to start this tournament. We saw Saren with the GP2 into solo leveling, and that happened in Game 2 as well, where they had another GP into solo leveling. So you could say luck was on their side, but so far what they have shown is that they are really big Katarina lovers. They're the best team in the tournament left with the Katarina. They're averaging about a 2.5 on the composition. A lot of people aren't willing to play the Katarinas, as we have seen in the 4v4. The BA Prodigy lines usually hold your Katarinas as well to get their 7 BA online. So I think that has been their special sauce.
Yeah, and of course, certainly with our team starting to get their strategies and tendencies more revealed, I'm really liking that we're seeing more and more teams going into the more aggressive denial, knowing what the opponent team is likely to go for, spotting out and committing resources to making it happen. I do want to hit back on the Virtus.pro stats though. We compare the Wolves with their absolutely ridiculous stats. Virtus.pro, they've got the lowest, or one of the lowest win rates in playoffs overall. So, as much as we've been saying they've been fighting tooth and nail to get to this point, they've only barely done it.
Hey, that's what happens when your opponents are also the toughest ones in the entire draw. So I give them a pass on that one. They have also shown some really cool, unique things about them. Number 1, they have a dedicated GP player. That's very rare on the team. He seems to be, Keon is the one that has the most GPs into the game. But this time though, we're going to get a lot of randomness. 3 random emblems going into it.
All right, well, we've certainly seen this be a way to completely throw out levels of expectations. I mean, I think if you're Virtus.pro, you're certainly coming to this one as something of the underdogs. This is potentially a great way to see some momentum.
And I think whenever you have Lulu encounters, you're looking about alternative win conditions. You're looking about those compositions that are not typically contested. This would be one of the great ones. We have seen Varus Legendary show up again and again, especially for a team like Wolves that already has some reps on it.
No, I'd love to see it. And of course, it has been a big turning point for some of these trainer golem games when teams or individual members of teams can't fully take advantage of the setup that they are given, just circumstances not allowing, because there's so much potential power over a regular game of TFT just in this portal by itself.
And there's a lot of tension. Do you actually want to go for the meta-defining comp, GP? Even if you do not have any related emblems here, I think the comp is still perfectly fine by itself. And that's always an interesting thing to play around. Are you willing to sack a player to contest the GP, or do you want just them to play towards their strongest emblems?
We'll keep on looking out for which one of these emblems seems the most promising. Maris here has the opportunity to potentially go down the Sorcerer line. We've certainly seen him playing AP before, but of course we've also got the Crystal Gambit in there as well. We know that's incredibly powerful.
Ooh, an Edgelord's Volibear just given to him here by NCC1. One of those compositions that could use both of them quite well. So we are seeing some relatively strong ones. Usually when you have an emblem that gives you a clear direction with 2+1s, then you should go for that one. And I think NCC1 has a great fast 8 lane here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would seem wild to kind of divert too far away. Keep your eye on the left-hand side. You can see the gold augments pouring in. We'll see if our players manage to find anything especially spicy.
Ooh, Milo with the treasure hunt coming into this one. If he gets a good reroll line, that could be absolutely devastating. Probably our best performing gold augment of the tournament. Also throwing even more randomness is going to be Saren's going with the portable artifacts.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for the rest. So we'll keep looking and see if anyone's put anything super committal as of yet.
If he can get a snipers, that would be massive. It goes directly with the compositions. Your units already have additional range, but he hasn't popped it just yet. Oh, we've seen it now. Triforce, so he could either put that in the front line or in the back line, depending on his needs.
Yeah, I mean, certainly early on, of course, we've got the extra body on the board, we've got the extra activated traits that will let our players put together much, much stronger boards, especially if we can get some of these 2 stars in place. YGQF decides to go for Raining Gold, holding back a little bit. We do see the Kaiser in the corner. Kraken Slayer already slammed.
Yeah, and I think YGQF is going to be the one to do the fake out. He has the Supreme Cell, he has the Kaiser. You're like, maybe I'm rerolling this. But if you look at his board, that Yasuo and that Kraken Slam looks suspiciously like the GP.
Well, I mean, I'm never going to say it ain't so, even in a situation like this. If we check in with Hongland, we can see we've got a chance to, again, really set up an amazing board. The Mogul's Mail being put in early, of course, to make sure that front line stays intact very well. We're keeping an eye out for which of our players is able to keep together in the early going, given how powerful all these boards are.
And I think for Hongland, this is one of those boards that is going to be more locked in. When you have Star Guardian plus Prodigy, and you already have the Seraphine plus the Syndra in that tree, it is going to be Battle Academia into the Prodigy lines. So, he might be shifting around his units just for some strength to continue his win streak, but we expect him to be very well established.
Oh, for sure. Personally, I really like being in the trainer golems, seeing people who can try and find unusual and otherwise impossible boards to put together to even temporarily take advantage of as many emblems as possible.
And this is super cool for Maris, going for a 4v4 specific augment climb to the top. This means that he will have to face against stronger opponents, but if he can win, then he will also get items out of those fights. So it's very interesting to see whether he is going to try to preserve full loss streak because you know who you're going to fighting, if he's just going to use the intel, or if he wants to play for the max cap in generating items. So far, he does have the win streak for that route.
And yeah, I mean, it's been something that's been discussed multiple times over the stream, but I think it's worth repeating because a lot of people wouldn't necessarily have heard that specific one. The Augment being able to tell you who your opponent is means you can also feed that information to your teammates and therefore give them the benefit of your future sight as it would have been in previous set.
And YGQF now just ditching the Kaisa. You have done your job. We had the fake out complete. sole player so far established into the GP line. We'll have to look at other players to see if any one of them will contest here. I wanted to see Kian pick up the Xayah. There was one in his shop. He has the Bastion plus the Edgelords there. But no, not going to go for that line. Instead, going to be going for the Wraiths. And that's going to be interesting because Saren is also headed towards that direction.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly seen, we've got a little taste of what the Wraiths can do for us long term over the course of the tournament, but certainly not a whole lot of it. So we are at least seeing some of our players being forced to just, stick to the more standard setup here. Asmaras will take the first loss. Looks like Sudowoodo and Serene will be our 2 players from the Wolves, both of whom will maintain win streaks.
That's a very good news for Wolves there. They break Mars's win streak. They deny him that extra component right before Carousel. So he's going to have to make subpar judgments based on missing intel coming into this one. Taking a look at the Carousel itself, do we have any high-value units? Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any of the GPs here. Those are typically the most contested ones. And Yasuo for NCC1. So we'll be seeing if that will be the contest player, and it does look like it. He already has the trade sector selected there, and even in an emblem encounter, you don't want any solo gameplanks.
Oh no, absolutely not. I was just looking around some of the other bits and pieces coming together there as well. I believe, hopefully we're going to be seeing some of our players try to leapfrog each other throughout this game and really get ahead as we keep our eyes closely on our 2 streaking players. Of course, for Serene, I believe we've got ourselves a pretty decent start here. We mentioned, of course, the Sniper in here, the Wraith as well, keeping the Kale on the bench and the Zac as well for long-term potential.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wraith players coming into this lobby. 3 Wraith emblems being doled across the board, and 2 of them on Wolves. So we'll see how they pivot their positions. Sudowoodo with that Wit's End. Gnasher's Tooth, excuse me. They're both purple swords, so I get confused sometimes. Has dedicated himself to the Star Guardian line. He is going to steer clear of his teammate, and it looks like both of them might be getting this full win streak on stage 2. We saw what happened when 2 players on the same team can get that tempo. It could be a blowout in the making.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, of course, we've got so much more power potentially in the verticals here as well, just because we've got that extra +1 on the board. It's not even having the emblem, it's having the extra body on board that can push you to the next trait break coin in a hurry. So extra gold could mean extra levels and dramatically stronger boards.
And Wolves really crossing their fingers, hoping that they don't run into each other. I'm a little bit more worried about Saren here. He's level 4, has no upgrades on his board. It would be a little bit unreasonable to expect him to come out of this unscathed. It definitely can happen.
I mean, I thought, of course we love Portable Forge. It's been such a transformative. In this case, still keeping to relatively uncrazy instances. But I think maybe you can get away with it. Certainly, Kid is pretty far away from the gangplank. He's got no defensive items. So in this case, it's good over on the right. On the left, we've got another gangplank, and it's dropped as well.
What a great positioning from Saren right there. He actually targets the gangplank first. He goes down with the initial 4th shot. So artistic KO there coming in, and he is able to provide his streak. So 2 Wolves players now dominating on the top of the leaderboard, and then we have Virtus.pro having to claw themselves back later.
Yes, I mean, I suppose the good news is for Virtus.pro, they've maintained both of their loss streaks in here, but we'll have to see how that works out longer term. Of course, we know we haven't seen for a little bit. Has got the treasure hunt, of course, building up, and we've got a Katarina brewing here as well. I mean, we've seen this particular setup before, or variations thereof, go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is a great setup. He's taking away one of the most comfortable compositions from the Wolves roster. But one thing I will point out is that he did miss out on the scaling power-ups. Typically for Katarina, you're looking for Max Arcana, or you're looking for something like Weights just to give you a little bit more combat power. Over 9,000, of course, one of my favorites. Doesn't find them just yet, and I wonder if he wants to start tailoring this for Stage 3. It is a huge difference in terms of the power level, and he really doesn't need the Fusion Dance at the moment.
No, so yes, it's just going to give a little injection of power, but right now Milo is, of course, on a loss streak and not too worried about immediate power. So I'm with you. I'd like to see an investment towards long-term potential. NCC also down there as well, the trade sector. We can see 7 banked rerolls so far for this Gangplank player. We'll be able to get into level 6 and start raiding through the Gangplanks very quickly.
Wow, and what a good roll for him. He actually manages to find the GP2 before even hitting level 6, before the 3-2 breakpoint. So that means he's going to get another Augment check. He can decide a slow roll on 7. He knows he's going to be contested on the other side by YGQF, the Supreme Cell player that has transitioned off. But the cool thing is both of them actually have duelists in. So they're going to be playing an extremely strong stage 3 with the 4 duelist board.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Every ball we're going to be seeing here is going to be at least one step stronger than it would be otherwise, as, hey, why not throw more into the mix? We've got ourselves, as we see on the right-hand side, the chance to double down on some of these emblems.
Ooh, a bit of a miss coming in from Milo. Oh, Radiant Refractor does find it in the last roll. He really wanted some extra juice in the Radiant items, does get it. Great find for him, and it's probably Prismatic Pipeline. Going in for NCC1. Doesn't really need the 6 duelists in his composition whatsoever.
No, it does re-roll that one, so a lot of thought going into here. Again, particularly from the Virtus.pro side of things, trying to make sure they keep themselves from falling down too much in the HP standings.
Wow, going for a lot of swords, so that means he's heavily considering going for the Yasuo 3 as a secondary carry. I'm just kind of surprised about that move because usually Yasuo 3 is a very tertiary objective when you're playing the GP composition.
No, I'm with you there as well, but I guess this is the case of just trying to find as much strength as you can in perhaps more unusual places than normal. During though, of course, we've been talking a lot about the Mundo, already prominent coming into the competition. He's now got the Anima Visage to make him even stronger. We do see some situations where, of course, Mundo can't save you from the Gangplank, but a lot of the time he'll save you from a lot of things.
This would be pretty terrible for these two players. They're on the same team. They should have coordinated to be on opposite sides. Instead, the GP goes directly for the Jhin, and wait a minute.
Wow.
They still know what they're doing. They're actually getting the perfect win-loss, the 1-unit win for Saren to continue his streak. I was the one that didn't understand their brilliance. I saw the GP walk down and I was like, oh, Saren's gonna lose his streak, so is YGQF. No, they planned that perfectly.
That is absolutely astonishing stuff. And Strain is doing well, Hongyan is doing well as well. We noted the ability to double down on some of your emblems, and that's what he's gone for. Prodigy coming in as well. So we're moved up to 5 Prodigy at 3-3.
And that just gives you the extra healing for the front line. I really think he took that because of the setup on the Nico. Triple tank items, Mogul's Mail, he's going to be able to farm a lot of gold right here. Usually circlets are not prioritized beyond 2-1, but then in this specific instance, he's already found the Yuumi. Everything fits together. What a beautiful adaptation.
We'll see how long he can keep this streak going, but they keep ducking each other, so it may just work. NCC, of course, with all those swords you mentioned from before, the Gangplank will be hitting pretty hard. Has got the Edge of Night to keep him from being sniped out early on, but noted the Nico is very hard to put down, and I think we'll see this long term. Yuumi's getting a ton of time to work with. In this case, not quite strong enough, but we've still got a lot of gold out of the equation on both sides.
I saw at least 10 gold being generated in that one fight alone. NCC1 does break the streak from Honglin. A good win there for Virtus.pro, but as I said, the most important thing is if he wants to make use of that many swords, he does need to find the Yasuo 3.
We'll keep an eye out for a long term, as we will see YGQF swoop in and grab that one for himself. So taking a look down the bottom left, we can see we've got the Rainy Gold and Prismatic ticket down there. There's a lot of money looking to be spent.
Yeah, and we're going to get a gander at all the compositions being played right here. We have our 2 GP players. Sudowoodo is going to land up on the Star Guardians, and then we have 2 Mundo Jhin players contesting each other from the top side and the bottom side of the lobby. So we're getting a pretty standard fare despite all of the emblems. Not a lot of those crazy compositions coming out. We thought maybe there would be more Wraith snipers in this one. It's just going to be the Jhin Mundo.
So Clement, from what you're seeing, we've seen this across the entire event as well. Some games where people go wildly off, in their own directions. Other games where everyone's playing meta against each other. Right from the beginning of the competition, we're sort of perceiving it as something of a coin flip. But for you, when you've got teams who are playing pretty much the same way as each other, what creates the distance between them?
I think tempo is going to be the main decider here. If you have more HP, you just have more ways to play out the game. If you have low HP, you're typically typically forced to roll earlier, and there is that balancing act where someone who rolls earlier, hits earlier as well, is able to stabilize, especially with the GP compositions. But in this instant, I would like to point out for YGQF, because he's so low HP, he will have to give up his Katarinas at some point. And that would be huge for Milo. Milo, you know, he's on 66 HP. Not really that big of a difference, 4 HP just between them. But if he can outweight YGQF, that would make his roll down a lot easier.
Yes, the strategic flexibility will be available. I mean, certainly, you know, Kian and YGQF both down on 50 HP respectively. YG holding on to the loss streak for just a little bit longer as the second power snack comes in. So we've still got Strain, still win streaking, one more round away from running this through 2 full stages.
What a huge find for Saren here, as he does get the Star Guardian plus the Jinx on the shop right there. Only 10% chance for a forecast to appear. The exact right one. He's already rocking 5 snipers now. That's a lot of damage going in. I expect him to be able to get the 10-win streak.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a ridiculous amount of damage. Again, this game, you know, it's such an interesting thing that there's so much of this game, like in this case, where we've just got the extra duelist coming in here, which is not making any difference whatsoever for NCC. Just knowing that this board is still worth playing, even if it's not taking advantage of the trainers. We'll see how the gangplanks go face to face.
And we have Kabuko rushing into the backline, unstoppable, already found by NCC's board, giving him a little bit of that CC advantage, and should be able to take this one, knocking out YGQF's backline first.
Here we can see NCC with the scaling advantage there. Not ideal itemization on the gangplank on the other side. Azarian will not be able to maintain the streak. Holian sneaks in there.
That's a little bit of a miss, unfortunately, for the side of Wolves. He would have liked that 3 additional interest coming in from the creep rounds. But Holian, you know, just getting that forecast on way too early is going to be the big difference maker here. Now we're going to have a second roll down coming in on the side for YGQF. He did bring double econ, and I think double econ is so strong in 4v4. You can translate it into power onto your board much easier.
Oh, for sure, and especially when, of course, you know, this lobby is so contested as well. Just adding that accelerant into your ability to hit your board makes all the sense in the world, especially if you're going to leave your opponent, you know, staying on Gangplank 2 for most of the game.
And we're going to have to see if YGQF does get those items. He is still looking for that Guinsu's Rage Blade. So far, we haven't had a shot at the components, but we'll figure them out pretty soon. And it's going to be NCC 1 actually winning the race. He's 1 econ versus 2 econ.
That's crazy. I mean,
that feels
so this
so
was the back
bad.
trade sector, which must have been able to get in front. But yeah, it felt like YGQF did everything he should have been doing to win that race.
If Mortdog was fair, YGQF should have won 100%. If you're taking double econ, and that just means, you know, there's less GPs in the pool. He can't hold on to those Katarinas as long. That could be a massive turning point if YGQF does not turn the corner with a 7-loss streak.
Yeah, and certainly that kind of economic setup's nowhere near as explosive. The trade sector just ticking through 1 reroll per round rather than being able to dump your economy into there. As we now get to see at least, well, NCC bringing out the full power there and just showing us how ridiculous Gangplank 3 has been all tournament long.
Now, a little bit unfortunate that he runs into his teammate that could have really used some HP right there. Oh, and we're going to get Prismatic. Max cap has been massive for a lot of these players trying to find their 2-class rerolls throughout the entire tournament. We're going to be taking a look at what everyone is snagging up. NCC1 already going for that one, so he just wants to make sure his Yasuo is online much faster compared to YGQF. Just lock him out of that GP line.
And the Mondo board's going to be able to get even stronger as well with the Juggernaut Circler coming in just to help push the power even further. I mean, all we're really missing for Kian at this point is a crown to drop onto this Mondo.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive for him. Kian already using most of his duplicators. He is contested from the top side by Saren, so he does want to take a couple of copies out the side of the pool. And for the artifacts here, let's take a look. Milo getting an artifact out of Treasure Hunt. Great combination right there. You have to kill that Cassante so many times. He drops into all out, and then you have to kill him again.
Oh yeah, when we just see, you know, it's very reminiscent of the of the trench coats from past. But keep an eye on the Katarina, with of course the Radiant Hand of Justice. She can potentially be a way to deal with the Gangplank. In this case, the positioning was just right to make sure, with even all that disruption you were mentioning, all the damage, the Gangplank made it through unscathed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was YGQF's board. If it was, then he actually hit the GP3. Okay, he did. So we have Justice restored to the land.
Sure.
If you're taking double econ, you should be able to hit this one. And he does find it in the end. Kabuko 3 as well, plus the Yasuo 3. And suddenly we have a reversal of fates. YGQF overtaking the likes of, I believe, NCC1
yes.
in that race.
Well, I suppose that was the thing, wasn't it? You know, you had the trade sector that was cashed in for the Gangplank 3. The double econ you mentioned, that's, you know, the continuing power which is letting you hit more and more of that board at 3-star. We did have our concerns about whether or not the Yasuo will be able to make it be a major factor, but I like now at least that YGQF has a more multifaceted board.
And this is going to be interesting between these two Wolves players. They're both playing around the Jinx at this point as their main carry. So it's a little unfortunate. And Saren was also taken out of the sort of Jhin contest early on. He saw the extra duplicators coming in on the side of BP. So Saren should be starting to trade away his HP. We will see him climb back once it's stage 5, and hopefully he can get a Varus here. Oh, doesn't find it.
No, that's a real shame. So, well, we'll come back to this properly in a second, but just in the overall picture of things, before we start to see things kind of drift away between the teams, but right now they are equally divided. You know, the whole ladder, one member of each team from 1st to 3rd to 5th to 7th. So we've got a very, very even first game. Despite the fact we came into this one with Wolves looking incredibly dominant, it's been really competitive so far.
Yeah, so far just looking across the board, Wolves only have a 2-point advantage. It could flip in the blink of an eye, but just looking at their carries, they are very much decked out. Maris, one of the boards that have been fully built up as well, and I saw Honglin there with a completed BA board. Now, we know that the Sorks board is actually one of the highest Cat Fast 8 boards here, and we have to remember, Maris is win streaking with Climb to the Top. So he's been getting extra injections of components every 3 fights.
Yes, it's almost like a treasure hunt of its own, but you're in such an incredible position where the downside is, comes pretty much purely upside of saying, don't worry to the rest of the team, I'll take care of the strongest players in the lobby and make sure all of this win streak gold stays purely with me.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Keon has been going into free fall despite hitting all of his 3 stars there. So that would be the turning point in the fight. I expect Mars to be able to defeat the majority of the opponents. I haven't seen any board even close to his strength, to be honest. Maybe YGQF can get something off, but that is going to be the key thing. Keon, can he survive? And it looks like he will find a win against Saren. As we said, Saren doesn't spike until he gets that Varus.
He still needs to be so careful, though, because even while this board does look extremely strong, 11 HP, very close to getting that first elimination down, and of course, things are going to start to pile up for Virtus.pro. Even being down 1 player is enough to really change the whole shape of the match.
Looks like Keon might be deciding to take himself out. Doesn't think that his position is salvageable necessarily. He's removing items on his GP, and yeah, he's just going to let Maris roll over him. He knows that there's really no point breaking his streak.
So, talk to me about this, because of course we've been seeing this more and more as the tournament goes on. What's the kind of the reasoning at play here? Why is this to his advantage to actually lose?
Well, he knows this matchup is coming. So Climb to the Top is from Maris. He doesn't want to break his streak, and it's just kind of unfortunate. Climb to the Top, we're not really sure how they calculate the strongest board, but you can face him multiple times. I guess it was just based on the army cost on the board right there. So Keon already knew he was going up against Maris right there. It was 100%. There was no guesswork involved into it. So he just has decided to make sure that that was going to be the story for the game. He takes the 8th place gracefully, but that also puts a lot of pressure on Maris. Maris then has to be the win-out player.
And of course, again, for any of you folks coming in for the first time for 4v4, we do remember that one strong player, and Maris is a very strong player right now, is not necessarily the making of a win. We need at least one other player, ideally in a top 2 position. Maybe he can afford to be a little bit lower. But look at across the rest of the team, who do you feel like from the side of Virtus.pro could potentially keep up with Maris and go for the high finish as well?
I think it's actually a strategy for them to feed Mars components. Every 3 wins, you get an extra component. Mars knows when he's going to face his teammate, so he can kind of coordinate those streaks and just keep on building on this board. If you look across this board, how many units are itemized? He also has great synergy with the uplink. This is actually an amazing strategy. All of the augments being used correctly. We're seeing some flair for 4v4 coming out from the side of Virtus.pro. And Wolves are, I think they're in a lot of trouble right now because they have 2 members in 6 and 7, and it's not exactly easy to see how they move out of that hole. Sudowoodo also falling very quickly in the standings against this GP3.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? I think some of our boards which would be thriving in a normal lobby are starting to get left behind here with so much power, either coming from the Trayman golems or from some of these very specific augments we've been seeing coming in across the board. I do want to follow up on your point here, but yeah, Sudowoodo over on the right-hand side is also looking very, very good.
I think his best condition is actually going to be the Poppy 3 angle, but he actually sold one of the copies.
All right,
I was hoping, we haven't seen the 3-star 4 cost happen in a game-deciding match, a fight-deciding manner yet. Skips that one. Saren takes another big loss. He wants to play the snipers, self-contested on his own team, and probably has not hit the Varus. That's my guess for his board. YGQF also very dangerously low, but he's playing one of the more stable boards coming into this one. I think if I'm Wolves, I would prefer for him to move on rather than Sudowoodo.
Yeah, I mean, we can see with all those 3 stars in place, it's just very hard to have enough damage to cut through. The Gangplank was sat in front of Sudowoodo's carries for pretty much the entire fight and walked away from it again unscathed. So I really like what we've got going on here. I think YGUF should be able to move forward. Saren will be out of commission, though, so that's the first Wolf down.
Yeah, and there will be some more to follow quite soon. Sudowoodo, I think his board is pretty much capped out. So is Honglian's board, just playing with the Battle Academia. So in terms of maximum capacity, I think Wolves are being taken offline one by one. Mars is just such a difficult player to contest with. NCC1 has that GP3. They have a massive HP lead at the moment. And just in terms of the possible potential for these compositions, I just think Virtus.pro has them beat here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly narrowing it down. As you mentioned, Wolves, they've got 2 players still in the bottom 4. Do remember, General Friends, if 2 of the Wolves, or rather 3 total of the Wolves go out in the bottom 4,
this would be
it's
huge.
all over.
YGQF was the strongest remaining player on Wolves. Look at his face right now. He knows that they are in trouble. The last ult from Katarina coming in, taking out the GP as collateral damage.
All right, well, it all seems to be lining up here for Virtus.pro. They've certainly been giant killers up until this point. As I mentioned before, getting the revenge on the Falcons. Certainly, we've had this whole thing of teams coming in undefeated, now in the big pool, every single team playing here in the playoffs, and we just don't know exactly how strong these groups are up against each other until we see them play face-to-face.
Typically in a match where you have players just splitting the top 4 bot 4, whoever wins then takes the match. So the key thing here for Wolves is they need a win-out player. They need to identify him. YGQF just losing right there means that he's kind of off the table, unable to get past even the Katarina board. Not even mentioning the Mars board, which is the big bad sitting on Virtus.pro.
I mean, right now we've got Virtus.pro in the top 3 spots, including Milo, who of course is back to his winning ways. And of course that extra information she's got is still going to be valuable. They can, with the matchup pool shrinking, that's even more certainty as to who each of the members of Virtus.pro will be playing against.
There's just no win-out potential here. This is getting very dire for Wolves. I don't really see an avenue. I think Saren dying without hitting that Varus was a huge blow to their strategy right there. Really well played by Keon, even though he goes 8th. He does force him out of the pool. And NCC1 gonna find another win. YGQF gonna find a win against NCC1 to stop some of the bleeding there.
Yeah, Honglian down to 9 HP as well, though. We may be even just 1 round away from seeing the Wolves being shut out of this game with 3 players in the bottom 4. I mean, for Virtus.pro, it all seems to be working so incredibly well. If they were at all intimidated coming into this matchup, their play does not show it.
Yeah, YGQF really needed to win every single fight right there. Milo now taking hold with the treasure hunt early on, just being so strong, just having a much better cap through Augment. Now, unfortunately, they will have to eliminate one of their own, and I think it should be Hongnin going out. I would hope that is what they coordinated here, but obviously they're running out of removers.
It's looking like we're going to need to, well, at best for the Wolves, them trying to shoot for a very, very high finish overall. Of course, the gangplank is good. Hongnin, as requested, will make his bows out of this game. So YGQF and Sudowoodo, both of them have to stay alive if the Wolves want to have any chance of winning here in game 1.
There's so many steps that Wolves have to overcome. Sudowoodo now on 11 HP. I mean, YGQF's board is pretty much capped, so I would like to look at the Star Guardian board to see how he can advance further. What Wolves need first is for another member of Virtus.pro to go bottom 4, most likely NCC1, just playing with the GPs that is hitting a little bit later. Perhaps if they can get in bot 4, they can move further on.
I mean, Sudowoodo's certainly got a decent enough setup here. You mentioned the cybernetic uplink with all these extra items. We've got a duplicated shadow clone of the Seraphine, so they are going to be doing a ton of damage. I believe we're at Star Guardian 8 last I counted. So there's a lot of power. No, Star Guardian 9, my apologies. So there is a lot of power in this board. But if they face up against each other, of course, it's over.
Yep, one of them will have to go out. One step at a time is how they have to take things here. Survive, get 2 members into the top 4, looking for the extra cap. It's pretty rare to see a Seraphine being utilized so heavily, so Sudowoodo trying to play with the burst of the Seraphine to take down the Katarina. I think that's a very interesting strategy. We'll see if those power of friendship can line up.
So over on the left is one of the deciding factors here. We'll see if YGQF, so if you can hold on for a little bit longer. Of course, again, you've got the Ghost matchup on the right-hand side. It's going right down to the wire. At least the backline does stay alive for a little bit longer. It's looking like the Wolves, they survived on one side, Milo takes a hit on the other, and we're still in contention.
Oh, big win for both sides of the board right there. What a move. We saw the Katarina trying to fly into the backline, got stuck onto the Kabuko, and Rise was able to clean up. So great positioning there, just stacking all of his damage on the same line, while also keeping the tank around to protect the GP from taking unnecessary damage. But as we're seeing the removers being used, I have to assume that YGQF... Oh, no, he's just readjusting his items. Sorry. He's putting all of them back on again. YGQF is the stronger player out of these two. They should hope for it to move on. They're facing each other. Oh, the worst possible scenario.
And that means that's going to be it. I don't believe there's any way which they can avoid eliminating each other, which will put them down into the bottom. We will have to keep an eye on the HP overall to see if maybe some shenanigans happen, but they should know at this point that we've got Virtus.pro by all means necessary.
It's about the HPs. Sudowoodo here has 11 HP, and Milo and NCC1 only on 6 and 7. So it's about how much they lose. Sudowoodo is knocked out, but he shouldn't have taken as much. I think NCC1 is going into the bot 4, and that means they'll still have a chance.
Let's see. So yeah, we've reset. We've got the teams with the same amount of points coming out the first half, which means only first place matters overall. The way the points shake out, that's the only difference maker. You can go first and fourth as a team, and you'll still win.
2 critical fights being won there back-to-back by the side of the Wolves member. Even though they run into each other, that was actually a matchup they could control. So they were able to take much less damage on Sudowoodo. He ekes out a 4th, and now it's just down to YGQF. If he can survive the Milo and the Mars board, the Mars board is probably the most dangerous one, considering how long he's been powering up.
We'll see what he's got for us here. I mean, we've got all the 3 stars. We've got an enormous amount of beef on this board. And it's going to be, I suspect, a while until the gangplank actually gets targeted here. Of course, we've got the Kali to deal with on the backside.
Double
also
Radiance
going after the Eevee as well. It's looking pretty good for YGQF. You can see he's going after. We've got the headsets coming off immediately. And is that one done?
Yes, it's done. Milo took the fight. If you were looking on the left side of the board right there, his Katarina with the double Radiance able to snipe out the backline in the first cast. So there wasn't any rises slowing down the damage coming through, and that's just going to be it. There is that member already eliminated, the last standing member eliminated on the side of Wolves. And Virtus.pro are going to hand our reigning winners, our title defenders, the first taste of defeat.
And I think that's a great illustration in this game, how you come up against, a team that's kind of, Wolves have gone through their own journey from being disfavored from losing their members and their coach to suddenly becoming favored once again. I mean, Virtus.pro, we talked about it, they've had a rough ride getting here in the first place, but it seems like all that toil, all that torment has made them a better team.
Not enough cap. I would say that's the problem coming into this emblem-laden encounter. We had Mars with that brilliant strategy of feeding him components and components, getting him on the cybernetic uplink. What a beautiful board to synergize with each other. And then with the Milo treasure hunt to close out the game. Beautiful stuff from Virtus.pro.
All right, let's head across to the analysts because we can't wait to get game 2 started.
The underdogs are prevailing here with Virtus.pro getting that first win against none other than Wolves. They are the title defenders coming here to EWC. We thought, they've been going through that upper bracket unscathed, but what?
It's happening once again. The team with the most reps are the ones that are outperforming the rest. And this was an excellent gameplay. Once again, Zero Ego from Virtus.pro making a win against what was a very difficult game to navigate for now for the rest of the team. So Wolf taking a huge loss here. Close in the start, but then it was totally Virtus.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Trainer Golem's putting in a huge spanner in the works for this series. I think for the first game, when you see Wandering Trainer, you have to understand the positions that you're in. I think it really benefits the teams that are more flexible than others. If you have players that are dedicated towards one line, which we saw Kian this game is normally the dedicated GP player. He did play that Jin Mundo, which in both, for both teams, the Mundo and the Jin did finish 7th and 8th. So definitely very much struggling there. But we saw in the end, Kian on that Jin Mundo was actually sacrificing himself right at the end of the game. He realized that he couldn't cap out on this Jin Mundo, and Clement said it so well. Maris with this aim for the top, where you are always going to be facing stronger opponents, you force yourself to play against stronger teammates, which sacrifice for you, and then he gets more and more components every time. I think he had up to nearly 30 components at the end of the game. He has unlimited items for everyone on his boards.
Yeah, it was totally an Augment diff, if you will. So much power and raw combat for the rest of the team, especially Virtus.pro. And then on the other side, Wolf just has to go for economy. The player that had to win, Gini, you told me, is it possible for them to take the lead? And the composition was perfect. He had everything 3-star, but he had 2 economy items. So YGQF, it was just not enough. Not enough power itself, and the units were not capable of taking the win.
Yeah, we know how powerful the GP composition can be, but as you mentioned, when you have double econ augments, especially in trainer golems as well, I think it's very difficult to try and outcap some of these vertical boards that have +1s across the board and have so much power from radiant items, from loose streaks early on as well. The roll down was pretty huge though.
Yeah, it's also really incredible that VP has been able to do this, because besides the 100% win rate that we're seeing from Wolves, they also had 25 average points when it comes to their matches. They have been doing incredible so far. So this is such a huge feat for VP.
Yeah, it didn't happen in the last series, Citadel losing that game and then the mental crush. Will this happen again? And once again, there's a mental aspect that we haven't talked about, and is the fact that they are here and we heard them. When Virtus.pro won, we heard a scream, and that scream was also heard by Wolf, and maybe that could be a mental hit additional to obviously this loss.
Yeah, we know that the players are very animated when it comes to, winning games. Of course, this is only the first game of a best of 3, so there is still potentially 1, maybe 2 more games to go. But yeah, the big thing is for Virtus.pro as well. Again, we saw in the last series how reroll compositions have been dominating a lot more. Virtus.pro in this game going for 3 rerolls again, whereas for Wolves, they actually went for some more level 8 comps with Star Guardian +1. Of course, with Trainer Golems, it is a little bit difficult. You are playing off variants with Trainer Golems. I think it is a little bit difficult. Wolves, I don't think, will be too defeated by this game. I think that hopefully next game we won't get Trainer Golems, or we'll have a little bit less variants at the start of the game, and they'll be able to play a normalish game of Teamfight Tactics.
It will be interesting to see if they actually are going for that low variance or they are embracing it. As we've seen, T1 last game, they say, okay, give me trainer golems, give me anything you want. I want to go for variation. I'm so good that I know I can navigate this. And in this case, it didn't happen. If we see the golems, maybe a little slight in favor of Virtus.pro, but not so much. But in the end, making the win and making exactly what the game gives you, that's exactly what you're going for. And I mean, it was great. For me, Virtus.pro played amazing. And I'm going to change maybe my prediction and now a little. First time. First time. A little. Yeah.
I mean, you can't
for the win. No, I can't.
That's not a little change.
You know, but then like you're gonna curse them, and I think what we really have to highlight here though is the fact that this first match specifically, you even said it yourself, Ubisan, you're like, that first match is going to determine very heavily whether or not we're gonna be like, oh yeah, VP is still an underdog and Wolves is still a contender. This first match was the taste of what we can expect, and it looks like VP has genuinely leveled up in this lower bracket throughout the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, they have the confidence and they know exactly the meta. The meta is very accomplished right now. They have X Factor, they are playing the GP cleanly, one of the few teams that have exactly the person that they want to play that comp in, and they're looking great. Showing emotions, screaming onto the rest, bath mouthing sometimes, and for me, the favorites.
Yeah, for you, the favorites. Oh, you heard it here first, guys. VP favorites over Wolves, who are defending that title here at the Esports World Cup. This match for them is genuinely do or die, because losing it means you lose your key and you lose the chance to defend that title. Whether or not that's actually going to happen, we're going to have to wait a little bit, because the second match of VP against Wolves Esports after the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Hey everybody, it's Puckett alongside SCSC and Jade, our translator, as well as, of course, huge person behind the scenes at T1. SCSC, I've been staring at you all week, wondering where I met you last. And today, it hit me. When you were 16, you came to MLG in Rhode Island. Do you remember that tournament?
이제 눈치채셨을지 모르겠지만 일주일 내내 이분이 진짜 빤히 쳐다봤거든요, 승철 선수를. 근데 오늘 드디어 어디서 내가 이 사람을 봤지를 생각났대요. 16살 때 미국에서 MTG 토너먼트 대회를 하러 왔었어요. 혹시 기억하시나요?
MLG를 말하시는 거면 네. 간 건 기억합니다.
Oh yeah, I remember. If you're talking about MLG, yeah, I think I remember.
Okay, well, you were a pro from 15. I met you when you were 16, and this is how your hair used to look. Do you think we should bring this haircut back?
자, 이제 프로 데뷔는 15살 때 하시고 이때 사진에서는 이제 16살 시절인 사진인데 그 당시에 그 머리 스타일을 이제 복귀시킬 생각은 없는지.
그 당시에는 이제 그 머리가 좀 유행했었어 가지고 그냥 네, 한 거긴 한데 근데 지금도 충분히 길어서 뭐 딱히 근데 별 생각 없는 것 같아요. 네.
So that was the hot hairstyle back then. I don't know if it's still as hot right now, but my hair is plenty long enough right now. But I'm not sure. We'll have to think about it.
Final question. I know you from the earliest days of StarCraft. You've had a long storied career in esports. How many esports years do you think your team has combined?
마지막 질문을 드리자면은 이제 승철 선수는 이제 스타크래프트부터 이제 오랜 이제 프로 생활을 하셨는데 저희 선수들 전원 합쳐서 프로 생활이 몇 년 정도 될 거라고 생각하시나요?
합쳐서요?
네, 모두 합쳐서.
뭐 저희 팀의 크레이지 무빙 선수도 스타2 때부터 했던 선수거든요. 그래서 30년은 넘지 않을까요? 다 합치면? 네.
So Crazy Moving on our team has also been a pro since the StarCraft 2 days. So I think we easily passed like 30 years of experience.
I was going to say, you have 14, if not 15, Crazy Moving around the same. I'm thinking 40 years, but SCSC met you when you were 16. Great to meet you while you were 30. Best of luck in this tournament. Legend.
Welcome back on and all to Teamfight Tactics of the Esports World Cup. We're in our second quarterfinal. We're in our second game of the second quarterfinal where the Wolves, reigning champions, look to be able to defend their title in games yet to come. But Virtus.pro have already taken the first game of the best of 3 off of them. The Wolves may not even get the chance.
And this is the first time that they're facing adversity coming into this tournament. So far, they've had 4 wins, and that was one of those games where I don't think they had enough in the gas. If we're looking across their compositions, they had the Star Guardian, they were self-contesting on that Jinx to kind of stabilize for Saren. YGQF did his job onto the GP3, but it wasn't enough to go over Treasure Hunt, Double Radiant, Milo Katarina.
Well, let's kind of like, try and take what we've learned in game 1 and apply it to maybe a game that isn't Treasure Golems, for example. Say no Prismatic or Augments, no Treasure Golems, just the fundamentals of what you saw in game 1. What kind of things you want to see from the Wolves if we don't have that level of power in?
I think for Wolves, they have been the team that have applied the most pressure in these games. If you look at the way they've been winning, all of their wins have been straight up blowouts, which means that they send 3 players from the opposing team to the bottom 4. So they have been able to coast a little bit, just naturally how good they are at optimizing their early game boards. Now against Virtus.pro, who has also played against very tough opponents, maybe they have to roll a little bit deeper, try to find an early edge to kind of stabilize, while also trying to think about who is going to be the win-out player.
Well, we hope for perhaps a lower variance, but instead we go from Trainer Golems to all Prismatic, so there won't be any slowdown here in the second game between these two. The Wolves, again, they are champions right now, but 1 game away from being eliminated in quarterfinals.
And I think we all know, just watching games throughout this weekend, what it means for Prismatics. The 2 most coveted augments you can get, 9 lives, just giving you a lot of additional resources and power, also carousel priority, and the other one, I would say, protagonist. Everyone knows how to play across these 1-cost hero augments. You get them for free, essentially, all the way to 4-star. So we're going to have to see who those 2 players are. If you get 9 lives, you are almost guaranteed to be designated as the win-out player.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen how incredibly powerful that can be. Do want to call out, of course, optimal mobility. We did see a lot during the course of yesterday as well, as being very reliable for our teams. Maybe perhaps unlike Wolves, who want to try and take a longer approach to the game and stop themselves from getting overrun. But there seems to be such huge variation. We're just waiting with bated breath here to see what selection our players have got here and what options are really available to each of the teams.
Yeah, there is a pretty defined tier list of what is strong. I would say outside of those 2 that are just kind of like crazy in a sense. Build a Bud is also something that I thought was very interesting.
Oh yeah.
Some teams actually ran into each other by going for Build a Bud, but in this meta, especially with the crew, it gives you so much additional power. It's just a 2 out of 14 chance that you hit either Sivir or Malphite, and that sets you up very nicely. You're going to get additional rolls being banked in starting from 2-1.
Oh yeah, absolutely crazy stuff, so keep an eye out for that. Of course, yes, evoking mouths from before, when they had a very unfortunate combination of things. So we have got the protagonist coming in. We saw this from before, and it's snap taken, so it's going to be Garen. I mean, we know obviously, you know, not all hero augments are made exactly the same, but this certainly has seemed to be one where the Schoolyard Bully Garen can run through a lot of boards.
Yep, Schoolyard Justice, incredibly strong. He also gets max attack for infinite stacking right here. 9 lives also being selected by NCC1. I'm just going to call it right now. Virtus.pro already winning the Augment war.
All right, we'll see what those last few ones creeping in there. So we've just had the one protagonist so far. See if we've got any more coming through. As wow, okay, so the Widow. If you're talking about putting pressure down early on, Hedge Fund seems to be the opposite.
Yeah, he's going to go for probably more of a fast 8 strategy into Sorks. That seems to be the only composition in the meta that really allows for that. You know, I'm just going to sack stage 2, stage 3 type of playstyle, but still hope to stabilize. We're going to be taking a look at Keon's board here. So the very important thing about getting this Garen online is you want to have Rageblade early. The Augment actually turns him into a fighter, so Rageblade lets you stack that HP much faster. And also, it's very important to get Battle Academia online. If you don't get Battle Academia, he doesn't get the potential stacks, so there's actually no additional HP being gained.
Yes, and that can stack up an awful lot during the course of the game. Of course, will get even bigger as you put in those more Battle Academia.
Ooh.
As we've got the Crystal Gambit being offered here by YGQF. Of course, we know that once you get up to 5 Crystal Gambit, you can push through and play really aggressively, really just flipping the trait on its head and, you know, getting hyper aggro and getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, and what's so powerful about Crystal Gambit is it doesn't really matter about your initial loss streak cash out. We've seen players cash out on 2 gold and still win the game. The most important thing is, in fact, the 5 Crystal Gambit kill awards. Those will give you things like, there's a certain reward that just gives you artifacts, and all of them are usable by Crystal Gambit units, especially the Flicker Blade on Ashe, the Mana Zane on Zyra. So there's a lot of power right there. YGQF hasn't hit the Crystal Gambit yet, but that's fine. You typically want to put it in a little bit later to avoid getting that double down being stopped.
All right, we'll keep an eye on how it develops along time. I love seeing the Spoils of War in here. Admittedly, wasn't directly chosen by Serene, but it gives a huge amount of potential, or at least a huge amount of incentive to get hyper-aggressive early on.
Ooh, NCC1 with the 9 lives playing this correctly. You want to lose streak first. If first 3 losses gives you about 27 gold, puts you on a very good footing into higher levels. And he's also found the GP just coming out of the 2-cost cash out there. Probably the best one you could hope for.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen this time and time and time again. Yeah, we've certainly seen it from the Katarina enough times as well. You know, getting the 2 costs online, getting all the way up to 3-star if you can, and pouring all those rewards in. Schoolyard Justice on the other side, though, will mean that there's a lot of early punch. You see, Kian, it's going to be hugely transformative in how this early game goes. On the other side, the boards don't even remotely compare.
So we are seeing a lot of these players heavily starred for bows. There have been no bows across the GP, across the Keon Schoolyard Justice board as well. And if you don't have that Gwynsus, these compositions don't tend to work. So the carousel fight is going to be very interesting. NCC1, of course, is going to always have priority because he is going with that 9 lives.
We'll see if he goes and scoops that bow up straight away. But looking across, you know, the rest of the board, as bow will go to Pseudo-Widow. You know, in terms of the overall approach to the game from both teams, you came into this one hoping we would see Wolves trying to take the initiative. Of course, we've seen a little bit of letting go of the reins here, but what's the overall big picture from both sides here?
So we have the mirror GP players at the bottom of the standings right now between NCC1 and Pseudo-Widow. That's going to be an interesting race to kind of catch out. We always kind of go into that on 3-2. On the other hand, there's a lot of rerolls and tempo plays being selected here. Saren, especially with the Spoils of War, he is forced to play full tempo. He cannot get use out of it. It's considered a very weak augment at Prismatic because it doesn't give you any immediate power. You have to fight for it. You have to roll deeper for it. So it's very interesting. I think the reroll lines are extremely congested. The tempo is going to be blazing fast. We have Honglian on Katarina already fishing for a Radiant. Very good find on that Destiny, Prismatic Destiny into Pandora's.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you're playing over 9,000 Katarina, that's a perfect combo.
Yes, and you did say it was a personal favorite rules. I certainly love it. We're on those melee carries where you've got yourself need for all those stats. As we do see on the right hand side, NCC building up all of those rewards from the 9 lives coming in. So we'll be swinging around just a little while with a massive amount of power. This is here, as on the big screen, will be able to push through and keep his win streak intact.
Wow, and he's getting extra components. Early treasure chests for that. Treasure chests are usually considered a rare reward. You don't really see them as stage 3, stage 4, but getting that early is definitely going to make him feel much more comfortable. NCC1 now on to 4 losses, 5 lives left. Is going to get a 4 cost. Unfortunately, isn't the Rise or the Jarvan. Those would be the 2 higher priority ones, but he'll have to make do.
All right, so both teams with a win streak, both teams with a loss streak as well, of course, with the NCC being doubly incentivized to make that happen. So Seren here, you said you need to try and find a way to keep these balls while proccing, keep the board strong. We'll be up to level 6. Presumably there's going to be a point soon where you can't easily make the board that much stronger just by leveling.
Yeah, but you can get it through cash outs. I think one of the best ones is actually just getting orbs, and you can get 5 costs later on in stage 4. So the sky is a limit, and you see Honglian purposely sacking his board here. He still has a very, very strong out for him, and I think Wolves are... This is kind of crazy to say when the opposing team has the likes of Protagonist and 9 lives. I think Wolves do have the cap out players.
All right, well, I mean, certainly if it's going to be, improving what we've seen before, I really want to see this one honestly go to 3 games because Wolves, especially coming to this one as our reigning champions, deserve every opportunity to show just how good they can be. As we go, in the PV round here, I do want to kind of bring it back in what you were talking about before. Wolves getting their first taste of defeat in the entire event just now. There's so little time between games. They've had the days between to get used to being here in Riyadh, but to get used to being defeated, barely moments.
Yeah, they have to pivot back into their comfort comps. I think that's what we're seeing from Honglian right there. The key things for a lot of these players is that they're still missing critical items. We have the 3-star Garen here, but no Guinsoo's Rageblade. If you don't get it, this comp tends to peter off. However, there is something that's really cool here is that he has the Wind Streaker, and he's also denying the Catarinas. We're seeing from Honglian, he hasn't hit the critical Radiant item. He's looking for either the Radiant Hand of Justice or the Striker's Flail. Haven't seen that being found right now, so he is forced to basically go into lose streak, and it's going to be dependent on those lucky rolls. How fast can he find them to kind of stabilize?
Just keep an eye on who plays against Garen in this round, just because we've got the 3 different win streaking players running right now. But I just want to follow up on your point about the Guinsoo's Rageblade for the Garen there. In terms of the overall potential we've got here, for what will eventually presumably become a 4-star Garen, how much is it going to cap him if we never see the Guinsoo's arrive?
It's a massive difference, honestly. If you the Guinsoo's Rageblade allows him to stack HP at an alarming rate. We have seen builds like Guinsoo's Rageblade, Quicksilver, and Shojin's as, missing the Scarix and just straight stacking HP early. I think the window is kind of closed on that one. So he probably has to play Garen as a main tank and just focus more on the Prodigy side of things. That's my expectation with how things will go. And now Sudowoodo on the big roll down, coming in for the GPs.
Yeah, we can see both GP players will be fighting over it. It looks like they're actually both maintaining the goal for the most part. We're doing NCC doing a little bit of rolling down. Does get the 2-star online, so much more able to farm up gold that way. But looks like we're seeing at least a little bit of help. Of course, Sudowoodo has the extra incentive, the hedge fund. He's going to drop down too low. He will, of course, miss out on all those extra rerolls. Oh, sorry, not extra rerolls. Not invested anymore. But at least the extra interest he could otherwise be learning.
Yeah, typically this is in solo queue played as a fast 8 kind of composition. You want a few more rounds to get the additional interest in from it. But in this scenario where you're contesting on the GP, you're right, he is missing out on a lot of value given those augments there. Now we did see Keon trying not to take an additional life from NCC1. He is their win-out player on the 9 lives, so he did remove the items from the Garen.
Yes, and very carefully played. I mean, it's been talked about again and again, but it's always worth restating. These high HP players, as win-streaking early players, have got a lot of capacity to give their HP to their teammates and make sure they don't fall down too quickly. NCC, those 9 lives down to 4. So, I'm assuming at this point, this is pretty much where we'd expect and hope NCC to be staying for the time being.
Yeah, you definitely want to be stable on stage 3, I would say. And then, you know, when you have your second Radiant on the last life coming in, that's when you just go for the win-out situation. But for now, preserving HP, definitely the right thing to do. We are taking a look at Maris's board. He's going to be contesting on the other side of the Jin Mundo line. I think he's a solo Jin Mundo so far. Oh, no, Saren is also in that line. So his job, I think, is pretty much just as a brawler, preserve HP. If you're ahead of Saren, then that is good news. But taking a look here, that doesn't seem to be the case. Saren with the spoils of war actually keeping his win streak.
We did have our questions about how well it would work out overall, but so far so good. Of course, you know, the team format able to manipulate and put a lot of units to be spoils of war in front of Saren. Over here for YGQF, of course, we've got the 7 Crystal Gambit player brewing quietly away. Right now, not making a massive impact, but is keeping his HP up remarkably high.
Now, this comp typically stabilizes when you have that 7 Crystal Gambit. You need to find the Zyra in addition. So this is kind of a sack stage for YGQF. You know, the best sort of narrative for it is you just natural it on level 8, but before then, you're kind of just coasting along.
No, it makes a lot of sense. You know, you talked about before how for the Crystal Gambit, when we are playing it more as a vertical, it switches to a competition that lets you kind of ignore the whole general stacking system. So kind of 2 different economy traits built into one. So it's great to see him sticking up nice and healthy there as we do see another fight over resources in the middle.
I think Honglian has taken a page from Milo in the previous game. Double Radiant items for that Katarina. That seems to be the name of the game right there. We're not sure yet, but it seems like he did find the Radiant Hand of Justice. Yes. If it was from the Pandoras, that would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. So, we've got a setup here. We've certainly seen how ridiculously powerful this Katarina can get. Certainly, we saw in the 9 lives context where going down to a single life and then not losing from that point forwards as soon as the second Radiant item especially landed.
Is that an artifact? Where did that come from?
Yes, I'm a little confused about that too, but all right, we'll see what we can do with it. Certainly, we've already got a Yuumi in play. So, let's see. So okay, interesting. We've got the Radiant Void Staff in the back line. I mean, that's certainly an indirect way to put another one onto Katarina.
Yeah, and he's just, where did he even get that artifact? I'm just kind of scratching my head. Masterwork upgrade, Pandora's? Did he get it from a PvE round? Is that what we're going for right now? That's kind of crazy.
I'll leave that one to the philosophers, I'm afraid, but certainly it's been good enough for the time being. So here from Maris, we've got the Mundo, and of course the stacking Vince's Rage Blade, not an attack speed, but attack damage. And Mundo has been with the artifacts on the front line. He's proven to be too much to handle, and finally the Spores of War will stop for a moment.
And this is exactly the job that he needed to do right there. NCC1 now getting another catch out as he did lose one more. We're going to be taking a look at the GP count. 5 GPs across the board. I'm not sure what Sudowoodo is on at this point. He does have good combat augments for it, I will say. So Sudowoodo very far behind, actually, only on the 2-star.
Yeah, so it looks like both players are having a little bit of trouble with putting the board together. I mean, certainly itemization-wise, you can see very, very good on both sides. Of course, Sudowoodo having the advantage of the Radiant Guinsus, which will be absolutely nightmarish to deal with. But for the time being, Gangplank gonna keep his head on his shoulders and not overtake everything.
And we finally have the board from Milo. We haven't seen this board for a while. It is going to be going into the, most likely the Sork board here. Mana Zane already selected. He is keeping himself slightly open towards the Yuumi just by holding the Garen.
Okay, we're seeing back. It's, I mean, in fact, you can see across the board, I think this entire stage really has been a seeing back for the teams overall. We've not a ton of HP damage with the exception of Hongliang and Sudowoodo. Gold-wise, our players are mostly keeping their gold in the bank rather than anywhere else, and will let the interest run into stage 4.
All right, these are the critical roll downs coming down for the Wolves players here. He needs to find the Zyra to get the 7 Crystal Gambit in. It gives you a ton of combat damage and also makes your rolls faster for the 5 Crystal Gambit, so you can get your cash outs in online. On the other hand, for Saren here, you know, he was full win streaking. He hasn't actually committed himself to any specific composition. It looks like once again he's going to be giving over the Jin Mundo reroll spot to his opposition.
All right, well, I suppose at least we've got the spoils to rely on longer term. Again, do remember, as you can see in the very top right, Wolves are down 1 game in the series. As was mentioned on the desk, and it's worth restating time and time again, this is single elimination from this point. Even if you went for your group completely undefeated, where it was effectively double elimination, there are no second chances.
Full board pivot coming in from Saren. Looks like he's not going to allow Milo to play into the Sork line completely uncontested, is going in for the units right now. On the other hand, for YGQF, does find the Ashe, and the Zyra still has 40 gold to go. What? Huge for Wolves right here. They have their win out player online. 4-1 is a pretty early, and everyone is there. Everyone's like, oh no, he hit Zyra. Did you see that?
That is absolutely nuts. All right, well, we just need to start putting the pieces together then. We've got good itemization for the Ashe in the back line. Going to be putting the power fruit on her as well for a little bit more punch. You said the big buff across the board. NCC, though, is very powerful in of himself. This Crystal Gambit board isn't at full capacity as of yet. Nice start on the Gangplank, and at least YGKF has got the has got the HP to be able to absorb this loss while he brings his board fully together.
Yep, all he needs is kills right now. He can lose a couple in stage 4, that's completely fine. He just needs the 5 Crystal Gambit cash out for him to work. We're going to be taking a look at some of these other boards. Mess Hall, very interesting pickup here for Maris. He's thinking that his board can stay alive long enough for that to come into effect. Ashe 2 being found here, and I think it's a strategist, Aseki.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he also crucially will become a Crystal Gambit as well, so he's to be hitting incredibly hard, extra HP, extra damage as well. He's honestly a nightmare to deal with. It's freezing up the board repeatedly. And I really like having the Cassante in here as well. There's so much disruption and time for the Ashe to stack up.
That's the best echo you could get. Fits his trait webs very nicely. He's going to put it into the backline perhaps for extra damage amp. Something he can decide on. NCC1 on 3 lives. Taking a look at his GP count. Still holding on to the Katarinas. This is going to be dicey for him. It's going to be really bad if you lose a win-out player potentially just by not hitting the GPs.
He's down to 3 lives, so he can afford to lose his round, of course. He prefers to not if he can. No, we have got the Edge of Night difference here across the 2 Gangplanks, and I think that's going to be crucial. Sudowoodo takes a hit. NCC stays frosty here at the very bottom, and Sudowoodo goes down to almost the same number of HP.
Once again, we're seeing the max cap, a bailout happen across these boards. Prismatics for NCC1. If you can turn the corner on the extra lives, that would be massive for him. Sudowoodo shaking his head, not being able to find that GP3. Does get the Kabuko, but it's just unfortunate. I feel like hedge fund into contesting GP, just not a very strong line of play because you miss out on the majority of the interest.
It really felt like it was a sort of very deliberate decision to say, you know what, I'm going to go for the gold injection right now and be able to get to the units faster. But yeah, if you miss, then you're suddenly left holding an Augment that really isn't doing too much for you at all. Here and on the other side, will go up against this board. Sudowoodo could be in major trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be Wolves versus Wolves here. That's Saren on the top side. Already found the Karma 3.
Sudowoodo is going to be the first one out. NCC, of course, while low on HP, is not actually in peril at this point because he's got at least 2 more chances, so we'll take the loss and the extra rewards.
I think it's not surprising that Sudowoodo, given his line contesting the 9 lines player, is going to go out first. But the question is, how much did he slow NCC1 down? If NCC1 with 9 lives and with them playing with him as the main sort of win-out player for the majority of the game, if he still drops out 7th, I think Sudowoodo has done his job.
Well, certainly, yeah, we've seen NCC being kept from that Gangplank 3 for an awful long time. If memory serves, I believe he was on about 6th. I saw another 2-star one being placed onto the ward briefly. So it feels like it's going to be really dicey here as to whether or not the 3-star can come online in a timely fashion.
Yep. However, Wolves this time, they do have other win-out players on the comp. So even if they take an 8th place, they can still crawl back. We have that double Radiant potentially onto Hong Lian, though. And of course, we have Saren, 71 HP lobby leader. Plus, he's been going at that Sork line for a very long time. He's getting constant cash outs. And there's also a Crystal Gambit player. So they are lock and loaded. They have plenty of ammunition. And if we look at, I think on the other side for Virtus.pro, unfortunately, some of these boards will start to fall off. I think Maris is probably the prime example of that one. Has not been able to find a single win so far in Stage 4.
No, and I mean, even with a double Gwynsu's there and a very promising looking Vi front line. I mean, as the boards continue to fill up, Saren has been, of course, scooping up, as you said, with the Spoils of War, extra resources. There's so many more units to proc that onto. We see the board strength being pushed even further forward. It doesn't seem like there's going to be too much left in the tank. At least clears a decent amount of ball, but it feels like we're just moderating the descent here for Maris more than anything else.
Yeah, the question now is for Virtus.pro, who can carry? I think everything still hinges on NCC1. He is the most likely player to get them through this. The other one is Milo. He is being contested by the lobby leader, so rolling much later, harder to find his units here. And we're looking at his board, does get Fusion Dance, plus the snipers focus Gwen. So he might be cheesing his way into a couple more wins here.
Yeah, when we know how nightmarishly difficult it is to deal with. But it does, Clement, it feels like this board could get quite a lot stronger. We've got Cassante at 2, but a lot of 1-stars otherwise.
Oh, we're seeing on the bottom side that there's still 6 Gwens in the pool, and he's sitting on the pair, so he definitely could just find them in the PvE round and go further on. He has a lot of potential, but right now he needs to get lucky in the preceding shops.
All right, well, we see Maris again. It would be a little bit unfortunate if Maris doesn't get the win here to push his more promising teammate away. Instead, it's as we expected, Maris will slowly decline into obscurity, but of course, serving the team while doing so.
And it's kind of crazy to me that Honglin is dropping so much HP. I considered him to be in a perfect spot. He had the perfect power-up. He had double Radiance on the Katarinas, but I assume he just hasn't been able to hit the 3-star here. Going down to 9 HP. If him and Sudoludu are 7-8, suddenly that's, maybe that win out doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be coming together very quickly.
4 copies?
Yeah, just take your note, NCC did go to the last life, so has the last bit of power injected in. But Clement, to what you were saying.
Oh, this is such a massive low roll. I know that everyone on Virtus.pro is holding down those Katarinas for sure, and he's also just naturally contested by Schoolyard Justice coming in from Keon, but still, the amount of copies is just unreasonable at this point, and Honglin is even level to 8. He's given up on the best odds for his shop.
Wow, that really hurts, especially in such an important game. Of course, Virtus.pro would love to be able to move on to face up against T1 in 2-0 fashion. It would really set them well up as potential favorites for the rest of the competition to take out the reigning champions, but it does feel like things are getting a lot more complicated here in Game 2 than they ever were in Game 1.
We just got to notice that the first 2-star 5 cost has been made on the board, and I'm wondering, is it that sniper-focused Gwen? If it is, I feel like that's the nail in the coffin for Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, she's just absolutely massive. Spreading that much damage across pretty much the entire field. Keep an eye out here for NCC, because of course, we're out of extra lives. Is able to take down Honglian, so that's a second Wolf down.
That means the rest of the 2 members need to go 1-2. Their spots are currently Crystal Gambit, and we do have, who else is it? Spoils of War.
Yes, the Spoils
Saren
of
is
War.
still there. He's playing on the Sork board. They do have very, very high caps, both of them.
Oh boy. Well, we've characterized Virtus.pro as giant killers coming up until this point. It seemed like their reputation is set to continue to grow if they can take down the reigning champions of EWC, the winners before. They've got to be holding their breath, saying that every decision now is incredibly important.
Yeah, Saren not rolling anymore, and it is the Gwen on Milo's board. That was what the notice was. Thank you, Crunchyroll. This is pivotal for the game here. The sniper's focus already completed. You can see that there is a face of despair and perhaps shock on the side of Honglin. They've done so well so far in this tournament, but this could be the end for them.
Maris is out of this round. NCC, of course, is incredibly strong himself. Can afford to take the loss himself. So we'll get ourselves a more or less stalemate for the time being, but oh boy, still looking at those other walls. Currently, at least there's a good amount of HP left on the wall side, at least.
YGQF, how are his cash outs going? That's going to be a big question coming into this one. There's some truly obscene things he could do with that Crystal Gambit, Echo, a strategist as well. There's a lot of damage he could get onto it. And there's specifically artifacts that are given by that 5 Crystal Gambit. So he could still potentially get a win out. I mean, they could knock Milo and NCC1 out pretty quickly here. Let's take a look at the artifacts that were dropped towards him. So it is going to be on the tank item. I will say this is a little bit of a low roll. He really would have preferred it on just getting more burst damage. Perhaps the Mana Zane or the Flicker Blade, I would say, are better options here.
I mean, this will be a test for how well the Wolves are able to contest for top place. Taking out NCC1 here will be absolutely massive. Good amount of CC on the gangplank, but I just don't know if the DPS is there. Ash has stacked up, but not in time, as she will get cut through. NCC stays in play.
The good thing about that GP3 board is that it is max cap, so he cannot put up to 9 units onto his board. There's also another Crystal Gambit coming in. NCC1, can he deny this? With the 9 lives, yes, he takes away the win condition.
Oh my gosh. You must imagine the flood of adrenaline just seeing that on the carousel and saying, are we in position to stop this one from happening, and almost guaranteeing the game 3.
This is why I think 9 lives is even more powerful in 4v4. You can just deny a lot of those alternate win conditions that can pop up on the carousel. Make sure there are no surprises.
All right, NCC, you're as powerful as you're ever going to be. I mean, right now, as we look up on the table, it's 2 Wolves, 2 Virtus.pro in the top 4. NCC, though, the confounding fact, his board is so strong, he's not going down without a fight.
Yep, he has gone all the way down to his last life here. The artifact being dropped is going to be a Zanya's onto that Yone there. I will have to say, because he had to take max cap, I don't think this is necessarily going to win the lobby here.
No. Well, that's the thing, he doesn't necessarily need to. You just need to take down either of the Wolves at this point, and this series is over.
If YGQF or Saren just go into the 3rd place, then VP will clinch this series, move on to the semifinals 2-0. But they have to be very careful about thinking who is the one to actually go into the top 2. They need to decide amongst themselves. There's 3 players here. Milo on 27 HP, NCC1 on 9 lives, but with max cap. I actually think it should be Milo.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've got that Gwen with a range extension, and really great itemizations with the clone Karma as well. There's a huge amount of damage. You know, I'm certainly complaining a little bit about the front line not having the star levels, but we're very close to getting that properly shored up, so at least these backlines have all the time they need to just wipe the board.
This is a disgusting Living Forge, by the way, to do perfect items for the composition that he's playing for. I wish my Living Forge games always looked like this one. VP, who are you going to decide on? Personally, probably Milo, but 9 lives is also kind of hard to pass up on. We're going to be looking at Saren's YGQF's 7 crystal board coming in here.
And the thing which we're missing for was the damage, but of course Karma will keep on spinning her blade even during that big board-wide stun, so not a great matchup, and unfortunately Kazante, not our all-out Kazante which we would see normally, will just fall down.
That was actually expertly done from Wolves. They got the least amount of damage dealt. That was a 1 unit win from the side of Saren, so beautiful stuff right there. YGQF, they need some luck right here. He's basically going into stage 6. You take 12 damage minimum. You still have 1 life to give, essentially, but you have to manage that AP very carefully. He's going to get another cash out with the artifacts right here. We'll take a look at what he selects. Looks like it's just going to be the
Despair.
Unending Despair frontline.
Okay, so a little bit more time being bought for the field, but I mean, at this point, you know, we've got the 2 Wolves players left, and again, they need top 2 to be able to win. YGQF, of course, on 17 HP, the most obvious one to be paying close attention to, the most vulnerable to being taken out in a hurry.
What is that HP bar on that GP? On that Schoolyard Justin Garen, already 4-star.
Got a lot of potential, what can I say?
Yeah, is it enough to chew through the board, though? The big problem about this is you really need secondary carries. Usually Caitlyn is the best one since she has multi-target, can clean up the backline, or else Garen himself is just a little too slow.
I do wonder, yeah, if we were talking about caps from before, if maybe this ball, without the Quincy, as you mentioned before, might cap a little bit too low, but we'll keep our eye on the Garen. So I'm just watching where he goes. The stun, of course, will provide a lot more time. And we can see, yeah, Garen, he's very, very tanky, but he's not cutting through the board super fast. And even with the Prodigy, I think the Ashe has got enough. He takes him down, and that means that YGKF will keep himself nice and healthy.
And Milo loses as well, so the 1-2 is still in the cards. If you look at the HP tables, Wolves have suddenly stabilized themselves. They need good fight RNG, they don't want to run into each other, but this game is still very possible to be extended.
All right, so 5 strategists, 7 Crystal Gambit, and of course we've got the 2-star Echo in place. Double Vow and the Despair on the job, and he's going to be casting quick and decisively. NCC is still in play though. He feels like the difference maker.
All they need is just a second place on this team amongst these 3 players from Virtus.pro, but NCC, I think he's reached the end of his road. There's no really upgrades. He can't level up anymore. If the double strike and this stuns can get through onto GP, I think Wolves have got this.
Keep it very close. Like the GP has targeted the Ashe.
Oh, he's going on the back line.
Blow him up. That's gonna be it. There's no first and second place. We have got the Ashe surely as we run down to the tail end of the line. YGQF holds on by a thread.
1 HP, and the positioning made a huge difference right there. All the CC was actually on the right side, and the Ashe was forced to face the game plank alone pretty early on into the fight. It seems to be a positioning diff in my eyes there.
Oh boy. You can see them just waiting here.
Are they facing each other? Do they know about this?
I think it seems like it's likely. There's enough HP to absorb it on the Seren's side of things.
Yeah, he's taking out his Gwen, so I feel like this has to be a Wolves on Wolves fight. Saren is going to lose a big chunk of HP, but he needs to keep YGQF in the running.
Oh yeah, there's no other question here whatsoever. Top 2 or bust for the Wolves, as we were correct. It will be a face-to-face. We're keeping the Ashe as far away as possible. So time must be bought. Bear in mind the HP across the rest of the field is extremely low as well. We will be seeing an elimination in this round.
Saren can't lose by 7.
Certain.
I think he's losing by too much. There might be too many units on the side of YGQF. Is Saren still alive? No, he goes out! It's a team kill!
And with a team kill, it's all over. Virtus.pro, the Giant Slayers have done it again. The winners of last year's EWC will not face T1 again. Virtus.pro will take their place and climb further in the Club Championship standings. That's more points secured and a semi-final spot as well.
And how crazy has this run been for them? You know, they were last pickings on the table in terms of forming the 8-pack team. All 3 of them in set 13 made it to the Tactician's Crown. They got the points, they got the ticket to go into the ACL Championship, and they had to wait months until someone was finally willing to sign them on, pick them into an organization, and how well have they repaid Virtus.pro for that dedication.
And Clement, you have to wonder how many names need to be added to this list for Virtus.pro of teams that they've run through before you start to put them up there amongst the very best in the world.
Oh, and this was the last deciding fight right there. Saren weakened his board too much at that point. He was holding off onto the Gwen items. Unfortunate situation for that, and it was a perfect kill. And look at Kian. He is so happy about this. He's been a long-time player coming out of Vietnam, the 1st or 8th king. And he gets the win, the jubilation.
Oh my gosh. Woo! We talked about this yesterday. These are moments that stick with the players for absolutely ever. Congratulations to Virtus.pro. Let's go and hear from them directly over on the stage.
Virtus.pro have done the unexpected. They have defied all expectations, taking down the reigning winners of TFT and EWC in a 2-0 fashion. Maris, congratulations. Sensational performance. How has that happened? You managed to take down Falcons, then Maus, and now Wolves. So all 4 players that were currently reigning winners from last year, you managed to take every single one of them down. How is that achievable? How did you and your team manage to do that?
So, Maris, chúc mừng bạn với cái chiến thắng vừa rồi ha. Mình đã đánh bại 4 team xuất sắc mà đã trở thành cái người chiến thắng của năm ngoái. Vậy thì bạn đã làm như thế nào để mà có thể chiến thắng họ trong cái trận vừa rồi?
Đối với cá nhân em thì em nghĩ là cái chiến thuật bên ban huấn luyện đưa ra cùng với sự nỗ lực của cả team đã đưa tụi em đến xa đến như vậy.
In my opinion, that depends on our coach strategies and also like our team effort a lot that we have put in the last match. That's the reason why that we have beat all the good teams.
And speaking of good teams, you will be facing T1 in the semifinals. Is there any special preparation that you have, or is there anything that you want to say to your next opponents?
Mình sẽ bắt đầu đối đầu với lại T1 ở trong vòng tứ kết á, thì mình sẽ có những cái lời nhắn gửi nào đối với lại đối thủ của mình hay không, hoặc là có sự chuẩn bị nào hay không?
Đối với cá nhân em cũng như là team em ấy thì hiện tại đã chuẩn bị quá kỹ càng rồi. Thế nên là bây giờ nếu như mà được gửi một lời đến T1 thì chúng tôi đến đây là để vô địch, không phải để đi chơi.
Well, our team have prepared so well and we're ready to face T1 and our message to them is that we're here to get the champion, so be ready for that.
I love the confidence, and honestly, after taking down the reigning winners, your confidence has to be sky high, and now you get to crush their key as well. How does that feel?
Bây giờ mình sẽ bắt đầu mình nghiền nát chìa khóa của đối thủ, thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
I feel so amazing when I win the game and crush the enemy 2-0, and next game I'm gonna do it.
I love that. He's going to do it again. T1, beware. Virtus.pro is here to play for the whole title. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a key to crush. Back to the studio we go.
We have not just any key to crush here. This is the key of the defending title winners. This is the key of the team that won it last year. And their key is a very special one because that is also part of EWC. So VP, I mean, they cruised through that lower bracket. They're confident going up against Wolves and even more so going up against T1.
Yeah, totally abolishing here. 2-0, making the win. We have to set it up here, Stuart. We started with triple prismatic, so variance is here. And at least for the start, Virtus.pro with the better end. Protagonist, 9 life and Mana Saint, clear out. And Wolf with YQGF, only with Crystal Gambit +1. So difficult to navigate.
I think it's difficult as well because two of their players also picked Prismatic Destiny. Two of them not really the best as well with the Pandora's Box and also Spoils of War, which can be very difficult because you have to play tempo. But we know that in this meta, playing tempo is not always the best way to go. The Pandora's Box in the end from Hong Lian went towards Katarina. We know Katarina has been performing a little bit better over the last few days, but still not that win-out composition. We thought YGQF was going to be that win-out composition, and maybe he could have been that win-out composition as well. But the big thing right at the end was when Seren was trying to make his board that little bit weaker, taking out the Gwen, and was actually too weak. And he team killed in the end as well. And the reaction from the Virtus.pro players, I think, says it all.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I think it was a little account. You were saying that it's very difficult for 7 Crystal Gambit to be losing, and YGQF, he was actually losing. So maybe he thought, okay, maybe I'm not strong enough, I need to put more items in, but no. Total gameplay there and winning loss, and there's a final position. Matt is the leader for the team. No ego for them, but full emotions from everyone.
I mean, just like jumping together, going for that hug, absolutely ecstatic with the win that they had here, because this was a very difficult matchup, Stuart, coming into this. We said, looking at Wolves Esports, the fact that they won last year, the fact that they had such an unscathed run through that upper bracket, whereas Virtus.pro, you know, they had that little loss on their record as well. Wolves, again, having 25 average points in total, 100% win rate. This was the team to beat, and they did just that.
There's a running theme today, Ginny.
No, yes.
There is a running theme.
As long as it doesn't fall on me for the blame, then I'm good.
I really think it does.
No.
I'm thinking I'll start calling you Genie. I will start calling you Gennaro. So maybe if you like it directly, because it actually happened. They crushed so many keys last year, Wolves, and now they didn't even have a chance to crush one. And it's tough. It's tough because they really looked prepared. They looked amazing, and this series totally destroyed their dreams.
No, I mean, again, we talked about the high variance, but I mean, this is TFT. You know, every single game can be high variance in the end, and it's about piloting the right positions. It's about finding that win-out player. Normally, we see Severin Crystal Gambit. You know, we were watching in the green room. We were like, okay, he has Crystal Gambit +1. He wasn't actually lose streaking early on. Sometimes you can lose streak, try and go for that big cash out, and then win streak afterwards. But he's trying to save as much HP as possible in the early stages. We saw in stage 3, he didn't even put in Crystal Gambit. He was just win streaking instead. Played for the Severin Crystal Gambit. Gambit, found the early Zyra, and at that point you think to yourself, he's the win-up player. He's the one that's going to run away. But with things like Protagonist being in, we know how powerful that can be with the Garen just stacking so much HP. Crystal Gambit couldn't win any rounds at all, and I think the HP just got lower and lower as soon as Wolves went 7.
Also, they had the pressure in because Suruguru and Homelian, they were supposed to be in a good position. Suruguru playing the GP, but didn't hit enough, so going 8th, and then Homelian, who was also with a good comp, going 7th, so the pressure was on, and that's why they needed to transfer HP in the end. Didn't work out. Friendly Fire taking them out. So, I mean, a huge loss.
Yeah, and with that loss as well, the bracket is even further updated because with Wolves out, it does mean that VP advances to the semifinals tomorrow against Team Liquid. We already have our first best of 3 of tomorrow set out and ready, but we still need to look at the bottom of the table where we have Weibo Game against Evos and AGs against Flash Wolves. And you guys are talking about, it's been a little bit of a theme today with Ginny cursing teams. I think it's the upper bracket curse. I would like to refrain from responsibility here, but look, there you go. The special
logo.
key, it has the crown on there, and that is the key that you get to crush. I mean, if I have a trophy, 100,000 million% that's going in there.
Yeah, I want to get that. Remember, they have the ability to pick whichever crush key they will put in the trophy, whoever gets the win. There's the pop. Expression, a little, yeah. He wasn't prepared. He knows, he saw previous crush key, he was prepared, even though a good blink there.
It's also really important to highlight here that it's just every single time that one of the interviewers, whether it's Ian or Sandstorm, great job by the way guys, is asking them if they are excited to crush the keys, they just go, yes sir, definitely. And they always switch to English because they want to make sure that everybody understands that they are so excited to press that button.
I mean, who wouldn't we? We've already been talking about it. We want more for the casters. Maybe predictions has not been happy. I don't mind if I have to get
my predictions out the window now. I don't know how to predict the rest of this tournament now.
You have to change it in the middle. So I changed to Virtus.pro. I was going to Wolf, made it in the end. So maybe if it's possible, you change just in the middle and that happens. Yeah.
Just a little change the whole thing. Just a little change. But just a little change is what we're seeing here as well. Not really. The whole thing has changed. When it comes to the teams that we had so high expectations for and that are coming into this and we're saying, these are the teams that are going to win. These are the teams that are going to take the title. These are the ones to beat. They've all kind of fallen flat on their faces. T1 so far is the only one remaining that has done really, really well in that lower bracket, that has done well today. So I am also a little bit worried when it comes to Weibo, who has come through that upper bracket, and AGs as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Weibos, it's important that they beat excellent teams. They beat T1, they beat Team Liquid. Group A was one of the death group, if you will. Yeah. And they've done amazing. Some of them have got maybe more of a clear pass with some positions there. So Weibo, once again, I feel in a great position, but as you said, Ginny, maybe the curse of that upper bracket could make a difference, especially if they lose game 1.
I totally agree. I think that Weibo definitely had a much tougher route to the playoffs. I think with winning against, as you mentioned, they've already beat T1 already, so they've already beaten these really, really strong teams.
Yeah, and we get a little behind-the-scenes look at the Crunchyroll reactions from VP, who have had a phenomenal game here at the Esports World Cup. I mean, they are locked in, they're ready. Even from the huddle that we saw before the game even started, they were going for blood today, and that's exactly what they got.
Yeah, they got it completely using expression. We already mentioned, no ego from them, full communication. I mean, so important in many of these groups. Some of them had mixed languages. The Filipino, we remember previously, that got from ROC. And they're just, I mean, hyping, going directly for the friendship, going directly for the leader of the group that was going to be Maris, and the hug in the end.
No, they're going to fall off. Okay, he got it. But just how much does this mean for these players is just really highlighted in the emotions and the reactions that we get from them when these games are done, because they were the underdog, Stuart, coming into this. We were like, oh, we're not too sure what we can expect from them, but
I mean, the expressions are high and I mean, the emotions are high, but I love Maris at the end in English. We beat them 2-0. We're going to take T1 2-0 as well. That's a statement right there. I mean, they are coming for T1. It's also going to be APAC versus APAC as well in that semi-final, which I think is also very interesting because these are players that have played against each other as well, not just for EWC, but also in the regular TFT circuit as well. These are players that have played in the APAC region, played against each other before, so they must have plenty of knowledge within these two teams.
And if we think about finals and semifinals, T1's one of the only teams. He went second last year, and now with the possibility to take it all, that would be an amazing game.
That would be, but we still have another quarterfinals coming your way. Up next, the game that everyone is also looking forward to, Weibo Gaming finally on the stage, on the stream against EVOS, who yesterday had such a great performance as well in the lower bracket, fighting their way to get here. But the reality is, the fact of the matter, Kupe-san, is you're looking at Weibo Gaming. They're the ones who knocked T1 into that lower bracket. What does that mean for EVOS?
I mean, it has to be full confidence in terms of Weibo Gaming. EVOS, I think they really don't care. Yesterday, they were talked, and in the interview, they were asked, okay, how do you feel? Do you feel you're still the underdogs? No, we can beat anyone. We have already showed this, and now they have to beat a team that has beat the best, if probably. So I think it will be a tight series, and both teams are ready.
I think EVOS is very chill. I don't think they have any pressure towards them as well. I think that's the big thing. Like some of these teams coming into it, we speak so highly about them. EVOS was probably one of the lowest rated teams really for us, to be fair, in terms of wasn't really underdogs, maybe even below underdogs for EVOS. They come in.
What would that be? What would that
don't
be?
know. I can't come up with
Sorry.
I was going to say something, but I won't say it.
Below underdogs is a statement, though, because, look at what they've done so far.
Yeah, they've climbed the whole way. This is a team that's, come from EMEA, players that have no Tactician's Crown experience at all. These are players that are still, some of them are content creators, some of them are still quite new to the scene as well. So I think it's such a big statement to make that you can make it to the playoffs. But as you mentioned, Hupe, I think coming up against Weibo, one of the strongest teams, is going to be so important to play against.
It's actually really good that you touch upon that when it comes to the fact that EVOS doesn't have any pressure on their shoulders coming into this matchup, because Weibo does, because they knocked T1 into this lower bracket, because it is Weibo Gaming. They're coming out from that APAC region. We're expecting them to do really well, but whether or not they agree with us and they feel the pressure coming into this match, let's find out.
What's up, everybody? It's the Gentle Giants, Puckett and Jin, back with another interview. This time we got Weibo Gaming Sao, and Sao, I wanted to ask you, Weibo has had a great run here at EWC 2025. How confident are you in getting your squad to the semifinal?
一个问题说，就是 Weibo Gaming， 你们在这场比赛当中还算是打得挺顺利的。那你们认为你们能成功晋级到半决赛有多少信心呢？
我觉得我们是100%晋级的。
I think we are 100% getting into the semifinals.
That's some confidence. I love it. So speaking of your success so far, if you could say one player has been your most valuable MVP, who would you be? Who would it be?
微博战队现在如此的强悍，就想问你，如果让你选你们队里的一位选手作为 MVP 的话，你会选谁呢？
我觉得是我们队伍的关，他是我们队伍的指挥核心。
I would say it would be Guan, because he is the core of the he's the one instructing and commanding everyone what to do. So he's absolutely our leader.
I love that. Final question. You are representing China in this event. How do you feel about your performance so far, and how far will you go?
你们作为也是代表中国的一支战队，想问你，你认为你们在这次比赛当中到底有多少信心，以及你认为你们会走多远呢？
我觉得我们会拿下冠军。
I think we will be the champions.
He's ready to go. We'll rejoin the team. Best of luck today. Back to you guys.
We will be the champions. A statement coming out from Weibo Gaming after a statement win in that upper bracket as well. Yet to lose a game, finding themselves here against EVOS, a team that has done really well for themselves in this lower bracket. They have been able to get a win. But for them to be champions, Casanova, welcome. They actually have to beat this hurdle first.
Absolutely. And I think we've been waiting for a while to see Weibo on the main stage after seeing how their group went, taking down T1, taking down Vitality, two of the favorites to win the entire tournament. And you're mentioning EVOS not worried about who they're facing. There's not a lot of expectations on them, but this is maybe the strongest group going up against what we thought might have been the weakest group. And this is the big test for, is EVOS the real deal? Can they take it to Weibo Gaming?
Yeah, in terms of Weibo's directly, they have been playing very differently, not prioritizing the GP that much and even taking the win. I want to highlight one. He's been playing all-out Casante that is normally the counter to GP. So it's very interesting because in Teamfight tactics, counter normally don't exist, and in this case, making it work.
Yeah, and I want to continue on talking about Guan. Into the Arcane, he won a couple of tournaments in the CN region, including the regional final. And going into the World Championship, we thought that maybe Guan would be a contender. He kind of fell out in 30th there, and since then has kind of, I think, had a chip on his shoulder for coming to an international stage and popping off, and has a chance here at EWC.
What if I flip your question, Casanova, and I ask you, is Weibo the real deal? Because we haven't seen them struggle. Yes, they were in Group A, but it was day one. Maybe T1 was under the weather.
It's true, right? I mean, the T1 team we've been seeing on stage the last 2 days has looked like maybe the best team in the tournament remaining. And the question is did Weibo catch them slipping? Exactly. I agree with you. I think that this is the time we are going to get to see that. I think the expectation coming in with the wins that Weibo picked up is, hey, maybe this should be a stomp, actually, over EVOS. And from there, if it's not, is there maybe a little bit more that we're seeing? Maybe we were underestimating EVOS, or maybe we're overestimating Weibo.
Yeah, the one thing that every single team today has had in common, Hupe, when it comes to being knocked out of the tournament, is the fact that they had a 100% win rate. So, I'm not saying history might repeat itself, but it does feel like there is that lower bracket buff, so to say, because you have that experience of being on the stage. Potentially, you have a couple extra games under your belt. You had a chance to play in this environment and really see what it's like, and you tasted the hunger of crushing a key.
Yeah, I truly believe it. The reps are making the difference, but there's something to recognize that Weibo, they have been playing the games that we normally see on day 2, on day 1. So they have a broader understanding of the meta, playing the crew, playing all of Casante, and playing GP, obviously, is Yumoth. Maybe a little less source that I would like to have, but I mean, they are prepared. They are doing great, and their understanding of fundamentals of TFT is top-notch.
Yeah, and for Evo, I want to be able to highlight a little bit Kesman. He's got the highest AVP on the team. I think a lot of the eyes have been on Shredden. They've been on Aki playing the kind of defender role. He's been taking a lot of hits for the team and having to play the spots, trying to go for 7th, and succeeded, but they've kind of had Kesman as this rock, being able to place in the top 4 very consistently, find a couple first places, and that's so important that you have both sides of it. And really, it has been Kesman for this team that's been in the spot over and over again, and he's converted.
Yeah, the power of communication, talking every time. When things are going good, they're happy, they're transpassing. Where things are going bad, they're helping each other. Once again, making sure they know the win-out possibilities, even if it's Lane Genie, and then trying to convert.
Yeah, we also have the Crunchyroll's team comps from EVOS to just further really highlight the fact that this team is continuously talking and having these conversations, which is really, really important as well to have, because when it comes to this environment, as we already touched upon multiple times throughout this entire tournament, it's the fact that it's a 4v4. You cannot go 8th and be quiet. You have to be there and help your team as much as possible.
It's a game of information, and even the slightest decision can make the difference in the end. What items to take in carousel to grief the opponent and make the win, and of course, maybe a little positioning angle that can help you take it away.
And it's why there's such a truly fun story. This is a group of friends from Poland coming to face some of the best in the world at TFT, and they've toppled over a couple of teams that maybe you thought they shouldn't have already, and now they get to try and continue this journey into the top 8.
Yeah, and part of that journey, of course, is going to be the players on the server, so let's have a listen in on the Crunchyroll's team comps to see what they're saying when everything's going down.
Wydaje mi się, że możesz mieć szansę.
Jeden zasięg, drugi zasięg, trzeci zasięg. Stevie nie ma. Mamy to, mamy to, mamy to. 5-0?
5-0.
Nice! Nice! Let's go!
Nice. Czyli co wygrać?
O, no tak, już, wystarczy.
A ten Mundo robi 1v9.
Dawaj Mundo!
Trzeci. Kali, proszę!
Dawaj.
Nice! Brawo.
Dobra, gramy. Skupka.
He's flying, focus. I think those are some pretty good words to see here. But quick predictions I want from both of you here. Starting with you, Kasa.
I have to say 2-0 Weibo, but in my heart, I'm rooting for EVOS.
I think the same. Weibo's for the win in my mind, but my heart is with the Pulshka Gurum.
Have we not learned anything from from the games that we've been seeing here so far today, it's been the story of the underdogs, and the underdogs have been toppling the giants, but one is standing still in their way. Weibo Gaming has looked absolutely formidable, but Evo's crawling their way through that lower bracket is looking for another key to crush. Can they do it? Let's find in this quarterfinals.
After all of the sheer unpredictability that this tournament has brought us, we now have one guarantee, one set in stone fact, and that is that this year we will crown brand new winners, first ever TFT at the Esports World Cup champs.
That's right, Chambers. Champions slain in Wolves Esports. Winners no more. Expectations be damned. Anything is possible, because here at the Esports World Cup, nothing is granted and everything is earned.
I think we should lock in yet another crucial semi-final spot here in Riyadh. Let's welcome onto the stage Weibo Gaming. This team have proven to be the most feared roster here at EWC, taking down T1 and Vitality with a commanding performance, but we've seen giants slain here before, so they better not get too comfortable.
And beware of their opponents. It's none other, the one, the only, it's EVOS Esports! The Polish prodigies are no strangers to the stage and the pressure that comes with it. Can they claw their way through another behemoth of TFT and claim a spot in the semifinals? The second half of the show awaits. The clock is ticking. Time is running out. So let's keep it going with our casters, with our third quarterfinal of the day.
Welcome back, everyone, for another riveting quarterfinal coming up. David versus Goliath, EVOS versus Weibo Gaming. Our first chance to see what Weibo Gaming is made of on the main broadcast on this stream A, let's say, because the group stage was so fastly finished for them. It was a 2-0 against T1. It was a clean sweep of Vitality as well. And now they're here in the quarterfinals with a team that's really had to fight their way into this spot.
Absolutely. We've had Weibo being the Grim Reaper of the group stage, and we've talked a bit with the EVOS, and they said they had a pretty good time on the scrims against Weibo. So we'll see if the Weibo was the one testing, or they just got lucky, or they're actually having a good strategy against them today.
And like yesterday's final series that we saw EVOS clutch up their win to playoffs, it is once again Impetuous Panda joined by Alan ZQ. We have some biases, of course, for these Polish players. You being Polish, of course, we know these players very well since all the way back to Gizmos and Gadgets, where Aki really started popping off as a player individually. But all four of these players have storied careers, although not quite hitting the individual peaks that we see from pretty much every single other player in a tournament as grandiose as EWC. But as a team, it's a whole different story. They are continuing to impress. They are continuing to prove most analysts, most casters, and most viewers wrong. I'm curious what Weibo thinks when they look across the arena, this SMB arena, and they say, you know, we haven't seen these guys in TAC rounds. We haven't seen these guys in the national tournaments. Who are they? How can they be this good as a team? And the synergy's really been there.
Yeah, meanwhile on the Weibo side, we have a pretty much all-star roster with the Pimi, LBTZ, Tianlon, and Guan. Like all of the players being so far successful all in the international circuit, where on the other side, as you mentioned, not much of a success individually, but as a team, they already risen up to the top.
Weibo, 80% win rate across this tournament, across only 2 series, that has to be said. It's a small sample size with 4 wins and with just a single loss. Whereas EVOS has had, obviously, a very rough time to make it here. 50% win rate, 4-4 across all of their series. 1 major smash loss against, it was Wolves in their Group D, which is in theory the easiest group for Wolves to make it out of. But EVOS came in as that second victor to come out of the group stage, and now this is the real test. Do they have what it takes, not just to win this series, but to put up a strong fight against a team of the caliber of Weibo?
Yeah, the main downside, what could bring Weibo potentially down, is they are underplaying GP from what we've seen so far. They are staying away from it. It could be either their strength or a downfall. On the other side, we've seen that EVOS absolutely love playing GP. At least one per lobby. Someone is designated to go there, and usually the same person is the person griefing other rerolls, as we've seen pretty much Aki masterfully was doing yesterday.
And for Weibo, it's only 5 games, so maybe it's sample size issue that there's only been one GP game from them. I think one of the key things to think about is, do they just not have GP spots from stage 2 onwards? That can be a totally fair thing in TFT and variants, but are they also not forcing the GP spot on stage 3, for example, to contest the other team when they are playing against them? That's the bigger question, and we'll see if they adapt that in this series.
Okay, as my fellow co-caster, I know you're a GP enjoyer, and I'm pretty sure you know it. Whenever you want, it might be a GP spot. There is no such thing, oh, this is not a GP game. It might be always a GP game if you just want it to be.
That's exactly what I mean. Some teams are kind of forcing the spot, even if they don't have the natural path into it, as long as they have the chance to lose streak, get a bow, maybe have the right, augment for it from an econ perspective. But it seems like maybe Weibo is not going down that route, only waiting for the key spots early on. We will be seeing Yuumi encounters, so extra loot going to come in for this game 1.
Some extra crops providing juice, so we should see less rerolls, a part of like the more powerful ones, such as GP. But you want to avoid Mundo reroll comps because they do not cap as well. They do not punish the fast 8 comps well enough that don't hit. So we want to stay away from those unless you are trying to target the other reroll players. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna have one reroll player per lobby, per team, and then the rest are just playing fast 8 boards, all out Cassante, Sorks, Battle Academia, maybe even Star Guardian without emblem.
One flip side, one reroll that is enabled with Scuttle Puddle is Kale reroll. We did see it on day 2 of the tournament, still in the group stage, and we saw it to a 2nd place, I believe it was on stream, and that's off of the gold injection you get from Scuttle Puddle. We're able to 3-star the kill and also make it to 9 very consistently. We're seeing here from Guan potentially angling that route with a pair of kills now with Shadow Clone.
If we're thinking about the same game, I believe this was worth the wait. Kale going the fast 9, at the end being just on the 2nd place, fading.
I think there was 2 kill games that popped off. One worth the wait and one Scuttle Puddle. They were separate ones.
We see that Tianlong already checking the power-ups on the Kale. If he finds the prestigious fast 9, fast 10 ones such as Heroic Arc, or the final form for the 5-2 for Kale 4, Kale 3. And he is the first to find the Mundo with the Nar already.
There are some playstyle differences between these players as we move into this very first game. Especially for Weibo, we haven't seen much on the main broadcast yet. Guan especially, he's a player who's been playing only AD this tournament. 5 different comps, 5 AD comps, different ranging from fast 8 comps, fast 9 comps, and reroll comps as well. So it seems to be that he is definitely favoring AD as a whole, while Tianlong is usually favoring more AP, playing things like Prodigy, Katarina, and even 2 games of Star Guardian. So I think a lot of the Eastern teams are giving a lot more prio on the off-meta verticals like Star Guardian and Soul Fighter.
You will see that it's gonna be Gold Augment opener, and Golden this team being already offered with it being the dummy. I believe it's a scapegoat, so will be, oh, never mind, it going to the backline. It's probably gold for dummies, just for the each 10 seconds surviving. It's gonna provide 1 gold. Not a very good outcome on the encounters such as a Scuttle Puddle, given all the resources you get. It will eventually just transfer to a front lane unit that you'll utilize. But yeah, Gold Destiny is Gold Destiny. It's 6 gold, allows you to break the tiebreakers on the econ early on, so you take those.
It is gold for dummies. I do think that overall the Destinies in Scuttle Puddle have a little bit less value, where the randomness can be punished a bit more in terms of you already having a huge injection of gold. We are seeing potentially a kill spot here. Worth the wait is going to be Zach, because we only have 2 kills for now. So it will be a guaranteed frontliner at least. You can 3-star the Zach for free, which is... Someone has a problem with Kale, right? You roll for Kale, you find Kale 3, you don't quite find Zach 3. You don't really want to roll more just for Zach. You want to push levels, but you're in an awkward spot. This shores up that weakness. Only 2 kills though. Are you comfortable and confident on the spot?
I think this is just a fast 9 Kale transition into the Zyra plus TF type of board, picking up either playing 6 Juggernauts until the end while griefing the lobby, or transferring later into some Cassante type of 4 Juggernaut, the board with just premium front lane units all together with the Braum.
We did sell one of the Jins there to make 10, and yeah, we are level 4 already, so you're right. This I don't think will be Kale. It will just be a tempo option. We'll see if Kale will be that backline carry or one of those backline carries later in the game as well. For now, Kraken's Fury Slam from Shredden, and this could definitely be a GP spot.
Yeah, and we have the timeskip Augment allowing to go for that early amount of the XP and rolling on the 3-1 for that GP2 early spike. We've seen throughout the whole tournament so far, players just running to 0 for the GP2 spike because it allows you to build icon pretty fast if you have 2-3 items given all the kills that he gets.
And for Kesman, he does seem to be locked in for this Prodigy line for now. Pandora's item, so he's been able to slam ideal utility items on the AP tree, which still keeps him open to playing both Sorks and Prodigy with these items going on Gwen in the late game as well.
Yeah, on the Pasao Pimi, we pick up the Treasure Hunt, probably the strongest gold Augment there is available now. The amount of the resources it provides, especially if you get to stage 5, stage 6, it pretty much reaches to the double prismatic augment values, but you are playing down throughout the stage 2 at least, and the stage 3 is where you slightly catch up if you manage to roll 20 times, and then stage 4 is where you start applying pressure to the rest of the lobby.
And Wojtek does seem to be leaning into this Sork line, not surprised across the I think 8 games or 7 games total that they played. No, 8 games that Evo's played throughout this tournament up until now. Half of his games, 4 in total, were in this Sork line. So Wojtek has been a designated Sork player, as we've seen from a lot of different teams as well, like Hibaba, for example. On Flash Wolves, there tends to be one player that seems to be most comfortable on this Sork line.
We see Wojtek pushing for level 5 here to put a Smolder, and rightfully so, because he faces Sao Pimi. He decided to play a Smolder to get access to that anti-heal that he'll desperately need against the Mundo with the Anime Visage that will secure a nice streak going into the carousel.
Heads up play, of course, gold and econ thresholds matter a little bit more because of the massive rejuice you get from every single PvE round. You are not punished by going to 5. Even if you would have lost a streak here, in games without gold injection, that would be maybe game over already with how much it slows down your econ gains. But in here, it's not really the case.
Now we see the spots from other players pretty much. LBTZ picking up the salvage being just slaying for the tempo, blue buff, the spark, and my eyes are fooling me. It's the Bramble, I believe.
Yeah.
Just, but deciding not to push level, still level 4, and we see the players from that went to level 5 is just Guan with the Worth the Wait Zac and Wojtek in case they face each other.
Now LBTZ is going to be on Salvage Bin, so has a chance to break up his blue buff, isn't necessarily forcing himself into kind of a slightly subpar item for Karma and locking himself out of Prodigies altogether. Has a chance to still break that up and play into any of the fast state AP lines still.
Absolutely. We'll see that swap from the Smolder that was there for one round to go for the Ahri. Very strong early on, given that Ahri does struggle a bit more with the bigger boards, so she falls off stage 4. But until stage 2, stage 3, she's a true powerhouse with her single target.
So Shredden's components there has a Kraken Slam, but also has the BF Sword and the Chain Vest, so perfect GP items, Edge of Night there, making 40. So definitely going to be a GP player that's going to have a lot of gold to roll with on 3-1, as you mentioned. We're seeing now the battle for the win streak, 100 HP players from either team, Wojtek versus Guan, and Wojtek onto this Lucian, trying to do his absolute best. Mundo's tanking, but a burst of damage comes through, and this could be Wojtek guaranteeing the win here. Already, Luchador proc on the Gnar.
And Ahri getting final cast to just finish off the Gnar, and pretty close fight, but Wojtek will, at the end, lock it down, given that Ahri being able to burst out that Zakar.
That being said, the bottom 3 in the standings now are going to be players from EVOS Gaming for maybe obvious reasons, especially Shredden. He kind of gave up this stage 2 to then have a massive power spike coming into stage 3 once he rolls down on 3-1. We'll see if Wojtek can lock in this 5-win streak. That's the biggest question.
We'll see how many players opts to play reroll. I believe we have only Shredden locked on the GP from the EVOS side. Do we know already what's the Kesman and goal so far?
Prodigy, because specifically Wojtek is on Sorks, so they're going to be going 1-1 as they have been most of this tournament into either of those lines. Wojtek and Kesman have been the 2 more stable players in terms of what their game plans are. They're not really fluctuating between too many different comps, whereas Shredden has really been the flex master. Shredden is the one that says, I'll play whatever is needed, and Aki has been either GP or rerolls as a whole while being the target creeper.
And we see on the right side the Tianlong's board. It looks like he might be just re-rolling Jin Mundo and playing the defense against the GP and everything else what's needed, known as a brawler throughout the whole tournament so far.
Guan, no rolls needed here, of course, is getting the Zac for free off of Worth They Wait on this next combat round. And as you mentioned, this Zac can be used in a pairing with all the different Juggernauts. There could be an angle where he finds a Juggernaut's emblem, for example, to put onto the Zac 3 and have a 6 Juggernaut frontline and play into any of the flexible AD lines that we have in terms of fast 8, fast 9. Even Varus, for example.
Yeah, it could be also just like a Ray for the tempo, but at the end, I believe we're just gonna see something like the fast 9 composition where you go for the 5-cost final cap, but it will be needed to pretty much preserve the HP to be able to hit the TF2, Zyra 2, which are usually, and or Varus 2, which are your usual win cons in that type of board.
The roll downs, equal gold for both players, and the D key is now being pressed at a rapid rate. GP found, also an early Ashe found, as well as a Jarvan here for Shredden, but I think his path is clear. Holding Kai'Sa's, potentially thinking about Kai'Sa for now as a duo carry with the GP. We'll see if he wants to roll a little bit deeper for the GP too.
Yeah, and we see that Tianlong is going for the contention on GP, did not go for the Mundo line. He says that there cannot be uncontested GP for the EVOS, it has to be the content. And we see already 4 GPs picked up, pretty well upgraded board. The components are not the best, lacking bows, lacking BFs, there are 2 chains, 2 cloaks. Could be good for the front lane, we might see some steadfast slam and gargoyle perhaps, and preserve the other items for the keep 1 chain, keep 1 cloak for the GP items.
The tempo slams here, just trying to guarantee the win against Kesman's board. Kesman, of course, we've seen this pattern before. Most of the times, these fast 8 AP players are players who are not rolling, obviously, on stage 3, trying to preserve all their gold for their 4-cost upgrades on their 4-2 roll down. So they're the ones bleeding HP in stage 3. It's no surprise to be seeing, the GP rollers, etc., taking down and really putting pressure on the fast 8 players.
It's really scary to have 3 players going fast 8 and bleeding out the HP, especially on the Scuttle battle. Because the other boards... Okay, we know the Sao Pimi will be pretty strong given that it's a treasure hunt. And now he picked up the... Magic Roll. And that was units, I believe? Or was it components?
It looked to be units, yeah. He has no components left on his item bench that we see at the bottom there. Holding Karma is a little bit early, but we'll see if he wants to continue holding or just trying to gauge his roll down. See what the fit is. He has a bit of everything. Cassante, Yuumi, Karma, and Akali.
I was thinking if he could decide to play all-out Cassante from this spot, given all the units he already has found.
Especially with Keepers. Oh no, that's Wojtek here. So Wojtek going for Keepers and Crimea River.
Both LBTZ also found one. Both players playing for tempo, trying to reserve the HP, where LBTZ can pretty much play anything due to the salvage bin, so whatever he'll find on the roll down will be pretty much good for him, as much as he doesn't give the teammates, and he will take down the Vortex streak at the end.
And 2 Keepers players, we saw obviously the prevalence of Unstoppable as a power-up and how that really messes with Keepers as a whole. We saw it at the end of the ROC Game 2 versus EVOS with that Poppy Unstoppable knocking up the opponent's board again and again and again.
Yeah, Kesman picking up the Blazing Soul, which is not very effective when you're playing Prodigies due to the long length of the animation of the Prodigy units, such as Seraphine, such as Yuumi, and the AP already have the scaling from the Archangel, so it's a bit redundant. There is a lot of better arguments, but tries to pick up the combat argument given it's the extra resources from the Scuttle, so you usually cannot afford to take too much so known as fake arguments that are just econ or like 2 free components.
The biggest concern here is Shredden. Shredden is the GP player. He has rolled for stability and to put pressure on the rest of the lobby, but he's the one on a 7 loss streak now. Still has not broken that loss streak across these first 2 fights of stage 3. He's the one we have to look at to offer some stability and some total HP preservation for EVO as a team as they move into stage 4. 4 players like Kesman and Aki just trying to make these losses hurt as little as possible, kill as many units as possible with, in this case now, the Syndra as the item carrier over the Ahri.
This is very unfortunate for Kezman because he has Rising Chaos Syndra. That would be a true powerhouse from stage 2, stage 3, but it's Syndra 1. So he's not able to save that much HP against even a board such as Ruans.
The win for Shredden, he does finally turn it around, and now the Carousel, full priority in the first pick and part of the second pick for EVOS. Do they get rewarded for it? Not really. Only going to be the Rise here. No Karmas, no Jarvans, none of the key forecasts they're looking for.
Yeah, especially that Shredin already found the Rise for the Mentor, so it's not something that he's looking for. He just wants to finish the proper itemization for GP, given that he has still that inefficient Hodge that will go down to the Yasuo later on once he bans the Rage Blade. The Yasuo GP is that one unit that really can do well with the random items until stage 4, but later he really needs precisely 3 items that allow him to outscale pretty much everything with the stretch arms.
Naki does find a chance to finish off one of these Mundo items, so maybe we'll be a little bit more stable with all the 2-stars he has now with the Mundo and the Jhin. Currently sitting at 62 HP. Tianlong here also rolling for more GPs, rolling heavily all the way down to 10 gold. Has a chance to recoup some of it, obviously by selling the Jarvan or by just GP farming a lot of the gold in these last 2 fights in stage 3.
I'm looking that Tianlong, he's holding Jins, which could indicate that Aki is playing towards the Jhin Mundo. I really don't like that comp on the Scuttle. I think it, like without Fishbones, it really falls behind.
Especially from this position, right? If he was currently at 90 HP or 100 HP, like we've seen happen a lot from the stage 3 Mundo players, that would be defensible. But if you're already low and you kind of miss your opportunity where you should be power spiking as a comp, you end up bleeding out even more from a lower position in stage 4 and 5. And that could really doom the team as a whole coming into the late game.
We see that Kai'Sa walked up, got one shot to the face, but it wasn't quite enough to take her down, and in the end will close against the teammate. The Kai'Sa player scaling up further, but the problem is it's only 3 Kai'Sas. So like Saopimi, even though he has treasure hunt, he still didn't roll throughout his chest on the stage 3. He might struggle if he doesn't find more copies of Mundo and Kai'Sa soon. And there we see the defense played from Shredin. Already 6 Kai'Sas.
But only 3 GPs. So is offense the best defense or is defense the best defense? The question will be answered as we see Shredin's position in this game come forward. He went to level 7, so maybe playing more of a tempo GP and making more of his main duty, not being outplacing everyone else, but instead trying to drag down Saopimi alongside him.
I mean, we see that like Aki and Kezman are bleeding on HP. You cannot have another player trying to play for a win out. He needs to be playing for HP because he's gonna fall behind after 4-2, especially with the board. Perhaps if he can hit a few more Yasuos, get that carry on.
This part is looking very scary from Guan. He's gonna have so much HP to work with, currently 96 HP to end this stage, potentially a 6 win streak as well up against LBTZ off of the Zac, worth the wait, and a chance to go fast 9, to play around a Varus, to play around this 80 flex that we've been seeing less of, but that can be very powerful in the right condition.
Yeah, but the streak looks like it'll be taken down by the LBTZ, and not too bad of a loss. I'm not sure if he's too unhappy about losing here. It's more like preserving the equal HP among the Weibo. The team HP might be more valuable than keeping the 6 streak, especially when you're fast 9ing, and you will lose that streak in the stage 4.
We're seeing the HP totals. Tianlong has fallen, a 4-loss streak now, even parity a little bit more across the rest of the players. It is no longer EVOS occupying all of those spots, but it's really just Tianlong. The rest of the players in the bottom 5 are all players from EVOS. So we saw this in Game 3 yesterday with EVOS and ROC. We thought the game was partially over, and then EVOS proved us wrong with a massive comeback in stage 4, especially from a board where Shredin did not look that strong, but still managed to come back.
Yeah, but in this case, we have 2 players from EVO that are rerolling, and we didn't see Aki's board, but Shredin is pretty much doomed to go 8th or 7th. Being just the strategist player, and we see another Kai'Sa just being held here from Wojtek, and we'll see the roll downs now going from Kezman and Wojtek on both screens.
Wojtek looking for Karma, looking for Gwen, looking for Jarvan, and Swain on the side of Kezman. We're looking at Yuumi, and we're looking at Leona. Can they find it? There's 1 copy of Leona for Kezman, but still no Yuumi's. Only 20 gold left to roll with. A lot of Karmas as well. You have to roll past these quickly to allow your teammate to find them. Varus is being held to deny from Guan, but are you in a position to deny for Guan when you have no frontline right now? You have 6 cannons, and that's pretty much it.
The thing is, you are denying at 4-1, where Guan is still ahead, like...
And he's not even rolling right now.
Yeah, like Guan is 4 runs away from rolling. And we've just seen, I think, Aki's board, which was the Jin Mundo.
Against Shredden, though, he's holding 8 Kaisas on his bench, so definitely playing a whole lot of defense and hoping this GP can carry him through most of this stage 4 as well and preserve HP for EVOS as a team.
Yeah, so here, losing, like Shredden would love to donate HP.
Ooh, that's actually
and
a perfect win for Kesman.
I was about to say, that's exactly what you want to do. Those players that are fast 8, now you want to keep them healthy. Shredden will be free falling. He's playing the defense, he will not be winning out with those arguments. It's just a matter of how well Saopimi can hit with the treasure hunt and if the Tianlong can find the stabilization.
Augment coming around, Saopimi hitting Lee Sin and Yone off of his duo Q. Lee Sin can fit for...
Yeah, Lee Sin is a very good hit. I think that's exactly what you want.
Yeah.
To get the 6 Juggernaut. Pretty much premium unit. To allow you to do a bit more of AoE damage, and we see Guan decided to roll on 8, perhaps because they are so ahead, they want to keep up the pressure and they don't want to let the fast 8 players to hit and stabilize.
Yeah,
because even if he fast 9, he might not be able to beat them if they don't keep up pressure. So really wake call from the Guan to decide to roll on 8 and not go fast 9. If he finds TF, we'll see if he chooses to play it.
Especially because you saw the roll downs from Kesman and Wojtek, they were not ideal, so they're smelling blood in the water. They're seeing there is some weakness still, they're seeing that there is a chance for them to just knock them out in this stage, apply the pressure now instead of waiting to do it later. They were expecting a power spike from both Kesman and Wojtek, they haven't really found it. Wojtek is still on a 3-loss streak now. Facing Guan here, and Guan's strategic call, does it pay off? Can this Lucian carry for a win? And no, Wojtek has entirely missed the karma. It is a disaster for the EVOS player.
And this is absolutely the deal of rolling down here. And normally Wojtek would be able to beat that board, but after finding Kaxante with all out, 3 items, it was pretty much a stomping win. And on the other side of the screen, we see that Shredden did find Kaisa free, but did not buy it.
I would have bought it and just played it, no? I mean, you maybe don't have the space. I guess over the... you don't really have the space.
Yeah, she doesn't have the scaling and you need to go to hit and like he needs to preserve the HP. Like if the Kaisa player is broke, it's probably a good call to not buy it.
Did Saopimi hit the Kaisa? Because all the Kaisas have been sold at this point from Shredden, so potentially that was the hit and just the delayed hit at the very least from Shredden.
And Aki throughout all the defense that he's been played, he was able to hit on the back of the heroic grab back, having 2 icon arguments and the 1 healing one.
Not bad at all. Now on 3 win streak as well, so this is now maybe the chance, the rock that EVOS can rely on in this stage 4 to try and knock some of the HP down from Weibo Gaming as a whole. Mundo standing strong, Jin, no Edge of Knights, no Gunblade, so any chip damage coming through now when only Mundo that's alive could be a problem, but for now, Lux carry not really doing too much. Karma's last disc comes out, but I think it just bought just enough time from the 2-item Mundo. Never mind.
Sork proc.
Pivotal last loss with a Sork proc there. Lucian just barely surviving.
This is really bad for Evo. They need to find every win possibly they can. The HP is quite valuable. They'll focus up on sending Tianlong probably AF at this point, and he slowly chips down.
Tianlong is 1 GP away from stability, so there's a very small window for him to be eliminated.
Is it really stability when we are looking at the last Whisper QSS Rageblade GP?
Oh, we'll have to see, because some of these boards from EVOS do look very weak. Right? We're looking at, maybe Aki looks a bit strong, but Kesman just barely wins there, despite the GP2. And Wojtek, I believe, has finally found 1 karma, but is still very far away.
So the question is, even if Tianlong hits, are you willing to sack for him from the team side? Are you really willing to sacrifice the HP? Look at the arguments.
Yeah, tons of stats,
Econ tons. It's not very ideal. The items are not ideal. Like, would that be player it's worth the sacrificing the HP from? I think you just cut him loose at this point.
There's a GP3, there's the Edge of Night on the item bench as well, the chance to obviously, save a remover. Ken, I think, probably have the Last Whisper over the QSS. I think it's okay.
QSS is better, absolutely.
Oh, is it worth the remover, though? It is. And that's before even checking the matchup, so that means that Tianlong...
I mean, he doesn't want to sacrifice HP anyway.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Like, he wants to be the one winning now. Problem with the dummy, like, you can't really fit it in the front because so many units.
And Guan is sacrificing, takes items off of his Zac 3. It's only Kaxante to deal some extra damage, not take too much of a hit. They're hoping for a Tianlong win here again to also buffer some HP for the team. and try and send either Wojtek, who's on a 5 lose streak, or Shredden, who is not really playing for GP3, out in 8th place.
I'm actually surprised they decided to remove items from the... Oh, it was
very
actually...
close win.
Yeah, so maybe the correct call.
Yeah.
I was saying that Tianlong should be convincingly winning, but again, no Kraken lacking the scaling there for that big shots for the late game might be the problem for the stabilization. Removing items from the Zac might be pivotal there.
Big win for Wojtek, who absolutely needed it, but still, looking at the HP totals as a whole, LBTZ standing strong, 73 HP to work with. Guan as well has now fallen a tiny bit, understandably so, after his initial rolls down on level 8 instead of level 9, but he's now down to 56, which is still more than every single other player from EVOS.
We see the reason of not holding Kaisas due to the fact that Saupim pushed A, but he did find like just 3 Kaisas in that roll down. If one of the treasure hard procs is like the small Nikos, he's there. He has golden Nico that he could utilize either for the 2-star 5 cost or just use that for the Kaisa free instead.
And he did pick up, I believe, a spatula and a golden duplicator from this last treasure hunt round, so that could be reforged for a Juggernaut emblem.
Supreme Cell perhaps? Supreme Cell Lee?
Yeah, also, it's an option. We're seeing the battle of the 2-cost rerolls here. Kaisa
logs
onto the Jin, but they trade blows, and the superior tank should be this Mundo up against the Vi, which is only a 2-star. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-prong battle up against the Vi. It might take a little bit of time, but Aki will be winning this. A key win to turn around his loss streak.
Absolutely. Aki being the pretty much one of the most valuable players on the team, given the 3 rolls, holding back the units and hitting on the same time, finding the correct intervals to reroll.
And Kezman has been the all-star for Team EVOS across this entire tournament, the best AVP by a fairly wide margin with a 3.8 for Kezman, once again being the hero in this game, stabilized on the Prodigy board that we saw him playing yesterday as well, and is now on a 6-win streak. This is the shining light at the end of the tunnel for EVOS. Kezman has to continue this dominance.
Yeah, they're slowly turning it back, similar to the pattern we've seen yesterday on the game 3, stabilizing on the pretty much Astral Beast Leona items, just provide you enough front lane where Yumi can scale up. On the Guan side, we see that he ended up just playing the classic Bronze for Life board without Bronze for Life, all-out Cassante.
Yep, and this is the Cassante board where you normally end up removing the Zac and adding the Vares once you find it, but because it is worth the wait Zac, because it is a 3-star Zac, you will keep it on your board as that extra tank to buy Akali and Cassante some more time to run around, demolishing the entirety of the opponent's board.
Insta pick from Saupimi, I believe it was Katlas, given the bleed positioning. Oh, puts a late, because didn't want to jump right on the top of the GP.
Yeah, it is going to be Tianlong, his teammate, so understandably so, trying to delay that. That might be a pretty big loss, so again, we saw Tianlong barely win earlier against Guan. That was perfectly calculated. In this case, a bit bigger of a loss, maybe allowing the lead to jump onto the rise.
This is a really bad loss.
Yeah.
Like, Saopimi here tanking. I think at this point you should be trying to kill the most units. I don't think Saopimi was ever winning this, even if he jumps there. And Tianlong taking a big chunk of the Saopimi's life might be really bad. And we are looking at the LBTZ board. Went fast 9, rolling for the... Went to... finds the Braum too.
Not just insane for the power Braum adds to the board here, but also the chance to save some more life with the Poro fans helping you out with the 2 Poros per win, as well as the risky Karma 2 on 9 with very little gold to roll for instead of rolling on 8 and guaranteeing it, tries to play for that riskier win condition spot and has maybe found it.
I mean, rightfully so. We see really powerful arguments. And he was playing the Lux carry until stage 5, which could be an interesting tech to try if people don't do that. Usually we see Ari as an item holder, but since the Lux does a bit more AoE damage than the Ari, it might be the better
Very
holder.
tanky Swain here, buying so much time for that GP to not target onto the backliner. Shredder now down to 1 life, so a massive roll down from LBTZ comes in clutch at just the right moment at the start of the stage 5.
Absolutely, we have to see the outcome of the fights with Wojtek and Tianlong. Tianlong able to secure the win. Wojtek at 1 life, Shadin at 1 life, and Saopimi also now free falling.
This could be it, because even if Kezman somehow becomes the strongest player in this lobby, which I think is doubtful considering LBTZ's spot, we're seeing Shredden and Wojtek both with weak boards, weak game plans, and on their last life. And we talked about Aki. His game plan was to preserve HP, was to apply pressure in the earlier stages, but not really to win out. Definitely not to guarantee a top 2 that they would need if Shredden and Wojtek are eliminated here. So key fights coming up now. Saopimi versus Shredden, Wojtek versus Tianlong, Evos versus Weibo Gaming. Can the Polish players stay alive to have a little bit more parity on the HP totals?
This is a pivotal turn. If the GP can lock on the Karma, it should be pretty much over for the Wojtek. And
Tank is down, the burst is there, the Eon just proc, but it's too late. Karma taken down, Wojtek taken down. Shredden's GP is trying his best, but there's so much HP to chew for through Shredden's board. And I think Shredden will be taken down there as well. Unfortunately, Aki also going to take a big loss. Is it big enough? It looks like it might just be enough to eliminate him or put him on 1 life. 1 life it is. Wojtek and Shredden both taken down. We need a 1 and 2 from Evos to try and win this first game to come back, but Aki's on 1 life. That's almost impossible.
Absolutely. We've seen the Wojtek having a solid HP preservation, but completely missing on the roll down, finding just 1 Karma, being unable to stabilize on his 4-1. And yeah, they're pretty much just falling off that healthy 80 HP down to 0 all together with the Shreddy.
We saw the different spots from the early game from both of the Swark players, right? LBTZ had just a lot more upgrades, a better spot overall, preserved so much HP, came into the stage 4 without having to roll to 0 on the very start of the stage, had a small roll down, hit 1 Karma, and then push 9 to elevate himself into a clear win condition spot, and that's exactly what happened. Whereas Wojtek, he felt the pressure. He was little HP, he had a very weak board, he had to fully pivot and just missed entirely. And Guan as well, you called it perfectly on 4-2. The roll down on 8 for the Akali Kasante board, I think, was pivotal in continuing to preserve HP for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I think the call that Guan made, or perhaps it was a team call, to not push 9, not go fast 9, where that's exactly what you would do on the ladder game. He went for the roll down just to make sure he presses the pressure against the Evo and to send them bottom. And that could have been easily the single-handedly the factor why it went so well for Weibo.
And all kind of the mirror matchup spots were won by Weibo Gaming. The Gangplank spot, Shredden was forced to pressure and play the griefing role, instead could not hit the high cap that we saw from the Weibo Gaming's GP player. The same case for the Swark players, the same case for the rerollers, right? With someone like Aki playing for heroic grabback on the last Augment, playing for the chance to find stability in the moment, but a way lower cap than Treasure Hunt from Saopimi and his Kaisa reroll. So Weibo Gaming, the favorites coming into this series, and no surprise, are taking game 1 against Evos.
Saopimi going 5th with no 3 stars, I believe, at the end. He was stable of Kaisa 2, Vi 2. That is absolutely crazy. I don't think we've seen such a well-played game and stabilization of the Treasure Hunt. He was unable to proc Treasure Hunt for such a long time, deep into the stages, and still being able to preserve the HP for such a long time is truly impressive.
And the adaptation from Saopimi to say, I'm going to, quote-unquote, trick Shredden to hold 8 Kaisas and not be able to hit GP3 by himself. I'm not going to push for Kaisa and roll for it while he's still alive. And the moment he dies, that's when I'll try to push for it. And really made it so that Shredden's spot was doomed. He wasn't playing for his own spot, he was playing instead to grief, and it didn't quite work out.
So we see the diversity of the augments picked up from Evos and the Weibo. Weibo went for more combat, where the Evos were more for like precise items, Pandora, or more the Econ, and that kind of held it.
And we'll hear more of an in-depth breakdown from our analyst desk for this Weibo Gaming versus Evos Game 1.
Weibo proved themselves as the titans to be slain here at EWC with a very convincing win against Evo, starting off this match on the main stage really strong.
Yeah, playing tempo, playing actually what the game gave them, and that is actually what worked. So combat Augment, looking for strengths in the start of the game, and not trying to go for a particular path. On the other hand, they just try to, Evo's just try to do like a perfect comp, but sometimes it's difficult. You don't get the resources.
We saw kind of exactly what happened in the crushing game from T1 into Citadel. That happened here as well. We had a double roll down from Kezmen and Wojtek going towards the Sorks and the Prodigies. Neither of them able to hit very well, especially with the roll down comps coming from the side of Weibo. And because of that, it's just way too much damage. It becomes very difficult to come back, and they never actually fully stabilize their spots.
Yeah, a little bit of a difficult situation for Evos to find themselves in, and this is truly like probably one of the most difficult tests that they have had so far at this tournament, because Weibo has just shown up in such a strong and confident manner today, and I'm a little worried.
Yeah, you should be if you have that as your favorite. But the thing is, when you throw two of the opponents on 7 and 8 is just too difficult. Yeah. And that's exactly what they did. Normally playing muscle is not that easy in 4v4 because someone has the HP to then transfer to your teammates. In this case, it didn't happen. It was just strong muscle, once at a time, jab, once and again from Weibo, totally obliterating, at least in this game one. It was a perfect game.
Yeah, and I think the line selection I really liked out of Weibo compared to the side of EVOS. I mean, I think this was just wide open, all-out Cassante. Yes, they tried to hold it, but because Guan had the worth-the-wait Zac, the early game was very stable, so you can kind of wait until you see a good opportunity to actually go for it. And then on top of that, LBTZ, recognizing that the 2 AP comps rolling down on 8, just tries to stabilize his spot and go fast 9 with some extra econ. This works out. He's able to go around 5 costs instead. From there, you know, it was called out by the casters. Salpimi on the Kaisa, just wait. It's being held. If your opponent's holding 8 copies and can't find their own unit, just level up, try and make sure your board is really strong so you don't lose too much HP, and you can find it later, and Salpimi played his spot perfect.
Yeah, you have to know that something bad is happening when EVOS has the win-out spot in a Prodigy comp. It's a comp that is not the Kappa comp. Kessman has been the ace for the team, so he tried to go for perfect items in the moment, but that's not a comp that is winning games. We know that about the Yumi, about the Prodigy, and in the end, it was just Weibo game.
Yeah, it's really difficult, as you already touched upon, Casanova, when you have multiple people in that lower part where you have 8, 7, and 6. It's a little bit of a difficult one, even with the top 1 finish. It wouldn't have been the game here for Evo. So we're expecting a different game plan here. We need some adaptation. We need some changes.
Yeah, we've seen more creativity than this from EVOS. This was a very standard game. This is the most standard, I think, that can exist in the current tournament that we have is Jin Mundo, GP, and then Sorks and Prodigy. Yeah. And I actually generally don't like the Sorks and Prodigy on these teams. I don't love when they're playing both, because when you're rolling down with the AP items and you're going for the fast 8, it's really nice to have the flexibility to go into either line that's open. But when you have the 2 players going for it, we saw it happen in the Citadel game, we saw it happen just now, you can't be flexible. You have to hit exactly your front line and your carry for the side that you've been designated by your team, or else you just go dead last.
You have to win the win-out match, and you want to win the X-Factor. Salpimi, X-Factor with the Kaisa, that we have not seen that much, but when we see it in the early game, is popping off. And then they're winning for Sorks. That is the win-out comp that we're seeing right now. Once again, finding the win, finding the rest of the components in the game. Weibo just playing too good. And predictions, we gave it to Weibo in the start, right?
I mean, yeah, we did. We
gave it in mind, not in heart.
In heart,
and
yes.
My heart is changing now, Ginny. Also, my heart is saying Weibo, not only my mind.
Oh,
both.
no, both?
Both.
I feel like we still need to at least have a little bit of our hearts out there for EVOs, for the underdogs, because I do feel like when we're looking at how the tournament has gone in general, it is a story for the underdogs. So our hearts can remain with EVOs, but our predictions so far, I mean, Weibo's just looking a little too dominant.
Look, I mean, they're immediately proving what we saw from the results of their group, right? The dominance that they've shown. They were able to win against T1, able to win against Vitality, and because we think those are 2 of the strongest teams, we have to assume that they are this good, and immediately, I'm seeing this line selection, I'm seeing their team play, so many 1-unit losses. This team is insanely good.
Yeah, they are an absolute force to be reckoned with, and they're looking to wrap this up at a 2-0. But EVOS, they have been in difficult positions before. They have had these opportunities where they dropped into this lower bracket. They've shown us before what they're made of. They've had the opportunity to crush keys. So this is their time to shine. They need to bring this back. They have to equalize it here. Otherwise, Weibo is going to be walking away with the win. The second matchup of this quarterfinals is coming up after the break.
What does it mean to me to be at EWC for the second year? I'm able to prove to people that I'm able to make it multiple years in a row. I plan to come back next year as well. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. The chemistry for our team is very, very good. We vibe really well. There's no one person that's very selfish trying to become MVP or something. I feel like some players are very, very good on paper, but then they always want to make the decision that makes their placement the highest, when overall it's probably not best for the team. So it's a completely different mindset. I think you just have to be unselfish, and I think all of us are willing to give up our lines for our teammates, and our teammates will do the same for us.
When I look at my team, I felt really confident because those are the players I've known for a long time and played with on ladder. So I was pretty confident that there's a team that has potential to make EWC.
Yeah, Solus is a household name in NATFT. He's been playing since set 1. He was one of the earliest players to be signed onto an esports org. Even though he doesn't have a lot of competitive results, everyone kind of underestimates him. But I feel like if he's super motivated and super passionate about something, he'll do really, really well. And I feel like he's completely locked in for EWC.
My expectation for this year EWC is quite high. We have been competing for a long time as individuals. What it takes to make through bracket for sure, and we are pretty confident. We are here to win.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SNB Arena. Game 2 starting up very soon for this third quarterfinal matchup on this day for EVOS versus Weibo Gaming. David versus Goliath. EVOS, the underdog in this matchup, 1-0 down, has to make a Herculean comeback to try and fight their way into the semifinals, whereas Weibo Gaming, they've taken down T1 and Vitality in group stage. They now are one game away to advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, from the game 1, we've seen a dominance from Weibo, just on the back of the good tempo combat augments, being able to lock in stage 2, stage 3, and the roll on the stage 4, finding the stabilization, and just keeping the pressure on the missed roll down from the EVOS side. They didn't let them stabilize off the 1-star forecast. They needed to find they needed to keep donkey rolling every turn while holding those units, making those rolls more inefficient from the EVOS side. Really masterfully played from the Weibo.
We're moving into game number 2. Prismatic third augment will be our encounter. Thank you, Zyra. So we'll see some explosion of variance and power budget coming on to all of our players on 4-2. A pivotal decision on that round that could be a round where they have to execute massive roll downs as well. One key thing to mention from last game from Weibo Gaming is that mastery is king. We had someone like LBTZ, who was the player playing Sorks and dominating the lobby. That's his 4th game of Sorks in just 6 games total. So really this is the AP Sork player for Weibo Gaming, as well as Guan, who once again played AD. He has only played AD comps across all 6 of his games. He seems to be favoring these lines in particular.
Absolutely, and while going to the encounter, we have last augment being prismatic, so the main biggest swing arguments that we usually see is either max cap for Euro players, providing extra slot on the board with the phone, and the massive 75 gold to finish up the rolls and allowing to grief other players in 4v4. And on the other side, we have invested, allowing to hit actually those fast 8 comms, sometimes even go fast 9 when you high roll, and preserve those rolls for the final win-out comp.
We also have some unique augments like Isekai, for example, with Echo that we saw earlier in the last series with the Crystal Gambit player from Wolves. We also have the chance for something like a Call to Chaos, which we saw happen already once this tournament. The triple snipers focus catch that could be so impressive with Yasuo or with Gwen.
We see over 9,000 on the Tianlong strings on Yasuo. This might be the game of the carry Yasuo over 9,000. How hyped are you, Panda?
Very hyped because it's rare, right? Yasuo has always been second fiddle to GP in the mentor comp. When he has full items and he's 3-starred alongside GP, in some fights he does more damage than GP. He can be more impactful in terms of very early on into the fight, targeting one of the backliners and taking it down in one hit. Over 9,000, making him into a potential carry if he scales appropriately, could be pretty insane actually.
And we see that not only last augment is prismatic, but also the first one. We see some pretty good choices on the Tianlong side, where the going long is probably the best one for 4v4 format, allowing you to push levels, play for tempo, hold the units without loss of interest. While we see on the left side of the screen, LBTZ picking 9 lives, Shredding picking the Forge, Kezman, no, that's a hard commit.
That's going to be protagonist. From, or Guan, sorry, not from
Yeah, from Guan, yeah, but Kezman?
I believe it's flexible.
Oh, could be flexible. And also the Malphite one is one of the better ones. We've seen how strong it can be yesterday. I believe it was one of the series where, it was Lesher winning out, but unable to close the series given the teammates just fallen short due to the build-about Sivir coming from the jungler.
And Salpimi, this could be Smolder reroll. We'll have to see. Maybe just an item carrier for now into the more standard GP. One of the problems with Smolder, of course, is not being able to 3-star him on time because he is just much more expensive, but Prismatic Ticket could shore up that weakness potentially. We do also see 9 lives from Aki, so an augment that we've seen can be very powerful. We've also seen players really fumble this augment, lose too much HP early, or too many lives early, and then end up in 8th, as we saw from Solgasang yesterday when Mouse was limited.
So the usual way to play with the 9 lives is to lose first 3 to build up the econ, and then start building a stronger board. Shredding picked up from the Forge the Silver Mire. We'll see what he opts to go for, but the scariest player would definitely be Guan, with having that Malphite from the protagonist, opening that 5 crewmate line, which can pretty much outcap everything. It's kind of crazy how we live into the world where Rageblade is beast item on almost every hero argument.
And he had an open bow as well, so the chance to obviously try and blue streak some of this stage 2, and then, just immediately slams the Rageblade here off of the amp that he got. So very, very strong initial setup here. I believe the best in slot could even be just Rageblade, like Hodge, JG, for example, so Omnivamp.
Yeah, just Omnivamp and just
extra
speed,
damage.
so he can actually go infinite later. 1v1 against like GP, just chain CC it.
Yep.
And then we see Wojtek getting Sivir from Build-A-Bat, while on the other side there is a Malphite, who is in a better spot in this
Does he take a page out of Salvi's book, just sells the Sivir and plays Sorks instead? We'll have to see. Wojtek is the designated Sork player in most cases for EVOS, but I assume that with the early start and without contesting his teammate, he will be playing for the crew, and we'll have to check out his 3-1 roll down. 9 lives from LBTZ as well, so Aki and LBTZ going to be facing each other in a mirror match, both in terms of their prismatic augment as well as their comp going forward throughout the stage 3. The big question for me is, what is Shredding going to be playing with Silvermere Dawn? The highest cap version of the comp that you want to play with this artifact will be that Jace Caitlyn reroll. Very expensive to play for though, in terms of 3 cost and 3 cost reroll being that much more expensive, and not really performing well in this tournament up until now.
We do remember it's a last argument being prismatic, so something like max cap could enable the Jace and Caitlyn reroll. We see LBTZ choosing to lose with early on, while Aki is maintaining so far the extra lives.
And the idea usually with 9 lives, at least the default understanding of the game plan, is going to be losing 3 fights, you get 27 gold in total, and you get a huge rejuice, and then you're able to try and start stabilizing and save a lot of those extra losses for later in stage 3 or stage 4.
CSAO Pimi picked up the prismatic tick, and we saw already the smolder on the board, bunch of juggernauts. Could it be smolder or reroll? We've seen so few so far.
I believe it's 4 or 5 total plays in this tournament. The AVP was not looking good as a whole, I think somewhere around the 6.0, but there have been some standout games where Smolder finished, I believe, with a win or a second place. So I think it's a comp that from the right spot can be very strong. I think you have to snowball with it, of course, to get the extra takedown, extra XP onto your monster trainer, onto the Smolder himself.
So when you pick up 9 lives, what's your usual go-to? It's either Katarina or GP, right? There is nothing really else unless you high roll stage 2 and you can go into Sorks.
Exactly. I think it's mostly a comp that can play around as many artifacts as possible, as well as a comp that benefits greatly from the Radiant Refractor you might be getting on your last life. That's the key thing. We've seen the variants that can come into play with 9 lives. Sologasang yesterday got eliminated on 9 lives in an 8th place because he found Death's Defiance instead of a Flicker Blades or a Sniper's Focus or an RMC for his GP reroll. So there is going to be a lot of variants, and we'll have to see how the comparison's going to look between Aki and LBTZ as we move into the late game.
Yeah, most interesting to see the interaction here between both Wojtek and Guan, because Guan cannot pivot out of the Malphite, but he could opt into playing like Protector Malphite. He doesn't have to go into Crew. And for Wojtek, I don't think he can play anything but Crew. He has to be locked in on the line. So we might see, and the problem is Wojtek took only 9 copies of Sivir. Meanwhile, Guan will be taking every copy, every round from the pool.
An awkward but setup here, but an early Yuumi, an early Katarina, the Rakan as well. You can pivot this into a Prodigy line, but you have a Shojin slam, which is not ideal, obviously, for Prodigies, who the trait itself gives them so much mana regen. They're essentially down an item that Shojin is pretty much useless in terms of, in TFT it usually wants what you don't have, and Prodigies have more than enough mana regen to sustain their power, and we're seeing there. The sell on the Yuumi, instead it will be the Sorcerer line that Tianlong tries to go for.
And pretty much smoking down his own teammate by level 7. A clear indication that it's just, as you mentioned, gonna be Sork line. Might just probably push A, fast 8, roll down, find the Karma, find even 1 Karma, 1 Gwen, and perhaps push 9. So given that Tianlong is locked in on the Sorks, we'll see if the LBTZ picked up 9 lives, so he'll probably swap just to the GP direction. Oh, will we see this actually Malphite winning out? This is really bad for Tianlong, because going long usually relies on the econ from the winning streak or GP printing the gold. Taking away the win streak by Malphite is crazy bad for them.
Insane aura coming from this Tectonic Titan, 5 units versus 7. But Rageblade Malphite scales in a very slow fight with very little DPS, and he's able to clutch it up. As you mentioned, tragedy for Weibo Gaming as a whole in their econ game plans coming to stage 3. We're seeing for Wojtek already, though, has a GP2 on the bench, has a Malphite 1 on the board.
Maki might be playing GP, they might stagger the rolldowns properly, where he will sell after the LBTZ rolldowns to enable the Aki, unless Aki decides to play for the Katarina or some other comp. He didn't lose that many lives, I believe, during stage 2, so he could potentially opt for the fast 8 comp, which is very unusual with the 9 lives.
We are seeing, of course, he already has the Silver 3, so there's no downside to going 5, for example, for Wojtek in terms of...
Oh, he got there by rolling. We've seen he rolled all around the
exactly. Exactly, but there's no need to roll on 4 for Malphite because you already have the better odds, or the normalized odds from the Crew effect as well. So I think he is locked into Crew here. He will be holding extra GPs along the way, but is going to be locked into a Shen 2, 4 copies of Malphite at the very least, and the chance to just push for a tempo Crew game where he can go right to 6 off of the Build-A-Bud. This is one of the big conditions that you can play for the Crew.
The biggest downside is every turn if he doesn't roll, it becomes less effective because one will be taking those extra copies with the protagonist.
Not a great wrap here from the GP, maybe on purpose, so that the GP player can maybe win against the Malphite because he is 9 lives. But Malphite, surely he can do it again. There is going to be more DPS here from Yasuo and the GP. The Malphite is looking scary. Maybe one more? Could have been it. But in the end, it will be a win for LBTZ. I think this is good for Weibo Gaming. They want to try and conserve some of the lives from the 9 life players. Gold Augment sandwich between 2 Prismatics in this game number 2.
Absolutely. We'll see on the left side Shedding going for more of an econ just to enable those rolls, being able to find more of the copies of the Jhin. I believe this is gonna be a reroll. Is it gonna be Silver Mermundo? It looks like.
It could, yeah. We just saw Caitlyn picked up here. There's a Jace as well, there's a Mundo as well, so both paths are now being offered to Shredden.
Jace, Caitlyn in the shop?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it time?
We do see for now the sell on the Rammus.
Oh, okay, it's not.
Yeah, it'll be the Jhin instead. We just saw this today, actually. The Silvermere Dawn on the Mundo, allowing him to...
2 sets. Set the Silvermere is also not too shabby.
Oh, okay. New tech dropping in here from Alan ZQ.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, never mind then. Keep it on the Mundo, but no, it goes on the set for
we'll
now.
find out now.
So maybe Alan is right. We'll see what this set can do here.
It's set 1, like with the Nafiri, like it can be bet on stage 3, no?
Looking at Kezman's spot, has the very early karma with the Shojin already, so Kezman will likely be, well, guaranteed to be the Sword player. No longer going to be playing down the Prodigy line. He's been playing the last few games for EVOS.
We yet have to see what Aki angles towards from his 9 lives. He's already on the 4-0 streak, 4 HP remaining, 25 gold, which indicates that he did roll deeply. So, assuming that Wojtek didn't sell the GPs, it has to be Katarina. No, it will be GP contention.
Overheal from Aki, and we do see the GP angle here for now. A lot of Omnivamp off of the Hand of Justice as well as the overheal itself. The Rage Blade Sniper as well has an open cloak, so has a chance to find a bow alongside LBTZ. It might be a bit of a high roll or low roll on the carousel, depending who has the right side.
Was this a full? I think it was a full completed item being Shojin. There is no way he would slam Shojin here, right?
Yeah, it must have been.
And overheal is amazing for GP.
Yep.
He can actually outscale so many things, but the items are a bit spooky.
It's a very similar concept to the Rapid Fire Renekton we saw last set, where you're attacking so quickly, you have so many chances for the extra damage, and the Omnivamp. We're seeing now the battle of the 9 live players, the battle of the Gangplanks as well. Slightly better optimization, but direct targeting from Aki's GP onto LBTZ's DP. We'll see if it matters. There's no edge of knife for either player, so maybe the priority in targeting comes through. The overheal comes through, but now it might be the Yasuo diff.
Oh wait, hold up.
The Water Gun Rise trying their best. The battle of the Udyr versus the Kabuko. This is a surprisingly dramatic fight for this early in stage 3. And it matters, right? 9 lives. This is the mirror match where being 1 life ahead of your opponent is so big. A very, very small advantage towards Aki's board, and now a 1 life advantage as well.
Would you say last second save is better than the overkill in this matchup? Because in general,
late game,
so many
maybe.
units.
Yeah. Maybe you got more value.
Actually, late game, I think the other way around. Now, I think it's worse. But late game, once he gets to the Radiant items...
There's a bow for either player, so no low roll or high roll. Either one gets a chance, but one on the Rise there, I believe it was for Aki, or for LBTZ.
LBTZ, but he already had Rise. You really don't want to upgrade through to Rise too, because of it's being 8 gold that you don't have for the rolls instead.
We're seeing the rest of the boards here. Wojtek itemizing that Sivir 3 for now. Still no Malphite 3, of course, for him. Malphite 3 off a protagonist for Guan has pretty much the full damage build. JG, Striker's Flail, Rage Blade on that Malphite. So it's going to be very scary across the stage 3. Guan, again, being the HP leader in this game too. So he is the rock that Weibo Gaming can find support from in the early game.
Absolutely. I believe we've seen 4 protectors on the Guan board, so he might be angling towards the 6 protector version of the board, perhaps with like an Akali as a secondary carry, which can go backline together with the Malphite.
Me with Chromatic Ticket very close to all of his upgrades, just 1 away from the Jhin 3 here already, and we're still halfway through stage 3.
So like the problem is with those arguments, I don't know if the Jhin 3 Mundo will be even a stabilization tool for him.
It's going to come down to the last prismatic augment, right? What can there be to really propel this comp into a higher tier? That's the big question, I think.
I mean, you don't have open artifact for the Jhin. Max cap is not going to be an option because you're so close to upgrades. I invested, try to push levels. No, it has to be some sort of combat argument at the end.
There's a Jhin 3, there's the last Mundo copy. Maybe a few more rolls will come out depending on who the matchmaking pool is for Selpimi's very last fight of stage 3. Artistic KO is an option, and it is going to be the pickup here, so a Luden-ish effect with the overkill damage coming out from Jhin. A huge raise in his DPS, especially when 3-starred.
Pairs up too well with the fish bones, but again, without it, it might be a struggle.
It does pair well with the Gunblade as well to have that extra bit of DPS. Healing onto the Mundo. There it is from Aki. Level 6, 20 gold, and already a GP3 without really having any direct econ augments and prismatic tickets. So a very, very good spot for Aki. We see him laughing in the bottom right corner, happy with his current spot.
The thing is, he got the Nikos from the 9 lives, which helps a ton. That's why it's so good to reroll Augment, because you get often the double Nico cash out. And we're gonna see him being pretty much stabilized and will be taxing out the own teammate on HP.
Aki definitely seems to be ahead when it comes to that GP mirror match with LBTZ. Both on 3 lives, but Aki has already hit. We'll have to check LBTZ's spot to see how far he is away from
2 lives.
2 lives as well, so definitely not on GP3 yet, I have to imagine. Not quite stable, and the window of time to find stability is shrinking, right? We're now getting to stage 4, the fast 8 players will roll down, and maybe you'll be in big trouble.
And especially if you're in final cash out, would be 5 cost, not the upgrade.
Tianlong has gone level 8, has rolled to 0, has found 2 Varises, but no Karma just yet. This could be a disaster. We already have a Karma, and we don't even have a roll down yet from Kezman. He has 25 rolls saved up from Shopping Spree. He'll have more once he goes level 8. A huge economic lead from Kezman, and right now EVOS is looking very good coming into stage 4.
Tianlong might be looking into pivot. Wait, I was about to say he'll pivot out into Cassandra all out, but then he proceeds to sell.
Look at that. Karma 2 already with still 33 rolls to go. You maybe just continue using them here to apply pressure, take away as many Karmas from the pool as possible, stabilize your front line, especially with the Swain 2 and the Jarvan 2, and then look to go 9 and use the rest of these rolls. What a spot from Kezman here.
I'm sure you need to utilize your rolls here to upgrade the both front line and apply pressure, and he finds the Gwen. This is really important to use all the rolls here. You are not saving informers for them. You can find high roll the Gwen as he just did. You can find the upgrade front lane, and you can grieve the opponents while not using the econ on the rolls.
I believe it is a fusion dance for Gwen. Not quite able to proc at the start of this fight, but we'll get it later on. For Karma, we'll see if with this 2.5 item setup, she can't clean up, but no, Aki's GP is a little bit too strong. Maybe a good win for Aki regardless. Of course, the 9 life player wants to save some of these lives for when it matters most, whereas Kezman has still a pretty deep pool of HP to share with his teammates.
There's a problem. LBTZ pushed level because he's seen how far he was on GP. There are 2 Nikos on the bench, one being small, one being big, probably both going towards the GP. And he will find the Refractor. He could go for the double Radiant item GP if he gets another Masterwork upgrade from his final cash out.
Maybe invest it to hit? I don't know how far away he is.
I don't know if you can afford it. I think it has to be Refractor. You need to go for final cap, assuming you hit anyway. You are too far behind to pick. Invest it here. And he rolls past it.
He rolls past it. It might be, going to be Belt Overflow in the end to buy some time for the Kabuko. He's still only sitting on 4 GP. He's going to push for level 8 instead with a Cassante added in. So this means no GP3 game plan. We're seeing...
What if it's sell GP and itemize Cassante with all out?
Potentially if you have the time to switch the board entirely, but we might have
just
to wait
Akali, and you need to find Akali Kainen, and you are good to pivot.
And this is the flip of what we saw in game 1, right? Shredden was a tempo GP player. He was bullied out to not being able to 3-star early. And now that has happened in reverse. Aki is that 3-star player, whereas LBTZ has been bullied out and has to play tempo GP instead, just trying to save some placements.
This maybe might be an excellent example where Weibo stayed away from GP across the whole event so far. And yeah, it's just being not worth flipping the game sometimes.
And Salpi Mi, interestingly enough, prismatic ticket and picks up invested, so lowers his cap a lot. Already having hit his 3 stars is maybe trying to look to find a new cap for this Jin Mundo Cup by going level 9, adding in a Varus 2, playing for more snipers, playing for a stronger flank with Lee Sin, with Braum as well. We'll have to see his spot. It's very interesting to see him saying, hey, I'm not done yet. I've hit my first cap to stabilize in stage 3 and 4. I want to find that new cap, that new level for my comp in stage 6.
We see that Guan is pretty much having a prime time playing 4 crew, 4 protector, stabilized on that Malphite 3, working towards the Malphite 4. We'll have to check the Aki spot, who was the another crew player from the Build-A-Bat Savior. And
Wojtek.
Oh, it was Wojtek, yeah, I'm sorry.
And Wojtek, surprisingly enough, 63 HP still, so both crew players, well, both Malphite players, very comfortable at the top of the standings. And Wojtek, I'm curious what he's been doing right to find this stability. And we are seeing Shredden picked up Call to Chaos, found the sniper's focus. Does he try and full pivot his comp to find Gwen as the item carrier? For now, he's losing HP. We talked about exactly this scenario. A player could try and go for the gamble. And this is one of the strongest win conditions in TFT right now.
The problem is there is just no front lane to support the sniper focus. We've seen the utilization for the YYDM, the sniper focus on the Yasuo being very effective before if you cannot find that Gwen. And even if you do so, the important part is not playing Mentor with such Yasuo because he will jump to the middle from the safety. So you want to play just with one Mentor or three.
Aki playing Bodyguard on the Gwen. He wants Shredded to try and pick it up maybe, but he also wants to deny it from the Sork player for Weibo Gaming, and in the end picks up the Gwen, denies it from anyone else in this lobby, one of the key 5 costs in this meta.
And Tianlong at the end will be pivoting out into the all-out Cassante due to the fact that he got Bronze for life, he gave up on the Sork plan and is playing currently Akali 1, Cassante 1. And we've seen his teammate with the Cassante 2 will be stopping at this game plan.
And that's an Akali with a Jewel Gauntlet. Not really ideal. Obviously, Executioners can already crit for themselves. Not terrible, you get some extra crit chance, but not really the best in slot. So the forced adaptation for Tianlong after having missed the Karmas altogether, and seeing Kezman in a spot where he could have held so much extra Karmas as well with the shopping spree rolls. So right now, Weibo Gaming certainly on the back foot. You have to imagine Guan is that one player that is still standing strong at the top of the HP standing.
Oh, I don't think it's all out Cassante. That's an issue, and there is no power-up removers. So it's all on the back of Akali 1 to win those rounds with the free items. And she's trying her best. There is a good positioning from Kezman to counter the Akali positioning, so she just doesn't jump on her, and it will be absolutely mayhem for Tianlong.
A big win for Kezman. Tianlong now down to which could still be 1 life in stage 4, 12 HP, a 3-unit loss, and that means that it's the end of the road. Aki now win streaking, LBTZ now win streaking, understandably so. This is how 9 lives work. You lose HP early, you lose lives early, but then you come back stronger when you're on your second or your very last life with the big resources you get.
Yeah, Aki and the LBTZ have each other in the pool. They should be getting each other to see another clash of one of the lives. While we're on the Shredding board, we see finally pick up of the set 2 with that Silverman. We'll see how is the tech working. And when the Yone is holding on to the double sniper, I'm not sure how effective it's gonna be.
There's a Lee Sin as well in the shop here for Tianlong. It's a different player altogether. So we're now seeing the Akali player again, who is on his last life, facing off against Guan. Guan, I believe, has
took out
his Malphite, or has took off the items, removed the items from the 3-star hero augment. So this should, of course, be a clean win for Tianlong, and the preservation of HP, the preservation of this life for Weibo Gaming.
It's very efficient to just swap out one Malphite for another one without losing the crew value.
Pretty close win, maybe not too close, but all in all, Tianlong still has to find a lot of things to stabilize on. Sao Pimi, though, we're seeing his game plan now of trying to push level 8 with Invested and find a new chance to cap out this comp with the 3 stars.
We're getting to the stage 5 where it's pretty much all gonna come together. We are very close to the HPs, and we'll see who trades better based on the matchmaking. Now you have to be utilizing your removers perfectly. The players were holding them for that exact moment. While Aki being on the still 3 lives, LBTZ on 2 lives, they haven't faced each other, both on the streak.
Ooh, Brom pair, Boulevard 2, Varus in the shop as well, skips the Varus altogether, so leaning into potentially playing a 4 Luchador setup. The only awkward thing is that you're forced to go down to 3 Juggernaut, I believe, if you're playing 4 Luchador on 8, which means that you can't quite fit everything. I think Sao Pimi would have loved to go level 9, but we're seeing the pressure. He's on a 4 loss streak, he's on 13 HP, 1 life for Sao Pimi, 1 life for Tianlong, 2 lives for LBTZ, and then Guan all the way up in the standings at 37 HP. Brom 2 found as well. Is that enough for Sao Pimi to stay alive?
Tianlong finds the all-out on his last power remover.
Only Akali 1 though.
Yep. And I don't know if it's gonna be live, even enough for this stage, having Bronze for life.
The battle of the 1 life players for Weibo Gaming. It is possible to keep both players alive, but it is very, very hard. The 13 HP player, Sao Pimi, has to lose by 1 unit.
This has to be 2 unit or 1 unit alive. Yeah.
Which is a very hard
Akali
thing
is applying
to plan
the pressure
for.
on the backlane. 1 more cast from Akali, and this Jhin is about to be dead. But yeah, Akali, okay, picks it up, and the question is, can she rock against the Mundo? This is 2 units lost.
If Sao Pimi wins, it's over.
Yeah, it's 2 units lost. It's a perfect kill against the teammate. Tianlong will go down.
Unfortunate, Tianlong goes down in 8th. Sao Pimi also on 1 life. LBTZ did win again, so still on 2 lives. And Aki also winning again. 7 win streak now for the EVOS player on 3 lives. Kezman yet again becoming that all-star player. Game after game after game. Stage 4 rolls around. His roll then is always pristine. He hits the comp he has to hit, and he almost always comes to stage 5 with a 4 or 5 win streak. So Kezban, so important for EVOS Gaming.
Absolutely, yes. We that Guan is still missing out on that Malphite 4, being unable to hit the big spike with the crewmate, and is still sucking for the team, holding off on that Malphite items.
Is now Shredden on his last life, could not make the Sniper's Focus Yone work. Now it's going to be onto the Gwen, but the Gwen has been popped. She has been taken down. It's only down to the Axe. I think the Axe does not have that DPS check. She cannot make it past here. Shredden will be taken down as well. One player from EVOS, one player from Weibo down for the count. Wojtek also taken down despite, I mean, look how close the HP totals were. All of a sudden, Weibo Gaming coming back into this game off of Guan's great Malphite game.
Absolutely, and we've seen the decision there from the Sao Pimi to pick up the Invested. We discussed what would be the best prismatic for him, and we talked that Invested max cap might not be it because of the final cap not being there without combat arguments, but he made it work through the double econ argument.
And I wonder if there's a way for Shredden to keep that Gwen safer and have all 3 snipers focused on her to try and win that fight. But in the end, not quite enough. If one more player from EVOS goes down here, that will be it. Weibo Gaming will win this series 2-0. Aki is still on 2 lives, or 3 lives. And Kezban could go down with a big enough loss. We're looking at Kezban now. He has to take a massive loss against Aki. Aki has removed items from... No, has not removed items from GP, but it looks like the Karma is going to be strong enough here. Aki taking down to 2 lives now. Kezban still on 15 HP. Does Sao Pimi stay alive? That's the big question. There's so little HP to trade around even from all of the players left alive. Sao Pimi taken down, so even parity between the players in the bottom 4. Winner takes all as we move into the top 4. EVOS needs to win this game to force a 3rd game in this quarterfinal series.
Guan still on the inefficient GP items. We are yet to see the final cash out from the both 9 lives. Whoever gets the Masterwork upgrade will be in a great advantage. And if the Kezban manages to fight Gwen too, he should be the win-out player for the EVOS.
And also whoever gets maybe an artifact anvil as well from that cash out, if it is one of those artifact anvils for GP, for example, that could be game-winning in and of itself. Maybe the idea between trying to play around Yone's Sniper's Focus was to maybe buy some time for Kezban to find his Gwen to upgrade. But in the end, Fusion Dance Gwen won for Kezban here. He has to win this fight. He is the player who is 1 life. Everyone else has at least 2 lives.
So Guan should be playing against Kezban. Aki should be playing against LBTZ right now, and that's exactly what we're gonna be witnessing. Guan missing on just a few more Malphites to find that Malphite. Ooh, he plays double Malphite on the board.
Where does this Malphite go? Does it move towards the Karma? No, Karma left untouched in the top left corner. She's dishing out the damage. Malphite taken down. Malphite is down for the count. A big loss for Guan. Who wins from the 9 lives matchup? It looks like it's going towards LBTZ. Aki gets his first chance to proc his last life, get his big resource reward. We'll look at Aki's board now to see what his reward is going to be.
It's going to be artifact.
It will be an artifact. He finds Dawn Core, could be strong on GP. All the other
options has to be more
really
front lane. I think it's just light shield crest. I don't think you can afford to go for another GP item.
Could be Dawn Core over the Hodge.
It will be Dawn Core at the end.
I like it more over the Hodge. Maybe transfer items or just have the Hodge on the Udyr, for example. Is this going to be enough? Is Aki facing Guan? That's the bigger question. If he's facing Kezban, this power is essentially wasted due to the matchmaking of this 9 life proc coming at this time.
No, the Kezban will be against the LBTZ.
Aki versus Guan. Can Aki take down Guan from Weibo Gaming? That's the big question. And can Kezban survive against a 2 life player with LBTZ on his GP reroll? Looking at Aki, that's a pivotal matchup on the left-hand side. Dawn Core GP3 is the answer. Hero versus hero, GP versus Malphite. GP clears, and LBTZ also cleared
Kezban also
out
gets
Kezban.
cleared. Yep, it will be 9 lives against 9 lives at the end.
GP versus GP to decide it all. A pivotal Yasuo 3 found on the very last turn for Aki. 1 PvE round and we move into stage 6. LBTZ has 2 lives, so he has 1 buffer of fight RNG to go his way. And also 1 last upgrade. Will it be a Radiant Refractor or will it be an artifact? If it's an artifact, does he miss entirely on one of the strong artifacts for GP?
I mean, LBTZ is not playing the GP anymore. He's
right,
on
he
the
pivoted off. Yeah, you're right.
Cassante now, which is a great pivot given that he was so behind. Finding that in different line, even though his teammate was playing all-out Cassante, he still went to it as he's one of the only outs as a win-out. And what a great pivot, picking also the belt just to get that extra front lane.
What do you think the best option will be for the Cassante if it is an artifact?
Hard call.
With certainty, GP should win this next fight with the artifact advantage. It would be surprising to see a win from LBTZ from this spot, no?
I mean, he destroyed Absolaki on last fight, and he just downcore, swap out, and Yasuo upgrade.
The fight starting now. If LBTZ wins this on a 10-win streak right now, that would be GG, game over. Weibo Gaming advances to the semifinals, and EVO's run ends here. The stuns coming onto the Cassante, the main damage dealer. Another stun yet again for the unstoppable Kabuko. That could be the difference maker. We're looking at GP.
GP is no longer there, I believe.
GP is down. We don't see GP anywhere. Down to just Rise, and that's going to be it, I believe. Unless the Yasuo 3 that was just recently upgraded can carry, but I think that's going to be the end of the road. Aki taken down. LBTZ wins it all for Weibo Gaming. And a clean 12 sweep yet again. Weibo looking maybe like the tournament favorites coming into the semifinals.
Giga CC went off on the GP. He couldn't pretty much move, and Cassante just locked in, went in, deleted altogether the GP very, very smoothly. He didn't let him to ramp up. And such a fast comp can just destroy the GP, which requires that scaling from the both Rageblade and Kraken.
And the Dawn Core as well, with the max mana being reduced after every single cast. The fist pumps all around, but in the end, a dominant win yet again from Weibo Gaming. They're looking scary as we move into the final day tomorrow for the Esports World Cup TFT 2025.
That was a very, very convincing win, asserting pretty much dominance. Anyone that will be facing them in the next match should be frightened.
Flags out, full of pride from this CN roster with how strong they've been. A good fight from EVO's Gaming. I think they have to be proud of their performance to make it into this top 8. I think it was a great run all the way back in the qualifiers in set 14 to make it to the main event. A big surprise from EMEA, but all in all, top 8 is where their road ends.
Yeah, we see one final replay of the fight. It was indeed Kabuko cast together with the Rise just melting down the GP. So it might have all came down to positioning. It's hard to establish here, but GP being in the middle, being unsafe there.
LBTZ knew the moment that GP went down, they had done it. They had secured their spot in tomorrow's semifinal, and maybe their spot in the final, depending on how that goes tomorrow. But congratulations to Weibo Gaming on another very strong performance. Let's hear from the winners on the stage, Weibo Gaming.
Indeed, Weibo Gaming lock in a semi-final spot, and I'm standing by with LBTZ, with our translator Jin as well, and of course our lovely little mascot. Before we get into the result of this one, tell us more about this little guy.
能不能跟我们讲一下你这个幸运物名字叫什么，代表什么？
这个就是我们微博战队的幸运物嘛，然后叫什么我不是很清楚。
Well, it's the mascot for Weibo Gaming. It's our team mascot. Although his name, we haven't decided on one yet.
Okay, well, he's definitely a good luck charm, that's for sure. Now, your team said in our pre-match interview that you were 100% certain that you were going to lock in and make it into the semi-final. Where is this incredible confidence coming from? Because you did it.
就是我们在赛前采访的时候，当时你的队友说，就是来到这个比赛有100%的信心能战胜你们的对手，就想问你这个自信心是哪里来的呢？
就源自于我们对彼此的信任吧，我觉得对。
I'll say it stems from the trust that we have for each other.
That's definitely there, and I'm sure that you have a lot of trust in yourselves as being arguably the scariest team here. A lot of people are calling you that. Do you feel that yourselves as a roster too?
那现在呢，很多人会说你们微博战队是目前最强、最可怕的一支战队，因为你们就打得很顺利，很顺利，碾压性非常非常的强。要问你是否自己也这么认为，你们的实力确实有那么强呢？
我觉得我们的实力肯定是没问题的，只要我们自己不输入吧，我们 大概率是能拿下冠军的。
I would say that definitely we know our strengths, we know how strong we are, and we definitely have a very, very good shot at being the champions of this tournament, at being the winner. However, it still boils down to execution, and as long as we don't make any mistakes, we can win this.
Well, the next piece of execution will come against either Aegis or Flash Wolves. That is our final semi-final to happen here this evening. Who would you like out of those two teams? Do you have a preference there?
那你们后面的对手即将是 Flash Wolves 和Aegis was it?
Yes.
和 Aegis 这两支战队的胜者，你能不能跟我们说一下，就是你更想面对谁呢？
我觉得无论对手是谁吧，我们都会战胜他们。对。
It doesn't matter who we face, we're gonna beat them.
Well, one thing that's for sure is you're about to crush a key LBTZ. Are you ready? The key crusher is behind you. Are you excited?
准备好你们对手的钥匙了吗？
准备好了。还是非常开心的。
Definitely, I'm very ready and very excited for this.
All right, listen, I want a name for this guy by the end of this, but I'm going to let you think about that. For now, it is time to get into our key crushing for our second to last time here tonight. It's the brutal part of the game, Jeannie.
It is very brutal indeed. Thank you, Ian, for that wonderful interview. Once again, with our winners, Weibo, the first time here, Hupe, that they get to crash a key. This is their first key, actually.
Yeah, the first key of anyone in the winner bracket right now, and LBTC was just happy and hyped to do this. He made the win in the end, playing amazing the non-live, popping out, and Weibo did perfect. He said it. They are playing so good that they just need not to make mistakes, guys.
I mean, they are the demons we thought they might be. They're playing so incredibly well. And I think one of the biggest differences that we're seeing from this team than any other is playing around that all-out Cassante and being so willing to pivot out of GP once you're not the ones in the favorable GP spot. And we see it at the end, using the all-out Cassante as the counter comp to beat that 3-star GP.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Normally it's the comp that everyone wants to go for, and Cassante, because he has so many health, the GP cannot target him. So he's never going to be the target. He's going all out, obviously not reducing HP, not reducing damage, and being the orb front for everyone. They made a mistake, maybe the first mistake that we actually see, because we haven't seen them much. They made a mistake in the start, so one, winning against Tylon, losing the win streak in the end, but then it didn't matter. They just played it perfectly in the end, and I mean, the better team won this time.
Yeah, and that better team happens to be Weibo. We had a lot of our eyes on them specifically, and expectations and just questions in general when it comes to how they're going to perform here today, considering how the other teams from that upper bracket have done. But they've shown us exactly why they were the team that beat T1 into that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I got to give some props to EVOS at the end there. We saw that first game. It was a bit of a stomp. We thought, oh, maybe they just are not matched up. But that's just TFT. Sometimes things don't swing your way. This second game, they put up a hell of a fight. Got down to the very end with the player you'd want to be in the position for the 1v1, Aki, playing the 9 lives, 3-star GP. Really amazing spot. Problem is, the counter comp was there, and he just couldn't quite push it over the edge.
Yeah, 100%. Also recognition to Casman, that was the leader of the game, playing also Sorg, playing amazing, and trying to pop up for the rest of the team. Here are the results. LBTC with a great counter. He was playing our DP, and as you said, Cats, he pivoted out of the GP to play the Cassante, so the perfect position there, using the GP in the early game to generate goal and to achieve the possibility of doing this transition and then winning with the all-out.
Yeah, and we've seen, once again, protagonists just being pretty much undefeated as far as making that top 4. Guan being able to pick that up early on and just find the wins. Could not get to the 4-star. We've been struggling to see those 4-stars come out. They're just not making it enough rounds to get it done, but still it was enough to find the win for Weibo.
Yeah, and Weibo with that also advance into the semifinals. They get to hold on for their key for at least another day. And in general, just great to be able to see that they're also getting that experience when it comes to being able to press the button and crush the key. They have fought very hard to be in this position, and it feels like, I don't know, maybe this is a wrong statement, but they haven't genuinely, truly been tested just yet.
I mean, they have both things, right? Normally you go for individual play, and then for the 4v4, you want to actually transfer the health to the other one. They're doing both, and they're doing it perfectly, Cass. This is a team that, I mean, so much to learn from them, transferring HP, trying to help each other at the same moment, full communication and laughter, and is one of the teams to beat for sure.
Look, I will say, I think they have been tested. I think Vitality T1 as their group was a test in its own. T1 T1, of course, is, waiting in the top 4. Now Weibo is there with them, and I think that this team has shown us that they are maybe just the team to beat in the tournament right now.
That could be a potential rematch that we're looking at when it comes to T1 as well as Weibo. But with that as well, Weibo is advancing further into the bracket. They're now going to be sitting patiently in that semifinals, waiting on the winner of AG's against Flash Wolves.
Aegis being the first seed of the MEA, total powerhouse here, doing amazing. The team that has plays the most reroll. So what are they going to go against Flash Wolves? Flash Wolves, the opposite, being just flexible, doing whatever they can to take a win, maybe more in the modcast, and they are the ones for me that have improved the most in the tournament. So this will be maybe the Kings versus the ones that are from the ground been improving and want to take them out once again.
And that is the first key that Weibo Gaming is gonna have the pleasure of crushing.
All right, Guan, show us what you got.
Oh, they're already closing their ears. I think they're like heard from other players potentially that this could be a little loud. I'm not sure if it will be.
Any flinches? Oh, we didn't even. Oh yeah, there it is.
It was like everyone at the same time.
I'm wondering when we'll get one team that just stands unflinching.
Holds the ground like, yes, we earned that. Maybe, I mean, I feel like Crazy Moving would be one of the players that, especially in the finals, if he gets to crush that, he'll be like, yeah.
He won't be able to help himself from laughing, though. That's the problem.
Most likely the case. But for Weibo, a great end to their story in terms of moving into the semifinals. For EVOS, however, I also still want to sing their praises because as much as they are now knocked in here, they still made the top 8 and they were the heavy underdogs coming into this.
Yeah, also taking 200 points for the Club Championship, trying to get a little up there. They're not in the top, but every point counts. And of course, a lot of money for the organization that bet on them, and the team performed. So I'm really proud of them.
They defied expectations, scrappy group of friends and underdogs coming together and toppling a couple teams that they weren't expected to beat. Should be very proud of that top 8. They were amazing to watch. I had so much fun watching them, so really should be proud of themselves.
Absolutely, and we also do get some final words from them before they head out of the tournament, so let's head over to the interview with Puckett.
Hey guys, it's Puckett catching up with EVOS right after the loss. Kesman, you were so fun to watch. From day one to now, the casters couldn't say enough good things about you in the Polish powerhouse. But how did Weibo eventually defeat you guys?
I think it was pretty tough spots. The second game also was pretty close, and the first one I think we pretty much give everything we could, and maybe something, some position diff or something like that. But in first game they had pretty good augments on the scuttle paddles, and we have 2 eco augments, and it was pretty tough to play. But we give our best, tried, and I'm happy from my performance, my boy performance, and that's all.
Yeah, Shredding was all smiles up until that final moment. I thought Aki had it. Did you guys think you were going to a game 3?
Pretty yes. I think we could make it, but I think just Weibo. The thing, Gangplank didn't have Eon on Aki, and that's why I think we lost.
GP does it again. So what is next for your team? Because the chat definitely fell in love with your squad over the course of the weekend. You gained a lot of fans here at EWC.
We will play for sure our solo adventures in EMEA and Polish Cups, and I hope everyone from the boys will try to play in the next year and qualify again. No one better at us at the even open qualifiers, close qualifiers, at EWC that we didn't make the group, so I'm still pretty happy.
Final question for you. With you exiting, that means EMEA is down to Aegis. Do you think they can finish in the top 4?
Yeah, for sure. I think they can win it.
Boom. That's Kesman. Drop him a follow. We'll see him next year.
Thank you, Kesman and Puckett. And, the beauty here of EVOS is still all smiles, still very much saying, you know what, yes, maybe for us it wasn't necessarily, coming in here and getting the finish, being the first one to win, but we've defied our own expectations, we've done really well, and we still got ages to lift that EMEA banner.
Yeah, and also helping the rest. They gave a meta pro tip there, Gangplank with the Eon or the Edge of Night, so important to lose a little aggro. Normally you only did damage to that, but now it shows. Kazante was just focusing the game plan. It ended up finishing the end. So remember at home, you're going to play the Super G give them Eon, Edge of Night.
Have to make sure it doesn't just get sniped and lose you the game immediately.
A little bit of insight as well. Wise words, final wise words. I don't even know where I'm going with this, but either way, EVOs should be very proud of themselves from what they've been able to achieve, and we are very proud of them as well for what they were able to do. But it does mean that we only have one quarterfinal left to play today, and that is Aegis going up against Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves have looked dominant in this lower bracket after they have dropped crushing key after key, whereas Aegis in the upper bracket, they went through so smoothly. It felt like nobody could stop them.
Yeah, it's smooth versus the build-up confidence. When we saw them, okay, here it is. This is your the ball. It's confidence because they won it all, and you see him in the front. This is the guy, this is the hero. He's normally always working in the front. He will be the one who walk in stage first, and this is the leader of the group. Total confidence, streaming, being amazing, and obviously being the communicator for the team.
Yeah, and there we got Flash Wolves, led by Ironbog, of course. And I think this team, you know, as we said, they've kind of ramped up throughout the tournament. Slow start, but I think their team play and coordination has started to improve over that time, and the individual performances have started to really stand out. The big question is how good was Twisted Minds? Because that's really the big test that Flash Wolves had in their 2 series versus Twisted Minds, really showcased how good they are. So we'll see how good is Flash Wolves.
How good is Flash Wolves indeed? I mean, this is really the point for them to prove it, because again, this is just a single elimination. If you lose here, you're going home. That's it. You're not making it to tomorrow. You're not making it to the quarterfinals. There is no chance for you to head into those finals anymore. But Flash Wolves, we're touching upon a little bit when it comes to their biggest test being Twisted Minds. They genuinely learned a lot from that series, because they go up against Twisted Minds again, and it was a very, very dominant from one-sided game from the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a big standout performance from Kebabao in the second time around, and I think they needed a little bit more of that star power after that first setup where they failed to position around Flancy. They just got outplayed. It wasn't necessarily the team play, it was just one heroic performance to close things out, and finally being able to kind of take that back, take their learnings, and maybe just shake off jitters actually for this team to come back and beat down on the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the thing is, Aegis didn't have any jitters because they did come through that upper bracket, but whether or not that's how they're feeling today, the mood, the vibe, the energy, we had a quick little check-in with them ahead of the matchup, so let's see what they have to say.
Hey everybody, it's Puckett, and Aegis walked into the building just now about to play their quarterfinal, and I wanted to catch up because yesterday you had the day off. So what did you do to prepare for this matchup against Flash Wolves?
So yesterday we do some scrims to preps, and yeah, that's most of it. Yeah, get some rest.
Did you watch any VOD? Did you watch your opponent in particular, or what all goes into prepping as a team for this event?
We did watch the game from previous day and the day on, and yeah, we review it as a team.
Now, unfortunately, you guys won too fast over on the Bravo stream. We didn't get to see you on our S&B Arena stage yet. What are you looking forward to most playing under the bright lights?
Oh, it's going to be a good experience, and we're going to try to play our best TFT as a team. So, yeah.
And for anyone who hasn't watched you so far, how would you describe your style?
Oh, I think we really play as a group, so we don't put someone in front in particular. We all able to play for the group, so that's our strong.
I love that, and I have to ask the hard question because the stats wizards are creating their own answers, but I know sometimes you have to lose on purpose. But has there been an MVP or most valuable player of the 4?
Oh, you want a name? I think Lyres could be our MVP, so I hope so.
Aegis, 4 MVPs, unbeaten, now taking the stage. Best of luck.
Thank you.
First time that we're going to be seeing them going on the stage here. Also, Alan, welcome. Thank you for joining us for this lovely last quarterfinal game today. Flash Wolves against Aegis. Would love to hear your opinions, starting off with Aegis and whether or not you agree with the MVP here.
Thank you so much, Ginny. We are having quite a series. I think this is the match of the day coming today. Both teams, I think Aegis being the strongest team coming from the EMEA, and Flash Wolves, I wasn't expecting much when we started the EWC, but now they got my respect. The amount of the team play they have so far is absolutely amazing. So this will be quite a banger series, and if it's nothing less than 2-1, I don't accept.
I think that's fair. I want to see a 2-1 as well. I think both of these teams have looked really good. Aegis, of course, has just been kind of on a tear, destroying everybody in their path. And I think that team in general has looked incredible, especially, you know, behind Pot of Bowl and putting everything together. And outside of that, we saw the growth of Flash Wolves. We said it time and time again. They're looking great as a team.
Yeah, let's dissect both of these teams then, starting off with Aegis when it comes to who we are expecting to take on what role today from this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Opal on the interview was pretty humble. I think he's up there for the team MVP. He's been putting so much work from such a bad spots and making it not only like just saving like a placement or two, but even going in the top 4, which was so amazing to see. Normally, Lyres is that fast 8 type of player, where we should see him capping out the boards properly, and Opal being pretty much flex, paddable, like pretty much can play everything, but leans towards the more of a reroll, and then Gobo can play pretty much everything. So they have the skill set of the individuals that can do anything in the game.
Yeah, and we heard even Opal saying that everyone had kind of filled each and every role. And, you know, when pressed to give an MVP, he did give it to Lyres. And I think that's maybe coming from that fast 8 style and the fact that maybe he's been able to convert a lot of these Sork spots where maybe some other players wouldn't have gotten there.
Yeah, and then we're looking at their games that we've seen so far. And the thing with Aegis is that, of course, the dominance has been there. We've seen the players are doing really well individually. When it comes to the teamwork, when it comes to them having the communications on their lock and key, when you are on this main stage, do we have any worries there?
Not anymore. The France as a country had so many events, so many LANs. Those players are already used to. All of them participate pretty frequently that I don't think they'll have any shaky lines anymore. Like, it could be a case for less experienced team, but it's definitely not gonna be for Aegis.
Yeah, and maybe it's been the case for some of our other teams that won their groups, and then this is the first time playing on stage, and maybe that was a bit of a problem. But I agree with you, Alan. I mean, they have so much LAN experience that I would be shocked if this was at all an issue for them to come out here and play on the stage.
And then they're going up against Flash Wolves, and that's a team that now also has quite a bit of LAN experience, especially on this stage specifically, considering that they did drop into that lower bracket and that they have to crawl their way through it, which they have done successfully and quite dominantly as well.
The main pretty much breakthrough for me is YYDM. I was expecting the most, I think, from the Iron Block, while YYDM and Haruru was pretty much the star players for me. Just the amount of the stuff they pulled through throughout the last few days is truly something else.
They seriously were the ones who showed, I think, most of that team play and actually bringing everything together. And then on top of that, they had Kebabao being able to pick up some of these big wins throughout the day. And I think having the ability to have multiple players look for those win out. You've got Ironbog, who you know is always going to be a rock to be able to do that, and that Kebabao was able to show that. And on top of that, the rest of the team just coming together to make some of these really amazing team plays. I think that's why this Flash Wolves team has started to show magic.
Yeah, the magic as well we saw yesterday specifically against Twisted Mind, Alan, when it came to how it was first match that they played already, that it dropped them to that lower bracket. It was really down to that final stage, to that final thing from the side of Wolves against Twisted Minds. But then yesterday, it felt like a completely different story. What do you think has been the biggest difference between the Flash Wolves that we saw in the first game against Twisted Minds and the one that we saw yesterday?
I mean, you know, they got the left swing, but they did the one delivering the knockout punch at the end. And they took their lesson, they went back to the drawing board, and the team play they had at the end there was pretty much flawless, where it could be the thing that was missing out on the day one, but definitely that's not something we were missing on the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to just sack for each other, we saw a lot of that coming between those two, and then setting up the different lines for the team. I think the line selection was a lot better as well out of Flash Wolves, and I think that's been one of the important things on this patch that's been hard for a lot of teams. They kind of fall into those Sork Prodigies, GP, Jin Mundo, but when they can actually swap it up, find a couple of different ideas to come through, like we see out of Weibo with the all-out Cassante, I think we started to see some of the same from the Flash Wolves when it came to that last matchup against Twisted Minds.
So really quick predictions here, because you've been 1-for-1 so far, Kassa.
True. I still think I'm going to go Aegis 2-1.
Okay.
2-1 Aegis. I mean, the Urban Boys.
Okay, the analysts seem to be in agreement that Aegis is the team and the favorite here. They are the ones also to be coming through that upper bracket. Not yet played on the stage, not yet to crush a key, but they are confident and comfortable. Flash Wolves has crawled their way here. They have been fighting tooth and nail for this position. But let's start the quarterfinals between Aegis and Flash Wolves.
Semi-final spots here for TFT are almost sold out. They are the hot ticket here in Riyadh, and there's only one left. To take it, you're gonna have to show will, courage, and sheer determination.
Blink and you miss it. Because today, our players woke up and chose violence. 2-0s across the board. And now it's time to lock in the final spot in the semis, and it's time to send one more team home packing.
Who's gonna step up? Will it be Aegis? This team has looked mega strong here so far. EMEA's hub on the grandest stage of all, soaring high above the rest in their group. And now one challenger stands between them and a shot at glory on the final day. Has their time finally come, or has their performance so far been a flash in the pan?
Speaking of that, here comes their adversaries. It's none other than Flash Wolves! Taking down title contenders in Twisted Minds with a revenge clean 2-0, making their way to the quarterfinals. And now, Apex representative is aiming to break through the EMEA wall and France's own Aegis. One final showdown. One team will rise, one team will fall. Casters, who will it be?
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and Ian. We are so excited to get the final series of the day underway. One more elimination to go. As was said before, David, we've had 2-0s across the board. The desk doesn't think this is going to follow the pan, but they are favoring Aegis in between these two teams. Banner, what's your personal opinion?
Well, my personal opinion is that I am from EMEA, and I have been watching French TFT for a very long time, and they always somehow seem to pull it together. They always seem to perform at the highest of levels. And with EVOS being a team of underdogs, this is quite the opposite. These players have almost in their entirety all made it to the Technicians Crown, to the international stage. They know what it feels like to feel the pressure, and overall, I think this is the most even matchup between all the quarterfinals on paper. I think Aegis performed better and had a very close win against VP to make it into the playoff directly, but Flash Wolves has impressed across their run back into this top position, and I'm very excited. I think it's going to be, as Alan mentioned, for me personally, the match of the day in terms of the even parity, in terms of the expected skill level I expect from both teams.
Well, certainly for the Flash Wolves, of course, they've had their own journey. For anyone who's joining us for the first time here, you will have missed out the encounters between the Flash Wolves and Twisted Minds, starting us off with a 2-1 loss to the team, which was down to 4 HP, dividing the line between the two. Then revenge in the final match play before going for the clean 2-0, blowing out in the first game. If we're talking about teams who have grown throughout this experience, Flash Wolves definitely feel like they've stepped it up.
Aegis as well, they took down VP to make it into that playoffs, and VP is now in the semifinals. They've taken down a lot of top teams as well on their path to make it there. So both teams know what it feels like to face all-star players, all-star teams, to really get tested and yet still come out ahead, have a strong enough mental and a strong enough synergy as teammates to make it out of those tough positions. I know that Aegis, on their very last game against VP, they propelled Lires on a 7 Crystal Gambit strategy into first place off of perfect team play. I want to see something like that in this series. I want to see those high highs when it comes to team synergy.
I mean, certainly looking at the numbers for Aegis here, Lires, as you mentioned, Padapol, they've both been locking down some great numbers for the team overall. Over on the Flash Wolves side of things, though, of course, Kababo, has been standing out way above. His average is crazy, mostly occupying the Sorcerer line.
That's right. There's 2 MVP players when it comes to their current AVPs in this tournament. in a small-ish sample size, obviously 5 to 7 games, but Lides a 2.5, Kebaba a 2.7. Both are slightly angling some key comps. You're mentioning 4 games of Sorcerer out of 7 total for Kebaba. Really popped off and always seemed to find a way to make that Karma comp work. Lides, only 5 games, 2 of those games on crew reroll. And Lides in EMEA is known as a fast 8, fast 9 player, never pressing D until stage 4. The crew, you're pressing D very, very often, and still he found ways to make that a win condition and to have, I think it's a 2 AVP or so on the crew. Really good results on the comp, not just playing it, but also finding success with it. So I'm really excited for these 2 players in particular, for both teams.
Well, so let's talk a little bit about kind of digging deep into some of the stats here. From Aegis' side of things, one thing that kind of jumped out at me looking at some of the 8th place race across the team is Aegis have got a lot of 8ths on their record. Why is that?
I think they're playing in some ways more 1st or 8th. I think Alan mentioned that his MVP was maybe Opal. Less so because of the stats, because Opal's stats are not great to 5.4 MVP for the team, but he's been doing the dirty work. He is kind of like Aki on EVOS. He's the player who is playing a lot of rerolls. We saw from Kaisa reroll on that very first day that we saw them on broadcast, and he's holding other 2 costs from the opponent's team. So there are some games where if he is behind tempo on his own reroll line, he might give up on his own game plan and just play the griefing role, try and lower the expected AVP for all the other players, the reroll players on the opposing team. Maybe finish 8th, but if he drags down another reroll player on the opponent's side from a 3rd to a 6th, his job is done.
Oh, for sure. Certainly from watching French teams across time in previous 4v4 events, they have been extremely vicious in trying to really target out and delete opposing players from the game. But component ambles will open us up here. No more trainer golems, no more all prismatics. We get ourselves a nice sedate start to game 1 of our final series of the day.
Well, not yet, but the series could end up being 3 games. We might still see a Lulu trainer golem come through. The biggest difference for the component anvils is the fact that you get a higher chance of finding best in slot and finding it early, especially for the reroll line. You have a chance to have a 3-item carry coming to stage 3, which is very, very powerful in terms of stabilizing and taking over the lobby, especially with something like a GP. Talking about GP, on either team, there is a player that has been playing a lot of GP, maybe just off of natural spots they're given, maybe off of just trying to force it more often. Potable, 4 games out of 5 have been on GP with a very high AVP as well. And for Flash Wolves, it is YYDM with pretty much half of his games on GP. For now, it is Haruru with a GP start in this game number 1, and Opal with a GP start in the time for Aegis here as well with Midas Touch. So a good GP power up for just early goal generation.
Yeah, of course, you can't get those stretchy arms all the time, but certainly doubling down on that gold generation can be very powerful indeed. Hopefully this will be a chance for Opal to show us what he's made of.
Great components as well for this GP. Half of a bow, half of a sword, can be half of an Aeon and half of a Rage Blade or a Kraken's Fury. Pretty much impossible to miss with the 2 component anvils he has here as well. We'll wait until the Augment, of course, to pop them and then to try and set up his spot. But all in all, looking pretty strong here for Opal.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see him get the opportunity to show exactly what he's made of here. Yeah, and we'll see how things develop over the course of the series, but certainly coming in with some strong momentum, as we will see, of course. The first Augment's coming in, so it's gold across the field. We'll see if anyone's going to go for anything spicy on the left-hand side of your screen.
Will be keepers for Opal, which we've seen a few times from our GP players. The only downside to this is, ideally, you want to have a strong Econ Augment on 2-1 and then double combat power augments for GP. We've seen some keeper boards, even today, I think, from Solus, I believe, with Citadel Gaming, where he was hitting keepers on 2-1, didn't have enough gold to contest, and then just wasn't able to hit GP3. Crystal Gambit +1, I asked, and Potable has delivered. That is my boy. So right away, we might be seeing the attempt at exactly where they finished off to make it to this playoffs against Virtus.pro with the 7 Crystal Gambit game plan in stage 4.
I mean, that's absolutely massive. We've got solo leveling kicking in here from Ironbog as well. Of course, Ironbog came into this tournament with a lot of attention. As much as, of course, not necessarily the stats reflecting the individual player skill at all, but he has been going, and taking a lot of the lower finishes.
And solo leveling, we talked about one of the premium augments in this current first patch of set 15. Just incredibly strong, especially if you're able to find a key carry for it. We're seeing it here. Can this Gnar take down the entirety of the board for Potable? I think the answer is going to be yes. And with Potable, despite playing Crystal Gambits, usually in TFT, the cash out trade, you want to lose from 2-1 and just continue losing all the way to stage 4. And then you have a massive comeback turn where you cash out and you get incredibly strong. Crystal Gambit's a little bit different. You do ideally probably want to save HP the first 4 fights. If you can win every single fight in stage 2 until your double down round, that's fantastic. So Potable will try and play strongest board or strong-ish board in stage 2.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I really love the idea of being able to turn around the economy trade that way. We do see, of course, speaking of economy, there is with the infamous treasure hunt, which, of course, has been massively warping across so many of our games.
Solo leveling is very strong. Treasure Hunt, I would say, is equally as strong, or maybe even stronger with how it scales into the lake. And we just saw it from Salpimi in that last game as well. Huge prio on this golden augment from pretty much every single team and player. And I'm already liking the composition that we're seeing from Aegis. We have a win-out potential player with Crystal Gambit for Potable, HP savers with the reroll players with GP, Opal, and Lides on Jin, and then Gobo to find out. I assume Gobo will be leaning into that fast 8 AP spot with either Sorks or Prodigy.
So would you say overall, in terms of what you generally like to see from team compositions, is to have those two players who are trying to go for the really high end, and the two which are generally going for more reroll mid-game?
It's the perfect setup in my opinion, and it's also the setup where you're leading into the strongest reroll lines, you're leading into it from very strong gold augments. We saw with Kesman's interview with Evos, he mentioned, hey, we had a good game plan, but the augments were not quite there. We lowered a bit here and there, but for Aegis, I think they have to be very, very happy. And we're seeing exactly that. Gobo is leaning into the AP line, still open to both Prodigies and Sorcerers with that mixed front line and back line that kind of tailors to both comps, and it will have to probably depend on what we're seeing from the opposing side and if Gobo wants to play a little bit of griefing duty as well.
Oh, sure. Well, again, we mentioned French teams very quick to pick up. I mean, I think there's a good chance to bring in Azeni. It was mentioned briefly before, but of course, the French history in competitive TFT, particularly the LAN history, to see the GP players up against each other. They've just got so many more reps being playing in the live environment, but we'll see how these GPs face up against each other.
And Kebaba, we're seeing here, most likely going to be that contesting player on the Fast 8 AP line. Shocker, Counterfeit, considering that we just mentioned at the start of this game that he has been the designated Sork player across this tournament, 4 out of 7 games. Well, I think this will be a 5th because with a Shojin Slam, you're not playing into Yuumi Prodigies because you already have the mana region for the trait itself. So most likely Kebaba will be once again in his comfort zone. Can he continue this absolute tear on this comp where he has a 2.7 AVP across these 7 games?
I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with that level of success, isn't it? You at least know that one part of your game plan is completely locked down and solid and say, you know, we can rely on this. We can build an entire game around Kebaba.
Kebaba picks up another glove, so great for the Striker's Flail Jewel Gauntlet combo. Opal, unfortunately, obviously with Keepers, he's playing for a win streak in stage 2, and the bow was just taken away by Haruru on the 3rd pick. I think strategically so, understanding that Opal does need at least one more bow to try and finish off that Rage Blade onto Gangplank. YYDM says, Kebaba, let me play Karma, man. I have a Karma in my shop. It's stage 2. It's a really good spot to play it.
I mean,
and he's still open. He has time skip and he hasn't opened his canvas. I think this might be a pivot, but what does Kebaba play now with Shojin? I mean, it's a consideration at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really interesting to see if we can see the Flash Rolls kind of expand themselves out, and perhaps that's what we'll be seeing here from Aegis as well. Throwing in a different player up towards the top. We certainly know there's enough raw power there. Opal, that player in question right now, but Aegis, we'll see if he's be able to get through. I imagine he's pretty surprised to see the Karma right now facing him off.
So with this Gunblade Slam, I think that YYDM might actually be playing for Yuumi and just using the Karma obviously as a very strong 4-cost AP carry for stages 2 and 3. If that is the case, I have to say, Kebaba probably has a lot of aura and a lot of relevance on this team. He is saying, no, that is my spot. Please go play something else.
Well, let's take a quick look as we come close to the end of stage 2 then, as to how the land is lying. Gobuster, of course, is ruling the roost, the 4-round win streak at the top, but Kebaba down at the bottom here.
Maybe they'll trade. There is a Leona now. He says, okay, I'll play Prodigies. Can I send you my Shojin as well, just in case then? That would be a good trade.
No, I think, you know, incoming auction house, hopefully. But, I mean, right now at least, Flash Roll's managing to control things at the bottom, but notably no actual loss streaks in place for them, so Gobuster is currently, you know, really controlling a lot of ground.
And this means more than it would if this was any other player. The fact that it's Gobo, I think the best thing that can happen in a 4v4 setting is for your fast 8 player who's playing into Sorks or Yumi to be able to play it from a high tempo spot, because you no longer have to do this desperate roll to 0 on 4-1 and try and hit anything to stabilize and not die right away. You have maybe an HP lead, you're at 70, 60 HP coming to stage 4, and this allows you to greed a little bit more and to overall feel less pressure as a team because your weak link is not about to die. So really good news for Aegis that Gobo is looking this strong.
Yeah, and of course we saw that before from other EMEA team, and Mao's having that problem with Salvi, who was in a very similar kind of spot. Gobo holds on to the win streak, so things are looking pretty good so far. I mean, Aegis, they're all in the top 5 coming out of stage 2.
Ironbog's solo leveling setup has not looked perfect. He has, I assume, been killing units because there's a lot of burst damage coming from this Nard2 solo leveling setup, but obviously we're seeing there 2 loss streaks, so has not been clearing out every board, has not been maximizing the value he gets from this solo leveling. One more augment to touch on before we move into stage 3. Aim for the top from Bao. If you ask any S-tier player in TFT, is this the strongest augment in the game? They'll probably say no. But is this a very strong augment in 4v4? Their answer would change radically.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have information on who you're playing, and this information is invaluable in 4v4. This could be the difference between finishing in the top 4 and winning the entire thing or not, depending on how you know how to take off items or not. So relevant, the information advantage that Flash Wolves will have in stage 4 especially.
Yeah, eliminating potential matchups feels honestly deeply unfair, especially once you start to get in some of these late games where even a small amount of the positioning advantage could completely swing things. Haruru, though, is up towards the top, the Gangplank player, up to 4 duelists now. We'll see how he does with Epoch, managing to keep him a little bit ahead of the curve. Has been slamming items so far, but economically, definitely on the lower end.
We mentioned the contrast between Opal and Haruru, the 2 GP players. Opal played more for a win streak, had keepers, has more combat power, but we're seeing there the advantage in econ from Haruru, especially in rolling first. Thanks to the Epoch, you're able to roll right away on 3-1, where Opal will have to roll now on 3-2 to maximize the even econ threshold that he can hit on the 3-2 round.
I do want to bring in a point you made before about Partabol with the Crystal Gambit. It looks like in this case, while he hasn't lost a ton of HP, he is on a 4-round loss streak, so it looks like he will get the benefit of the Crystal Gambit early.
70 gold to roll. We're seeing Raining Gold picked up and has been cashed in by Opal's little legend. And what can he translate to? So the econ and the combat power have switched places, but still we're seeing an econ injection for Opal here. At the very least, he has to roll for a GP2, has found it while staying ideally here above 30 gold, maybe printing some extra gold from GP to get there.
And Haruru also took Raining Gold at exactly the same time. Gosh, sometimes, David, it starts like looking in a mirror for these Gangplank players.
Some players check meta tier list to see what augment to pick. Haruru maybe just checks his opponent's board. He said, oh, Raining Gold? All right, say no more.
Yeah, I've never played Gangplank before.
I'll lock it in as well.
I've got to look over here. So it does mean, we've kind of got the dubbing down. I'm sure you mentioned it tons of times before. The Gangplank income and now the Raining Gold income as well. So the race to Gangplank 3 is fully on, as we would have expected in pretty much every other game we've seen me play. They will go face-to-face against each other. Right now, neither of them with a huge advantage, but the Slammed Edge of Night, the 3 items on the Gangplank, I think might just
better
swing
positioning,
it.
better scaling, better, the Kraken's Fury's killing here as well. Edge of Night will proc. Does that buy enough time for Haruru's GP? It doesn't, so the mirror match goes in favor of Opal, and more importantly, the comparison here is 2 econ for Haruru, 1 econ, 1 combat power for Opal. If both players end up hitting the exact same board, the exact same 3-star GP upgrade, then this could be the difference maker, right? Coming into stage 4 and 5.
Oh yeah, well, we certainly know it's been a classic throughout pretty much all of TFT that the keepers with those melee characters, Jekko and Lyris, and of course, we've got the Treasure Hunt, which is ticking away nicely, and we're going to be seeing the Juggernaut Jin board, or Mondo Jin board, coming together very well indeed.
We haven't seen much of, exactly this one. Thank you, observers. Ironbog's board coming into this stage 3. He is going to be, of course, on that solo leveling Nard. We've passed the time where solo leveling matters, and with this itemization, I have to imagine that Ironbog might be trying to play for either all-out Cassante, perfect items, or the more off-meta and the more peculiar Volibear carry alongside the rest of the Edgelords, but he does pick up a Sniper's Focus here as well.
I was going to say, in terms of looking at comps these teams have been sort of differentiating themselves on, certainly for Flash Wolves, I believe they're the only team to have brought out Edge Volibear more than once, and they've actually got a decent record on it, unlike the other team that has done the same. So I'd love to see that coming in here if that's on the cards.
I do wonder if this could ever be a Soul Fighter game. Well, with Sniper's focus on the Gwen and obviously the direct AD items onto Samira, maybe a dual carry setup in the late game with something like a Boulevard or maybe a Yone, but he's kind of weak in the current meta. There's a Samira going to be on the carousel here, and I think it is going to be first pick for Ironbog. He seems not to be interested. It will be a Kali instead, so maybe deciding at this point in time with this extra 4-cost pickup, while also denying what looks like a sword that Potable wanted, so maybe forced to make that pick instead.
Yes, of course, we've got to remember, keep a close eye out on the bottom of the screen. You can see all the boards around the place developing. Looks like Potable hasn't managed to get to 5 Crystal Gam as of yet to start things off really rolling. I think, again, as we noted before, has been sitting back a little bit more rather than trying to rush up to 5 Crystal Gambit where he can start benefiting. But there's the cash out. This frees him up to get much more aggressive.
And this, again, is going to be one big high roll or low roll that decides the fate of this outcome. This is why it's a bit of a gamble. There are, of course, fallback plans, but the real kicker here is, on my level 8 roll down, on for 1, do I find a Zyra? If I do, you have 7 Crystal Gambit, which I believe is a bit overtuned for this patch. 35% damage and 500 HP on all Crystal Gambit units. By so much time for Ashe to scale with her Rage Blade. We're seeing here the itemization set up already for the Ashe. And if you don't find a Zyra, you're stuck on 5 Crystal Gambit. What do you do then? Aegis in that last group stage match against VP, they traded a lot of their lives to keep Vides alive, to let him finally find that Zyra later on, and then win the entire game. So we'll see if that same thing happens in this Stage 4.
I think that does work very well as a kind of a one-player representation of what teams are trying to do overall in the game, with making these kind of sacrificial plays to bring their strongest parts of the composition online. In this case, Potable looks like won't be able to turn into any kind of winning as of yet, but at least it's not a harsh loss. Still though, a long way to go for Potable, down to 50 HP, drawing even with Ironbog.
The opposing side, we saw the Unceasing and Juggernaut Augment picked up for Lides, so very good setup for his Mundojin reroll. Level 7, 40 gold for Potable. Opening himself up to the 1% chance at finding a Zyra in his shops now for this last round coming into the Krugs. If it ends up happening, I'm sorry, I'm not the script writer here. It's all a miracle.
It's just foreshadowing, it's fine.
I'm just keeping that option open for the viewers to get excited for, just in case that 1%. But the biggest thing, as I mentioned, will be that roll down on for 1.
Oh, absolutely. We'll keep a close eye out once that comes in the immediate future. Opal, though, again, the player we've said before has been kind of taking some of the L's for the squad to make sure they can get ahead. Seems to be getting his moment in the sun. The 5-round win streak, the Gangplank board is looking very good indeed. As you said, giving up some economic power in exchange for early power, but the itemization is very good. No Quincy's Rage Blade, but a little bit more healing.
Maybe on an awkward side here, once Jin takes on his target, he could lock onto the GP. We'll see if the Senna damage helps out when she's moved up now. But the biggest thing to mention, Opal has pre-leveled essentially to level 7. He is not rolling on 6. He only has 3 copies of GP, using this as a tempo option to either roll further on level 7 and try and hit both the Yasuo and the GP, which is behind on econ compared to Haruru, or pivot into something like all-up Cassante maybe with these items and get out of Mentor altogether, which we saw from Weibo Gaming that last game of the 3rd series.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly likes the reigning gold in that kind of respect as well to give more of an economic float going forward. So Opal won't carry forward his win streak to the end of Stage 3, but still has made a pretty solid run so far. Gobo, I mean, we said before, Aegis was up towards the top, still coming out of Stage 3. 3 Aegis members in the top 3.
We know how important HP preservation is. We'll see if this HP that has been saved by 3 members can be traded to Potable, essentially kind of an IV transfer across all of Stage 4 to keep him alive and kicking. He is the more experienced player on this team, so it would make some sense. One thing to mention though, very little gold though for Potable. I think it must be a 4-2 roll down. I don't think he has the gold to stabilize this this game plan on for 1.
I mean, you know, it all seems to make sense and sort of fit into place so far. That Potable will be moving forward, as you said. You know, the original member of the Aegis team, who of course has been playing on the squad for a very, very long time. But let's talk a little bit about what's going on from the Flash Rules side of things, because we spent a lot of time talking about Aegis so far. Overall, game plan-wise, what are you liking, what are you not liking?
Ironbog rolling down now for all-out Cassante, but no, has pivoted, sold the Akalis, is now moving on to the Volibear, maybe understanding that the sniper focus would not be as strong on Akali. I think he's maybe thinking about moving to Soul Fighters as well. He is holding some of those units on the board with the Nefiri and the sets. We'll see where that ends up going. Ironbog, he is known as this 4-cost flex creative mastermind, someone like Bintum from T1, very similar playstyle individually. Maybe trying to pull out that experience in this game plan as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the 4v4 format, just having that extra little bag of tricks you can call upon and do what the team needs, not even necessarily what's best for you at that time. Could mean everything, as Gobo will soak a loss up to the top side, giving up a small win streak.
Aruru has also pushed 7 on GP, so both players are not rolling on 6. They're playing more of a tempo version of GP reroll. Gobo is the player to potentially look at now as he rolls down on his Sork board. We'll see what he ends up hitting. Opal, a big win yet again against Citadel in this case, unfortunately. Prismatic, augments all around. See what the options will be, and this is going to be invested for Potable. He has the gold, he has the power already with the Crystal Gambit game plan. As long as he hits a Zyra, he's good to go. Finds a Lee Sin, has 50 gold still to roll on 8. An APM check for the French player on the right side. Another player from Aegis, Gobosir, trying to roll for Karma, but surprise, surprise, it's only one copy of Karma. He's found 4 pieces that are important for the Prodigy game plan. 2 Yumis, a Leona, and a Seraphine. Does he decide to pivot? And for Potable,
there's no Zyra.
Found the Zyra, so the roll down's not really looking ideal. Potable has wasted his entire Prismatic Augment in hopes of finding a Zyra and has low rolled.
I mean, the Twisted Fate is something. It's just a way to tick in a few more resources that way, but yeah, it does not look good. I mean, if you're trying to build your game plan around, we've at least got the 5 Crystal Gambits, so if Potable can start to land out some hurt, doesn't need to necessarily win the rounds, just get some kills in that will hopefully restart his economy and bring him back into this.
That's some BM from our production, putting up 9 out of 9 Zyras left in the pool, but not a single one has been hit by Potable. We'll see if the next few shops maybe can give him that ticket to success. Just one copy of Zyra is really a make or break moment for his game plan.
Well, I mean, right now, of course, he is towards the bottom end, so hopefully, well, we'll say, we've got the carousel coming up, so maybe there'll be a chance to move in there. Of course, Kabao is in a similar position, keeping his loss streak intact, but he is down to 23 HP, so needs to be a little bit careful.
There's Ironbog's flex game plan. Volibear 2 perfect items. Braum 4 Luchador online. We've picked up a Cultic Chaos Golem, a blast from the past, well, just from last set, maybe. And we're also seeing this Yasuo from Ironbog. It was exactly YYDM who, I think for me at least, showed me how strong triple snipers focused Yasuo was in the Mentor comp. Taking a page out of his teammate's book, playing this Yasuo with snipers focus.
I'm intrigued to see how this goes. As we said, certainly seeing the Volibear as a much bigger part of the playbook here on the Flash Rolls than we've seen from many others. On the other side, Kabao has found the Gwen. It's no range extension, but it looks like a decent enough item set up. The front line, though, is no good. That's a big loss from a teammate.
The wrong time to get strong. Kabao, the Sorcerer player with a 2.7 AVP, now down to his last life, despite hitting a pretty strong board and that Radiant Shojin for the Karma and the Fusion Dance on the Gwen. He's on 1 life, and there's some strong players in this lobby, especially Potable. If he finds a Zyra on this carousel, there is a Zyra. Is it on his side is a big question.
It's not.
And does someone else, and yeah, Kebaba has priority, right? Kebaba's racing towards a Zyra. He's going to make it in time. YYDM also has first prio. Potable is only going to be second pick. So the Zyra denied by Flash Wolves. He'll have to find it his own way.
Yeah, I mean, you had to know that was going to be a 50-50 of that happening, even if Zyra showed up on the carousel at all. So Potable, to be fair, over the last couple of rounds, has been getting some wins in, has been starting to get the 5 Crystal Gambit, unit kill version of the trait up and running again to keep his economy intact. You can see on the bottom, Potable has also got a decent unit setup going, but let's check him with Kabao, because as you said, down to 1 life. This, if he goes out an 8th here, this will be his worst performance of the entire tournament by far.
Both of the AP players from Flash Wolves are missing their key upgrades. Pair of Karmas for Kebaba, pair of Yumis for YYDM, and the Leona 1 not even paired up. So the roll downs, I don't think they've been good for any player except for maybe Ironbog, rewarded for playing off meta, found his Volibear too early. Gobo is still carrying a Lucian with a Yumi 2 on the bench, so he is now sacrificing his HP to grief the rest of the Fast 8 players, hoping his time in the spotlight comes in later in Stage 5.
Yeah, I'd love to see it again, the heavy griefing going on. Yeah, but Kabao is down to his last life, and oh my gosh, Potable shows some mercy, but eliminates Kabao. He goes from being the top to the bottom.
And Potable now has 2 Crystal Gambit emblems, so he has 7 Crystal Gambit without the Zyra. I believe off of his loot cash out that he was able to get just recently. And this is the difference maker. His comp, despite not finding the Zyra, is now strong enough with 7 Crystal Gambit. The strength does not come from Zyra herself, although she's a great unit. It's more from the hitting the trait spike. Okay, Bao Bao, the hero of Flash Wolves, down for the count in this first game.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. Of all the things I would have thought could have happened in this game, I thought we were going to be going to the very tail end and seeing Aegis having to battle Kabao at the top of the mountain. Instead, very different. Yeah, Potable, he's got the great setup here that hopefully can take him a lot further. Oh no, I think it's
Shadow Clone.
We got baited by the clone.
I just realized now. It is 5 Crystal Gambit, but it was still strong enough with just the upgrades on Cassante and Jarvan and the Ashe with the Radiant Last Whisper. So I take it all back. Zyra still needed. Zyra, please come back. We're sorry. But Potable, a very dominating win. This is what Lideres did as well. He was only on 5 Crystal Gambit in stage 4 and still managed to find stability, which is, I think, one of the riskier things to do with his Crystal Gambit line.
Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's such a huge buff there. Even just for the HP alone, makes such a big wall for the rest of the units. But up against Gobster, who is happy enough to take the L, will fall down to approximately the same HP as Potable. Again, they are still maintaining a huge presence up in the top 4.
And this mostly comes from Lides, who was able to find a Radiant Refractor on 4-2 into a Mundo with a D-Claw. And do you know what kind of comps most of the Fast 8 players from Flash Wolves are playing? It's AP comps. Radiant D-Claw makes Mundo 3 pretty much unkillable, especially with Unceasing as that second Augment pickup for the Juggernauts in that Mundo Gen Cup. I mean, Heavyweight Emblem as well. This is a very scary setup. It's only a Mundo 2, actually. I take it back. So he's still unkillable, probably.
Oh yeah, no, we've had the story told again and again, but oh my gosh, I mean, certainly this first game of the series, again, this is for a spot in the semi-finals. This whole series overall, this is only game 1, but right now, Aegis are looking very, very good as Haruru will find the Kabuko 3, but I mean, right now on a 4-round loss streak, running out of cash, we'll be able to get at least a Yone in for a little bit more presence, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
We're seeing from Haruru the tempo game plan with double econ into a very strong combat augment with Bronze for Life. Is it going to be enough? It's only going to be a GP2. We've given up on the GP3 game plan, only 4 GPs for now, and we're already level 8 with no gold to roll. YYDM also on his last life, also on Leona 1. Is this going to be strong enough against Potable's 5 Crystal Gambit board?
I mean, yeah, with the Crystal Gambit Element, we've got Twisted Fate in the back. We've got a good double carry setup. And we can see there the Jarvan just creates so much space. It's looking like we're going to be seeing another member of the Flash Wolves put down. And Haruru is only doing slightly better above.
Dominant showcase from Aegis in this game number 1. We're seeing now an even scarier setup. The indomitable heavyweight emblem Radiant D-Claw from this Mundo, who is all by himself against a lot of mad sorcerers, and he's still able to hang on for a very long time as a 2-star beater.
Yes, that's absolutely wild. So Potable, gets us up a little bit more. We're still keeping our eyes peeled. I think it's going to go up to level 9 for the better odds of finally finding that Zyra. Not a ton, but hopefully his patience will be rewarded.
TF2 would also be big. There's a Lee Sin, there's an Ashe. You want to save your gold for the roll downs here. Maybe looking at trying to find an Ashe 3, but no, probably going to give up on that chance, because Zyra is a more important power spike. Hasn't found it yet, but doesn't maybe need it. He's been win streaking ever since he was been able to find his TF and find these upgrades as well.
Yeah, I mean, seems to be working very well. We've even got a Scratches emblem to make sure the front lines is that little bit beefier. Of course, Liris talked about much earlier on in the game. The rest of Aegis more than happy to create as much space as possible for Potable to get himself fully online, but right now, for the Aegis side of things, it seems like they've kind of plotted in advance of what they actually need overall, because the whole team has been pulling together towards victory.
Potable, without even his Zyra being this strong, it makes it seem to me that he is the clear win-out player here in the lobby. We're seeing the Mundos held by Haruru. Can he actually hold here? Does he need to maybe use this gold to inject into his own economy to try and save some placements, to maybe try and outplace Gobo? I mean, look at the HP totals, right? I think he has to sell the Mundos, because the moment someone else from Flash Wolf goes out in the bottom 4, the match is instantly over. It doesn't matter if he can deny a Mundo 3 or not. Haruru has to think about his own game plan. He has to get any bit stronger now, and is still holding 3 Mundos.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank is still set up there, the Gangplank 2, as we've got 2-star 5 costs dropping in. Oh my gosh, it doesn't seem like life is long. I mean, Ironborg at least has been able to get the big performance out of this game, but Haruru were keeping an eye close on here because playing from the top of your screen. At least this time the Gangplank does get into the backline. Some echoes of what we saw before and will clear the board this time. But it's still very, very close towards the end.
The Swain hangs on for Gobo, and that's a clap, that's a cheer, that's a little bit of drink of water, staying hydrated, because right now, Aegis has taken over this game number 1. The match is over. 3 players from Flash Wolves knocked out in the bottom 3 places. So dominant, blowout, victory. We thought there would be even parity, but in the first game, it is all done and dusted.
Yeah, and for Flash Wolves, they're going to need to reset. We're going to see a mini version, hopefully, from them, what we saw from the Twisted Minds experience. They lost the first series, then came back even stronger and managed to completely crush the other way. But honestly, I'm liking everything we saw from Aegis in this game. As I said, it felt like their plots and plans were excessive for what they needed overall. You know, they didn't just win by an inch, they won by a mile.
The Crystal Gamma game from Potable was absolutely fantastic. Lires and Opal holding down the HP fort with the rerolls was also pivotal in game number 3. But we'll hear more from the analyst desk as they break down this dominant game number 1 from Aegis.
Performance. Aegis gets onto this main stage and they shine just as brightly as they did in that upper bracket.
Yeah, they looked incredible in this one. I think, once again, we're seeing just kind of a win in line selection here with the amount of HP preservation, while on the other side, there's so much of these level 8 roll downs and getting punished by the reroll compositions.
I mean, I have to glaze the AGS. A masterfully executed game plan where Lyres, Opal, and Gobo were enabling pretty much Potable playing the Crystal Gambit. Didn't hit the Zyra, picked up, invested. On average, you should be hitting there. He didn't, and he still managed to stabilize due to the fact that the whole Flash Wolves that were trying to go fast 8, due to the fact they didn't find any stabilization during stage 2, stage 3, and they missed their roll down, which was pretty much the nail to the coffin.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, it is kind of the Prodigy plus Sorks roll down by one team on level 8. This is the 3rd time today that we've seen this fail miserably, and I think more and more I'm liking this less and less and hoping that teams will stay away from that line specifically if they can avoid it. Sometimes that's just the spot and you have to do it, but I think the game plan of being a little bit more aggressive on the re-rolling and avoiding too many level 8 players has been very important in these quarterfinals.
I mean, just the case of not having a proper opener from the Flash Wolves. Sometimes you are forced into the spot, as you mentioned, and yeah, you have to just pull all your eggs to one basket, and yeah, it's just sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Evos, this is that. Fortunately for Flash Wolves, Evos already home. This is the game that they do drop. And the thing is that we've seen from Flash Wolves, specifically Kaza, is when they went up against Twisted Minds, it didn't go their way. They learned a lot from that series, and they were really good at bouncing back from that loss and being able to really control this lower bracket that they were coming through. That's my expectation from them as well for the next match. But when it comes to how they've played this time and the match coming up, what adaptability and changes are you looking forward to?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, if it's not just they were forced 100% into that Prodigy spot, I'd like to see a little bit better line selection. However, what I think was a bright spot for them has been this Volibear. It's very uncontested. They've had a very good average placement with it, and they're the only team that's really playing it. So I think having some strategies like that in their back pocket is still good. The question is could that just be all-out Cassante like we see from Weibo? And with the items, yes. However, Cassante is a much more contested unit. I'm just hoping that we continue to see the good line selection that we saw from Flash Wolves yesterday, and that might be able to turn things around.
The big downside of the AD flex, as it is either Cassante or the Volibear, it requires pretty much 3 combat arguments, where if you angle towards the Battle Academia, Prodigy, or you go towards the Sork, you can just do it on the back of the Econ arguments, and still you're gonna be stable once you hit, which is not the case necessarily for the AD, where we've seen also Ashe being as a flex carry for those comps in this game, even though Potable didn't hit. It was essentially flex AD just on the back on the Ashe too.
Yeah, it worked out for Potable. I think that was the big thing. You know, you mentioned he missed the Zyra, but with all that gold, he was actually able to find a phenomenal front line to stabilize around the Ashe carry, and that still was able to do enough, especially because, as we mentioned, Flash Wolves just missed all these rolldowns. I mean, there's really nothing more to say about that for the Flash Wolves side of things. They could not get anything together, and it is still a testament to the amount of pressure that is put onto them by the rerolls and by the setups that were happening from Aegis. They made it so there's no time, there's no room for error. If you miss the roll down, the game is over.
Yeah, but then from the Flash Wolves as well, after this loss, which as you mentioned, it was just a little bit when it came to that roll downs, we're expecting them to reset here mentally. We're expecting them to be able to come back into this match too and equalize the playing field. We've heard a lot of players go like, oh, it is, when we're looking at this, it's a best of 3. The sample size may be a little bit smaller, but Flash Wolves, this is their only chance.
I mean, I just hope we're gonna see the Flash Wolves, as we've seen yesterday, 2 days ago, keeping their mind to their strategy. We've seen greedy Flash Wolves. Greedy Flash Wolves was working for them. We've seen the greedy Flash Wolves again, but this time they missed. And it's just a matter if they're gonna try to deviate from the strategy. And if you do not stick to your strategy, if you do something you didn't test, you didn't practice, it might be even worse. So just going again with what you know might be the best strategy for them.
Yeah, I think I do agree with Alan. I think the greedy strategies have been getting punished today, right? We saw it with Citadel. They were also playing a lot more around level 8 and they were dominating with it, but coming up against T1, they kind of got obliterated going for that same strategy due to missing and it being too much HP. But Flash Wolves, if that was what was working for them, it is sometimes better to just stick to your guns, hope that you're going to hit, and then from there, you should be able to take the win.
After this first performance here, do we still think it's going to be a 2-1?
I think so. I think Flash Wolves are still a very strong team. I think they have the capacity to bounce back. If they do stick to their guns, hey, they low rolled a little bit this time. Maybe they'll high roll in the next game and they'll get there. But I think overall, Aegis is still looking like the better team. I'm very much sticking to Aegis winning the series. I do think Flash Wolves is capable of taking a game.
I mean, I'll just keep it short. Sometimes you gotta hit. And the last game, they didn't. So to average out, the next game, they should.
Well, that does mean that this next game is pretty much do or die for both of these teams. Specifically, however, for Flash Wolves, because they are 1 game down. This is the best of 3 with their key on the line. They've proven so worthy when it comes to their run in this lower bracket, but they need to be able to replicate that success here against Aegis if they want to stay in the competition. And that's going to come up after the break.
So, Hube, did you see the posts over on social media this week?
Which one?
The one from the official Polish one with Frodan.
Ah, yeah,
yes?
Frodan.
Yes?
Polska Golom! Amazing. Yeah, Polska Golom. I got the explanation from Panda and from Alan. It means there's like a meme, like Mountain of Poland, but it means like go Poland, like go for the team, and they celebrate every time they
go for victory.
Yeah,
go for victory. And that's what Kesman was celebrating as well. I mean, EVOS has been performing so well here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, not making a win and not advancing to the semifinal, but did amazing. And of course, he also made the post saying TFT is fun with the hearts. And I've asked Explo player, why do you play TFT so much? And the answer is always the same. It's just fun.
We all love TFT here at the Esports World Cup.
Citadel is out in semifinals. They did amazing. Yes. And there's also a tweet showing that. Do you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it from Solus, saying that we'll get them next year. I think this shows the confidence that they have for next year to see if they can come back and try and win the whole thing.
Yeah, I want to see it happen. They improved so much, zero ego, and that's exactly what you want to see in 4v4. In 4v4, and especially in TFT, you have to have two things. The first thing is talent.
And the second thing is love.
Welcome back one and all to Teamfight Tactics of the Esports World Cup. The last hope of EMEA Aegis have taken the first victory against the Flash Wolves for a space in the semi-finals, but this best of three is far from done, David. We've still potentially got 2 games to go.
I'm a little bit worried because there seems to be a curse that has been brewing across the day. The quarterfinal curse, the 2-0 stomps. Every single series today has ended with a 2-0 win. Yesterday, the opposite. All of the decider matches in the group stage went to 3 series, except for one, the Flash Wolves sweep of Twisted Minds in series number 3. I'm a little bit worried for Flash Wolves. They're the ones that now have to fight back. They're the ones that now have to try and have a comeback game 2 and maybe change some of their game plans. Kebaba, we saw it there. I think he's been high rolling a little bit in terms of historic game plans. Now finally falters, and we see how that ends up being a domino effect for the rest of the team. When the player that you expect to go first goes 8th, how do you recover? On the flip side, I want to see more of what we saw from Ironbog in that game 1. Creative TFT, off-meta 4-cost roll down with Volibear as a carry, which he was the most stable player for Flash Wolves in that stage 4. He went from being the worst AVP player to maybe the hero in that game 1. Let's see more of that from him. Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to take the victories where we can here for the Flash Wolves, but I mean, even if they can sort of start moving back in the direction they were doing before, even if it's just bringing Kebaba back into the mix, you know, if he has a good game, Ironbog has a good game, suddenly you've got something competitive. But from Aegis' side of things, of course, for anyone who missed game 1, it was very, very dominant from their side of things. We knew, of course, the French squad are very, very good in the LAN environment, in the 4v4 environment, but they were able to layer their strategy together, but ultimately they didn't need every piece of that strategy even to win.
And what a strategy it was from Potable in particular. Crystal Gambit. I am surprised that more teams have not found a way to make this work in 4v4. Of course, it's risky, HP matters so much more, but a cash out trait in TFT is synonymous with high skill and high reward. We've seen pretty much every single one of these traits been broken in the past with Underground, with Heartsteel, with Chemtech, always so strong in the right hands. In this tournament, we haven't really seen it much from most of the teams. In some cases, we think, okay, it relies on a high roll, on finding a Zyra on stage 8, on stage 4, on level 8. Is that worth the risk? But even in this game from Potable, 5 Crystal Gambit, he still managed to stabilize and was the pillar for stage 4 for Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, having 3 teammates around you to cushion that is absolutely going to make that go easier. But I do want to zoom out for a second as our players get ready. As you can see, the keys here. So far, Flash Wolves have crushed Fanatics. 1 and of course Twisted Minds. No keys crushed for Aegis so far. We've seen it's a very huge moment for the teams when that happens. Aegis are so close to getting it for the first time. You can see they're feeling pretty relaxed on the on the Wolves side of things. You see they're meditating, they're taking the moments to reset themselves. This is a high pressure situation.
I love how just as you said, let's zoom out for a second, the camera violently zoomed in on the Flash Wolves key. Perfect timing there. All our cameramen and production being on top of their game. They are also the cash out trait when it comes to broadcasts. But looking at Lides, looking at this team from Aegis, we saw Paul saying it. Yes, Lides is our MVP when it comes to the AVP. Yes, he has been the best performing player in the grand sample size of 5 games of TFT. But we all have what it takes individually to rise up and take the mantle Lides is leaving behind. Opal, we saw with the GP game plan. Yes, he didn't hit GP3. He didn't look like the strongest player to win it out. We will never know. The game ended quite soon. But he did preserve so much HP. He bullied so many players. He took down Kebaba to very low HP, punished him for low rolling his roll down on 4-2. So just great game plan from all of Aegis. But Flash Wolves also have great players. They've proven a lot. They've beaten great teams. It's their time to stand up and prove what they're worth.
And honestly, from my side of things, what I'd really like to see is something very different from what we saw in Game 1. We noted it repeatedly. Aegis, they had multiple members in the top 4 for most of the game. They just gave themselves such an incredible position to operate from long term. We've seen games like that flip around where maybe there's not enough, to be shared up at the top, but in terms of strategic options, I think, from the Aegis' side of things, they're a team that can take advantage of having enough space to do what they want to do rather than being pressed back by the Wolves.
And the difference maker there, I think, was Gobo. When you're looking at someone like Lides' spot on the Jin reroll, looking at Opal's spot, it is understandable that if they have marginally good hits, they're able to stabilize stage 3. Potable is the X Factor player. He can go 8th, he can go 1st. We'll find out in stage 5 usually. But Gobo is the fast stage AP player who usually, like Kebaba, is coming into stage 4 on very few lives and about to die. Gobo came into stage 4 very healthy off of a high tempo AP start with a 5-win streak in stage 2, and this is exactly what allowed Kebaba to go 8th and Gobo to end up being the one knocking out that 3rd Flash Wolves player with that Swain barely surviving.
Well, say you're on the Flash Wolves side of things here, and we see Aegis trying to go for the same kind of play again. What do you feel like is the right reaction to that kind of play to actually overcome it rather than getting run over?
Sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes it's just TFT because you have set roles. If everyone on Flash Wolves decides to roll on stage 3 and play for a reroll and stabilize, great, you'll preserve HP, but then who's winning the game? No one. You're sacrificing your endgame cap for immediate power. So the difference sometimes is variance, either in augments, either in early upgrades in stage 2, where Gobo is able to coast to a 5-win streak without necessarily rolling on stage 2. He's still playing for fast 8, and Kebaba is not able to do so. And it's also the min-max, the positioning in stage 2 and 3, the fights where you're barely able to win by 1 unit and then preserve more HP that way, the min-max in terms of maybe making a worse tempo slam for the late game, but something that preserves HP early. So TFT in this setting, with how good all of these players are and how evenly matched their skill levels are, it's the small things.
I mean, of course, we'll be keeping a close eye once we do get into Game 2 on what options are there for the Flash Wolves. Looks like our players are getting slowly ready to jump into things. Remember, of course, this is our last game of the day. Let's get it going. So Prismatic 3rd Augment. So we're pretty free and easy for most of this game to hopefully see the Flash Wolves turn things around.
Potable is probably thinking, oh, that's what Zyra looks like. I'll try and find her in my shops in this game as well, potentially. I have to assume if anyone from Aegis is offered a Crystal Gambit game plan, they will take it. And why, do you ask? Because in back-to-back games now in the tournaments, they have found enormous success off of playing this high-risk, high-reward game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's very proven at this point. And it's so interesting to have been through this entire tournament. Of course, we're all playing on the same patch. With what we came in with expectation-wise, of course, Gangplank remaining a huge part of the conversation, but what has grown up alongside him to make him really much more of a piece of the furniture, but not necessarily the completely defining part.
Ironbog has a Lucian 2 offered, but he also has a Lulu offered for a very rare Smolder game plan. And he also has 3 Soul Fighters with the 3-cost Soul Fighter in Viego as well. This is the player we just talked about. He likes playing off meta. He likes playing the lines that no one else is playing, especially from high tempo spots, to find success with it. We'll see if he tries to go for that Nefiri purchase. He doesn't. He wants to make 10 instead and play for the more traditional Lucian 2, which fits perfectly into both GP reroll as well as a Sorcerer line.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a pretty solid setup here for Ironbog. So we know how powerful Lucian can be, especially itemized early on to punch through and make sure everything stays nice and toasty. Of course, we're looking across the rest of the field. We're seeing if any other spicy picks are coming. Of course, the crew was part of the conversation before. We'll see if Apal does end up with enough of them to tempt him that way.
Many teams were able to find great success with the crew. Many teams tried and then failed and went 8th or 7th, bleeding out with the crew. We'll see, because Opal has Lides on his team. He has maybe the master of the crew as a comp with insane results. Maybe he knows something that other players do not. Gold Augment to start things off on 2-1 for all of our players.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone's going to be tempted to try and push themselves into committing one way or the other. Certainly, Apal. Got certainly some options which are pushing towards. I'll say.
There we go.
I just said so lovely the second I saw it because it's like, all right, well, I guess we know where we're going.
This is a big deal, and I assume it will be the pickup for Opal, despite not having maybe the best unit for it just now.
Gobo's gone for solo leveling himself.
And that's because on the 2 other sides, you have item augments, which you need usually an upgraded unit to really make best use of, as well as combat power augments with Crown's Will. It will be the Crown's Will in the end for Opal here. Solo leveling and just overall econ augments are so strong because you really, in this set, need econ to make your comps work, to have enough gold to reroll with, to have enough gold to make it to fast 8 with cleanly. Okay, Bao. Maybe he'll have a chance to move off of the Sork line and into an AD reroll line instead. Knuckle Dusters Vi, which we did see target griefed earlier in this tournament. Sangyup tried to play it from ROC and it failed miserably because this is a snowballing reroll line. You need the Vi to get the 2-star as soon as possible. You need to itemize her and you need to start farming loot for you.
Yeah, I think I was really surprised when I first read it as well, with the drop rate being, I believe, 50% on each kill she makes. So if you talk about swinging, if you can get that off to the races, then you can just go absolutely crazy. I can certainly see why a team would focus on trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But we'll keep our eyes across the board as these things develop. YYDM here has managed to get himself a strong early start. If we were talking about the idea for the Flash Rules needing to get a little bit more presence early on and preserve HP, this seems like a good way to do it.
2-Trick going to be the option here for YYDM with an early power-up on Kabuko as a main tank here. Not much DPS coming in, but maybe Kabuko himself kind of can be the damage and the tank. 2 Vi's in the shop. Ideally, you would buy and sell them, but of course, there's no rolling happening just yet, so not going to interfere with Kebabao's game plan.
Sorry, solo leveling Gangplank, sure. That seems completely reasonable. So something we did see before, of course, admittedly in this case we don't have a double solo leveling team, but of course incentivizing teams to play a little bit stronger to stop the solo leveling player from just running over the early boards.
And this is the strongest option for solo leveling for reasons that should be obvious, but just in case our viewers need the help. Gangplank, if he gets all the kills, he's not just getting the XP from the Augment, but also getting the gold. No other units on the board can just take away the kills from Gangplank itself on your own team, so you're guaranteeing you have the highest chance possible to farm gold. No item slams yet for the Gangplank, unfortunately. You had an open rod and a belt, but he can find a Sterax or a Rage Blade on this next carousel and then maybe try and continue farming.
And worth the wait being picked up here from Ironbog's side of things. So we've got ourselves a good early amount of presence as well. Just a small note on Gobo as well, that solo leveling had stretchy arms already for the Gangplank, so we're expecting to see big things from him again in the early going. But Ironbog's going to be playing out a couple of these Malphites to make sure he's got as strong as frontline as possible, as Kebaobao will combine the Smolder and the Vi. This is going to be something special.
And from Sangyup, and I believe one other player not playing Knuckleduster, but playing a traditional version of Vi, we saw the pairing with Kaisa being the option for having a backline carry. Usually it tends to be Ashe in the late game, but in this case, if you're rerolling, you might as well reroll for a backline carry as well. The early Smolder opens up that possibility for Kebaobao. The only thing is that it's a little bit awkward because you want to invest your items, no matter what they are, even if it's a Rage Blade, onto your Vi early on to farm loot. But if you're not investing items onto Smolder, you're delaying his level up, you're delaying his takedowns to get more XP for the monster trainer. So it's a little bit awkward, but I think still a cohesive game plan for Kebaobao for now.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, I certainly wouldn't be too minding if that did end up being binned off for a different choice later on. But we'll keep an eye out. Again, Kebaobao has a chance to go off absolutely huge here. Taking a look across the rest of the boards. Oh, we'll take a break from that for a second then instead. David, anyone else you want to bring into the conversation here from what we've been talking about so far?
Potable with the Rabadon Augment with the deadlier caps. He's going to be playing for Prodigies for the same reason that if you see a Shojin Slam in Stage 2, it can't be Prodigies because you already have Mana Regen from your traits. The same reason you don't want to play Rabadon into Sorcerers because they already get a lot of AP from the trait itself. They want crit and they want Mana Regen with Shojin. So guaranteed most likely to be either a reroll line, which is very unlikely, not many strong AP reroll lines in the meta right now outside of Katarina. Most likely will be a Prodigy line from Potable, so switching the script from Crystal Gambit into a more consistent level 8 comp.
Well, certainly he'll get the chance to scale up as the game goes forward. We'll see him popping in on the other side there. Looks like he's actually got a pretty decent start. Of course, Ironbog has kind of skewed the early game boards by now having a Malphite 3 in Stage 2, so should be able to stand up pretty long, though as I am seeing this, I'm actually seeing that the Malphite 3 is getting ripped to pieces. I think it's going to be very tight on the tail end, but that Rabadon is getting stacked. That is a massive hit from the Syndra.
Just from seeing that fight play out, I already know what power-up Potable has. It is going to be a Rising Chaos on that Syndra, rising her damage numbers up and up in a longer fight, which is what Malphite offers you, of course, with the stall power on that main tank. Good spot for Ironbog, though. No longer going to be the creative 4-cost player on Stage 4. Instead, he is forced to play the crew, and he has one of those conditional augments that enables the comp to do so well. We've seen Build-A-Bud Sivir be the instant 3-star crew member to allow you to get the extra XP from each of your roles. Now we have the little bit more work being put into it, but the 3-star Malphite now found in Stage 2 with Worth the Wait, allowing you to get a huge econ lead with the crew and giving you a much better chance of, one, preserving tempo by leveling to 6 a little bit earlier, while also having a chance to find that 3-star Sivir and then get your free rolls every turn.
It's kind of wild to be in a situation where, yes, otherwise you'd have to invest in Prismatic to get to this point. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Ironbog will show us in this game. We can see, he's even playing the extra Malphites out on the board. I think against anyone apart from Partabol, he's in an otherwise insurmountable position.
This Malphite saying, don't talk to me or my breakdancing rock son ever again. As we see them both enter the arena here. It is likely that until you get a stronger board, you might just be playing two Malphites, a Malphite 3 and a Malphite 2 on this board. Malphite just a very tanky rock, actually, very cohesive to his lore in terms of buying time for Sivir and its early Ziggs to deal a whole lot of damage. Opal, as we kind of expected, with the Crown's Will and without many upgrades, going to be on a 5-loss streak. He will likely be that fast 8 AP player for Aegis, and he's going to have a hard time trying to stabilize.
Well, if we're looking for contrast from game one, it was one that was defined by Aegis occupying the top 4, top 3 spots for a huge amount of it. If you want to see something different, the Flash Rolls have actually made it happen. They are doing much, much better on the AP front, or the HP front rather. Hopefully they'll pick up some AP as well along the way, but they've kept themselves up and pretty economically afloat while keeping their HP strong.
A lot of it comes down to augments. We talked about it. Sometimes you just high roll, you low roll your variant in stage 2 until your upgrade in terms of your augments that you found. This is a very strong spot for Ironbog. It can become a win-out spot if things go right. For Kebaba with a Vi hero augment, if he's able to hit on pace, that could also be a win-out spot in terms of how much Vi can snowball. So we'll see what Aegis can do in response. For now, 2-star Gangplank on 3-1 thanks to that solo leveling from Gobo. Gobo will prio playing Vi's on his board as a Juggernaut to try and contest and grief the Vi's from the Vi hero augment that Kebaba is sporting. And for Opal, we're seeing now perfect items for Karma, but we'll see how much HP he will lose on his way there throughout this stage 3.
I was wondering what was going to be happening with the Gangplank itemization, but as you can see, it's very good indeed. Won't be able to survive and pick up the last bit of gold, but I think Gobo's ready to abandon that
very good
loss
loss
streak
here, actually. Killing a lot of units.
Yeah.
Pretty good for Opal to, yes, he loses this fight against Gobo, but he's able to, at the very least, preserve some HP.
And I have to assume that that's what's been going on for Opal off screen for a little while. As we go from gold into gold, remember we have Prismatic as our final augment, and it looks like YYDM wants to go for the gold injection.
He will be the GP player most likely, carrying the Kaisa for now, but I assume the moment he finds a GP2, this Kaisa will be sold, and the GP will be itemized simply because he just wants to farm gold with this GP, while also trying to contest Gobo on this 2-cost reroll game plan.
Do you want to point out some of the other bits and pieces that have been creeping in here across the board? One that stands out to me, David, is Opal with the little bodies being picked up. We noticed him as the lost streak player from before, so definitely feels like we've got the pieces put in place for a very long-term game plan from him.
Yeah, definitely a fascinating game plan, relying on 4-cost and 5-cost, and allowing the little buddies, the trait bots, as some other people might call them, to elevate the 4-cost to higher highs in stage 4 onwards. We're seeing the YYDM only Gangplank 1 is saving some of his gold for now, not going to dig too deep, utilizing this Kaisa 2 instead of the power spike. The one downside, I mentioned it, you're not really farming gold, so that small margin of less econ, maybe raining gold, will make up for it. And an early Jarvan find as well could be pivotal. I feel like Opal will be another good loss, maybe a win, but Ejidai has not procced yet, so I think that's going to be the timing for the Kaisa to win the fight. Yeah, we're seeing it here. The proc. Oh, never mind. Lucian is an ace when it comes to shooting his shot. And look at that, Opal. That's a very important win. This is the fast 8 player winning against the GP reroll player, which should be the player stabilizing in stage 3. So it seems not consequential, but when their players are down to 1 life in stage 4 or 5, this could be the win that matters. We're talking about before, the small little things.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's certainly disappointing in the sense of losing out on the lost streak money, but a little bit of extra HP, you're absolutely right, could go a long way. Kabao does get the upgrade for the Knuckle Dusters Vi. Again, a 50% drop loot rate if she gets the kills in. Gonna have that Smolder as backup as well. The backup dancers to make sure that both of them are hitting on tempo. We'll see. Kabao so far hasn't really managed to get off roaring to the races, but perhaps this upgrade will change things.
As fun as this augment looks as a caster, it's just too much debate with the Pandora's bench. I do not agree with the addition in set 15.
It should be on the left-hand side. That would make life a lot
should
easier.
be maybe in the middle, just to make players have to. Some players like having their upgrade units on the right or on the left. The middle would really throw a wrench in everyone's game.
I mean, if you want to go fully thematic, just change it every single round.
Oh, that's a little bit too much APM to ask from our TFT players, but it is going to be a win here from the Smolder. Oh, it's going to be a kill on Smolder, but yeah, a win against YYDM. One more thing to make note of, Potable is win streaking, and he is the Prodigy Fast 8 player. We just talked about that in Game 1. Gobo was the Sork player, the Fast 8 player. He entered Stage 4 with a lot of HP. This is a big advantage for Potable. So, and not just that, he has a scaling augment with the deadlier caps on this Syndra Rising Chaos. So this is really good news for Potable as one of these all-star players for Aegis, really carrying a big load.
I think it might have been you who specifically pointed out in the previous days that, of course, the death cap, which is gaining in power, can be transferred across to other units. So you're building out your long-term potential as well. You want to take a moment to recognize Lyris as well in the bottom left there, also picking up the Vice as part of his setup there. I mean, this is again exactly to the French style. They will find a player and they will absolutely obliterate their champion pool.
And I'm a huge lover of this Knuckle Duster Augment. It's done a lot for me on my ladder climb in set 15. I just think it's fun and it's just really, really good if you end up snowballing that buy. In 4v4, I understand why some players have been, not picking it. I think if you don't snowball, it becomes a disaster. And Sangyup, especially yesterday, we saw how the opponent's team was able to starve him of buys and he just was never able to get his game plan together.
Well, I mean, we kind of put that together with Gangplank, for instance, of being, Gangplank 2 sufficient for purpose. In this case, the Vi 2 really not going to compare remotely at all. The Cavalro is sitting there quite happy as Apal will, of course, be heating himself towards the bottom. Remember that little bodies, the long-term potential of Aegis will be locked in for the time being. Lyris, of course, not exactly on very much more HP than Apal is, but with a more present danger to the rest of the board.
And they're probably comparing Vi to, this is evil from Riot Games. Potable, our Crystal Gambit player, now finds a 1% Zyra on 7 when he doesn't have the chance to play for 7 Crystal Gambit, and it is just looking at him straight in the eyes. It does not fit on the Prodigy board at all, I would assume. Maybe for now he can fit it in, but I think the synergies are too good here. It is just comical to see it offered here for Potable. Going back to the comparison, Vi and GP. GP, when you're holding GP, is to grief. Most boards can't fit GP outside of some rounds in stage 3, so you just have dead gold that you're holding on your bench. Whereas Vi, as a frontline tank, you can fit onto many different boards, so it's much easier to grief her while also getting value from her on your board.
I do want to take a moment again to acknowledge our wonderful production for telling us how many Zyras
9 out of 9. And Potable will not make that number change at all, it looks like.
I was sure he was going to buy it and sell it just out of annoyance. But, I mean, to be fair, Potable doesn't exactly have a whole lot to be annoyed about right now. He's on a 7-round win streak. You mentioned the Rising Chaos. We've got the Rabadon stacking as well. Everything seems to be going great for him right now. Even though he's the only Aegis member in the top 4, in fact, the top 5, this part of the game plan is going well. We do need to see, the development of late game potential from the rest.
No. Mortdog, please. A second Zyra in back-to-back shops for the player who just was not able to find a single Zyra last game. Looking for 7 Crystal Gambit, a 0.6% chance to find it back-to-back. I don't even want to calculate there. We're casters, of course. We cannot do math live on air, but that is absolutely insane to see here for Potable.
Wonderful. Honestly, I would see it the other way around. I feel like it's a tribute act from the game to say, you know what, you did a great job without Zyra last time round. She's just coming by to say hello and say, you're doing a great job so far, Potable. So let's kind of take in some of the pieces again. So Potable doing great right now.
He buys it. A third 5 cut. This one actually favors his comp. He finds a Seraphine on level 7. 3 1% chances. And this one, the third, is the good one finally. Seraphine is found.
Now, yeah, well, I mean, it means 5 Prodigy is immediately reachable. And considering we've got immediately the Rabadon's already stacked up, and that's going to be extra healing coming through again. Thank you very much for production for letting us know just how unlikely this whole thing was. They do the maths for us. But, all right, Potable, this is a moment. You're in the quarterfinals. You really want to get to the semis. You get the gift from the game. You've just got to keep making it work.
Do you have enough frontline? That's the big question. The backline looks pristine, the traits look pristine, but do you have enough frontline with just this Nico holding onto double stovepoint? You finally add the belt now as well. If he can continue this win streak, and if he can make it to where he finally rolls on level 8, finds a Yuumi, finds a Leona, finds the upgrades, he is in a spot to become the win-out player. And he also picked up Spirit Link, a kind of dead augment now, very little value. He has 95 HP, but an augment that scales him into the late game to maybe make Yuumi a win-out comp. So insane spot from Potable here.
I mean, I think that's, exemplifies it perfectly. If you can afford to take, if you're in such a good position, you can afford to take an augment that's not relevant right now, then you'll do it. But Prismatic Finale is here. For the Flash Wolves, they really need to find a way to bring themselves back into the conversation pretty harshly.
Call to Chaos, I believe it was XP for Opal. He was hoping for Sniper's Focus, obviously with a potential Gwen high roll. Instead, he goes straight to 9. He is now holding Seraphines, maybe because he knows that Potable only needs one Seraphine, kind of a trait bot now in the Prodigy line, and trying to hold the high roll Seraphines from the opposing Yuumi player. But a Gwen has been found. No karmas. We have skipped level 8, we've gone to 9, we're playing around 5 cost instead with Braum being added to the board as well. Lucian, thank you for your service, but I think this will be the end of his road. Items probably swapped to Gwen for now. And both players looking very scary here from Aegis, although Potable has only found a single Yuumi, no Leonas, still sitting on 30 gold.
If I don't miss my guess, I always struggle with these particular ones. I believe that's Tomb Raider?
I believe so, but this is a very little picked augment. So. I think so. It's an augment that you can only pick when you're very high up in the HP totals, which Potable is. And this is why he's not rolling. He knows he has no combat power from his third augment. He has no combat power kind of from his second augment from Spirit Link, or very little at least. He is playing for the true Giga win-out. He is not playing for the fast state stabilization. He is allowing some of these players to get knocked out, and then he will have a bigger power spike with more gold, either on 4-5 or on 5-1.
So just for clarity on the Tomb Raider there, we'll get a completed item and then another one every time from a choice from the players as they get eliminated. So, I mean, in terms of long-term future, we can kind of ignore Potable for a while because pretty much, he's locked in for this game and we really should be turning our eyes to the rest of the field. Ironbug, of course, has been quietly accumulating the crew ever since that Worth Awake Malfight. We've got Sivir backfield as well, close to Shen 3. And it looks like, wait, are we actually going to be going for a Malphite 4 here?
The one thing to consider here, Potable fantastic, but look at the rest of the HP totals. 3 players from Aegis in the bottom, 3 right now. YYDM on his signature Call to Chaos into Sniper's Focus for the second time in this tournament. He is now making a statement. I'm here to win this game. I'm here to be the win-out player for Flash Wolves. The win-out player they need to bounce back in this series to make it a Game 3. Incredibly strong combination we're seeing here from the Gangplank. Doesn't have to even move, doesn't need Edge of Night, full damage potential.
And when you say win-out player, David, we've got to recognize that winning out player doesn't necessarily even mean going first in the lobby. It means, cutting through the rest of Aegis, pushing them into the bottom 3 and saying, even Potable, if you are strong enough to deal with me, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I think he's going first. I think I meant more just going first because this is an incredibly strong combination.
Fair enough, fair enough.
As strong as it would be on Vi. Very interesting pickup from Kebaba. It seems like he needed such stability that he's picked up a Juggernaut Circlet, which is on paper a very weak augment to pick up after the changes to the crowns and the circlets coming into the last few sets. Triple Call to Chaos from 3 of our players. These players like their fiestas. These players like to let the RNG take the wheel.
Oh my gosh. So let's look into the mirror once again. And let's see if we can find ourselves Go-Mister with the 2 Snipers Focus on his Gangplank 3. So we've got ourselves a very spicy late game potential coming in. Again, Aegis are low on HP, but Opal will break into the top 4 for the first time in quite some time. So even if he didn't end up with the Snipers Focus, Aegis, at least the bottom end of Aegis, are starting to show more power.
And Opal finds that Karma now, starts to itemize. This is the thing he was missing. He's facing off. I believe it's one of his, it's going to be YY. No, this is not YYDM, I think. It's no Sniper's Focus, unless he's benched them. But it will just be the other GP player in this lobby. And it should be a clean win. It looks like here the GP has been targeted. Yeah, it's going to be a decisive win. It is YYDM, so he has benched, I believe, the Sniper's Focus.
Okay, so let's start gathering the pieces here, because from the Flash Wolves side of things, because Again, things are looking pretty good for Aegis right now. Haruru will drop down into last place. So hopefully we can get a chance to drop across to them, because down to 24 HP, you know, any Flash Wolves player that drops out on the bottom floor, again, narrows the window of opportunity to go for an early elimination for the Flash Wolves on Aegis.
Okay, Bao here, he is relatively stable, 45 HP for now, but Knuckle Duster's Vi has been target griefed yet again. Only 4 copies of this Vi for now, only 5 copies of Smolder, and a fairly weak Prismatic. I don't see where this game plan will be going once the rest of the board start really stabilizing. We see Potable has now rolled down to 0 on 4-5, I assume, has found the Leona, has found the Yumis, is now trying to become that stable player for Aegis.
I suppose, yeah, what we're seeing a little bit of there from Kababao, because I think, again, recognizing that he's not going to be able to hit the Vi 3, has built for tankiness as well. As we've got a little glimpse that maybe if the Vi can access the back line, those are the kind of units she can punch through. She's not spec to really bust through the tanks.
Another Leona. Look at the defense. The entire bench full, just denying so many different game plans. Finally gives up some of them and finds that Yumi 2 upgrade, potentially a Seraphine 2 as well on level 8. Really insane chops from Potable in terms of the 5 costs.
Oh, very, very nice indeed. And do remember, of course, the Tomb Raider is not far away from kicking in. 24 and 20 HP for the Flash Wolves members at the bottom. Potable can conceivably end up with more items than he can reasonably even use on his board. And we've got, of course, a lot of Prodigies who don't normally get itemized, but when you've got ones to spare, you can certainly make use of them.
Balbal's roll down here, maybe trying to find that last little bit of power. He's sitting on 6 copies of Vi for now, continuing to roll. 36 gold to work with. It is still possible, of course. You might have to give up on Mundo to do so, but no, yeah, you have to make the Mundo 3 regardless to make him a main tank. Probably items will transfer over. Maybe, yeah, you give up on the Vi instead because you're very close to the Smolder. So close to everything, actually. And tragic to not hit really any of the bigger power spikes. Items gonna be onto Mundo. I think it's the correct play to make by not having the power up on him.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's still going to make a massive difference one way or the other. We do see the Cassante board coming together from the other side from Lyris. Haven't seen him for a little while, but that is a fantastic option to bring in. We can see already that Cassante is just ripping through the board. One of the few tanks he might actually have trouble with, but the Akali makes that not even an issue.
Lides was playing around the griefing duty on stage 3. He was indicating he might be playing for the Mundo Juggernauts alongside the Kaisa reroll, but quickly pivoted off into a better option once he got Sword Overflow as his prismatic augment and really cleaned up his items to be able to itemize both the Akali with the red buff and the Pyromaniac, as well as the Deathblade and the IE and the Edge of Night on the Cassante.
Well, what we can see on the left-hand and right-hand side of the screens, and just about to shout out as well, it's, you know, if the game plan for the Flash Wolves was to try and push Aegis out early, that is not happening right now. They've got multiple members of very low HP, and Aegis have managed to have the members escape from the bottom 4. Now they've got, I believe, 2, maybe even more in the top 4, and we might even be seeing an elimination this round.
Compare the Sork spots. Opal with the level 9 off of the Call to Chaos XP, just looking so much stronger than this Sork emblem on the Rise. It makes Rise strong and a big part of the comp, yes, but I think it's just not strong enough as a cap. Okay, Bao with the Smolder 3 now up against this Sork player from Haruru on his own team. And potentially Smolder will win the fight here with a few more casts. The Karma, it's a 1v1. It's going to be a very small loss. Is it small enough? No. Haruru taken down for Flash Wolves in 8th place. And YYDM, I believe, has also been taken down here. A repeat of game 1.
Oh boy, I mean, this is disaster territory. So the Flash Wolves have to take a total of 29 HP and bring it to a first place. With Potable again, Tomb Raiding will get 2 extra items as a result of that. Makes him pretty much untouchable. But Gobuster, Opal, and Lyris, they're all in the top 4 right now.
And one correction to make. Earlier on when we saw the Call to Chaos, I misspoke. It is Gobo that got those snipers focused. It wasn't YYDM, which is why Gobo is now on a 5-win streak. YYDM was on his board at the same time.
Yes, of course.
Which is why we saw the confusion. Yeah, and then we're seeing it now. So YYDM, I thought was going to be the chance to come back into the game, but quite the opposite. It's another stranglehold from Aegis onto Flash Wolves with Gobo hitting a huge high roll for his GP board, and that completely changes the path for both teams coming into stage 5.
Yeah, Kababo and Ironbog, they are almost out, but at least Kababo has finally started to get this fight online. Unfortunately, it's going to take a chunk out of Ironbog, and that knocks them out. The game's over then and there. It's another team kill to another series end, and that's going to be it. Aegis, the last hope of Amir, are going to the semi-finals. Weibo Gaming will be waiting for them, but it will be another 2-0 in a day of domination.
Disappointing finish from Flash Wolves. Disappointing teamwork at the end there. Bao grinding for his upgrades all game long. He finally hits the matchmaking, not going his way. Back-to-back teammates that he eliminates single-handedly. I don't think they even had the HP to trade though regardless. So all in all, just a terrible ending result for Flash Wolves there, unfortunately, despite their comeback yesterday, despite their great play across the entirety of the tournament. He just seemed too strong, and the curse continues. 2-0 sweeps throughout the entirety of today's quarterfinals.
I mean, let's not talk about curses, but talk about the victory of Aegis here. They've never crushed a key before. They're going to get the chance to now, but honestly, David, as Amir's final hope in the competition, if we had any expectation of them getting to the finals at all, they did need to crush through the competition here in the quarters. And honestly, from where I'm standing, that's exactly what they did.
A few high rolls we have to say from Aegis in terms of the sniper's focus, in terms of potable shops going into stage 4, but very clean play from the Fast 8 AP player. We're going to hear more of an in-depth breakdown from our analyst desk as they talk about this 2-0 sweep from Aegis against Flash Wolves.
Ladies and gentlemen, another 2-0. That's 4 2-0s in our quarterfinals, and our semifinals are locked in. Aegis will be the final one to join us in the top 4, and I'm joined by Opal. Congratulations. What's your secret? This is your third clean 2-0 here at the tournament. Tell me, how's the team's mentality? What's the team's strategy going into the games?
I have to say, I think team is too good.
Agreed?
And yeah, we practice a lot, and it's worked for us, so we're really happy. And we trust each other, so that's the most important point, I think.
Yeah, and I have to say, when it comes to these 2 wins, they were very dominant as well. Clean sweep, I want to say, having 4 of your players in the top 4. Previous one as well, very, very consistent. And your next team is going to be Weibo Gaming. What do you have to say? What do you have to say about that opponent? Do you have any words for them, or do you have any strategies in mind going into that next matchup?
I think I wish them good luck, and I wish we all play our best TFT tomorrow. So yeah, good luck.
Well, that we are definitely going to be looking forward to. And one thing you might be looking forward to, I believe this is going to be the first key that you get to crush. Well, if it comes back, it might be doing another 360, going for a 720 on that one. But yeah, another key for you to crush on the stage.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's exciting. It's actually our first key to crush.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah.
All right, you know what? I don't want to keep him waiting any longer, so we're going to head straight to that key crush and head back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aegis get to press that button today for the first time ever here for TFT at EWC after another very, very dominant win here over Flash Wolves.
Absolutely, it was not even close. Like such a dominant series. Looking back, like playing perfectly potable, going one game where he was pretty much open porting into the win-out, being a win-out player, then once again playing off perfectly the Rising Chaos Syndra right into level 8, where he didn't hit much, but he was holding so many units that made Flash was unable to pretty much hit anything.
Look, I mean, potable may mean bad luck, but I will say finding Seraphine on 7 when you're already in the Prodigy track was pretty fortunate, but on top of that, he is still just playing outstanding TFT, and that does mean anytime any good fortune shows up, you get to capitalize and absolutely start punishing the lobby. Even going towards Tomb Raider, it wasn't needed, but he was the bailout for his team. If they started to fall down, he'd still have that first place angle.
Absolutely, having that extra resources for the late game if they are needed is absolutely crucial. He had all the HP, so he could take that risk. However, Ghoster hitting the premium call to chaos, the best one. Triple sniper focus when already hitting GP3. Oh baby, that was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I mean, AGs have played this flawlessly almost, if I dare say so myself. That first game was really dominant. The second match here was really dominant as well. They cleared this up with a 2-0, which also a little unfortunate for Flash Wolves because we have seen them grow in this lower bracket and we've seen them take down Twisted Minds in a convincing manner as well. And we were like, okay, this team has grown. This is most likely going to be a competitive series. Those were the expectations, but they fall just short.
I mean, to not put it on our luck, we've seen Ironbok hitting one of the best, pretty much worth the wait, which was the Malphite for the crew. We've seen Bao hitting the early Smolder together with the Via Augment, but there was such a big defense on both of the units that like he just couldn't hit on tempo to stabilize, which ended up just being disastrous.
I mean, I think it's one of the big things to look at. As we talked about how some of these reroll lines have been able to punish the players who are looking to Fast 8, but in this game, Opal going towards Fast 8, Fast 9 even, because the call to Chaos was favorable, and Potable also looking for that Fast 8, while they're griefing the reroll lines that this time are being played on the other side. So we flipped the strategies, and yet, once again, Aegis come out on top.
Yeah, and that's really good from Aegis as well. I think it just further solidifies the position that this is one of the teams to beat in the tournament. They are able to go toe-on-toe, neck-on-neck with some of the strongest and most dominant teams that we had from the expectations in this tournament, because Aegis was like in the middle of the pack, underdogs even when we started the tournament when it came to our predictions.
I mean, depends for who. Like,
of course not for EMEA.
Obviously, but to glaze farther even the boys, we've seen the variety of the playstyle from all of their players. We've seen rerolls, we've seen Fast 9 from Opal, who usually just played the reroll, the griefing strategy for the other team. Now he was playing pretty much Fast 9 of the back of the Call to Chaos, so it's very important not to have only one player designated to a certain position, but like everybody being able to do everything, because sometimes an opportunity will present, and just because you have a player designated to something, then you'll miss it.
It's been the biggest difference, I think, this year and last year is just the adaptability of everyone being able to play every role. I think anyone in this tournament has leveled up so much since last year with everyone knowing that, hey, 4v4 is coming back, 4v4 is worth playing for, and everyone is really leveled up for this competition, and now our semifinals are looking absolutely stacked.
Yeah, and that's insane as well to say, like, we have our final semi-finalists locked in now, and is going to be AGs. They're going to be going up against Weibo. T1 has their opponent locked in for them as well, when we saw the win earlier today come through from the side of Virtus.pro. So in general, like, you can't complain here. This is looking really, really stacked. Tomorrow, we also get to crown our grand finalist, our title winner of TFC.
Absolutely, the whole day was pretty much so dominant from either of the teams. I believe we have only 2-0 sweeps today.
Yes.
So nicely done, and curious how it will turn out tomorrow when we have such a powerhouses in the semifinals.
Yeah, and Aegis also finally gets to crush that first ski, because they were coming through unscathed in that upper bracket, and they, alongside Weibo, are the only two teams who actually have not lost anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's big, right? Just continuing to fight your way through. They stayed on the winner side of their groups, and now they're still winning even more.
When you're saying that, you sound surprised. That should come natural. Like,
I mean, if we're being completely fair, it has been a tournament of the underdogs, and a lot of our predictions may not have necessarily gone the way that we thought they would go. So whenever my analysts are like, oh yeah, it's going to be 2, I'm like, I'm going to hold my horses. You know, I don't want to get too excited.
I mean, the only breakout is pretty much Virtus.pro. Rest were either favorites or strong contenders, which pretty much checked out. So yeah, hats off for the Virtus.pro.
The only other one for me is just how good Weibo was, because that group was very scary, right? Vitality and T1. So the fact that Weibo kind of just screamed through there and have made it all the way to the semis without much problem, I think that was a little bit surprising, but it's not shocking.
So
that
Falcons,
team is definitely good.
Falcons out is not surprising. Vitality out is not surprising.
No, those are surprising.
Twisted Minds out is not surprising.
I would say those would be surprising if we didn't see the performance from Weibo and just being absolutely dominant. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, close series, oh, they almost didn't close it. They barely made it. This was absolutely stomped.
They're insane.
What we've seen so far on the cast.
And we also have the Kitty top place of the day because it has been quite a quick one actually when it comes to the games and how they've been played out. And we're gonna start things off with our first play being from T1.
Bintum, yeah, T1 Bintum. Looking at this is when they had the Zyra early on in this game. Bintum with, this was the big cash out into the 5 costs. Yeah, this is finding the invested, getting that bailout and being able to win from there.
Yeah, that was the Braum aura farming. And
yeah, the aura farming.
Yep. Attempted Yone free, but didn't find enough copies. And then it's followed up by the Jhin item holder with some GP finding his way to the back lane.
Yeah, this looks like it's Serain not being able to hold on to the win. That was on the Trainer Golem game in the Wolves set, which, I mean, always the Trainer Golem is going to lead to a lot of different issues for teams, trying to find how you can actually use that correctly. And even sometimes we are seeing you can just ignore it to go Gangplank because you know it'll be less contested in the lobbies with the goals.
The top play was actually from Mundo, properly throwing chairs left and right here. Mundo won.
All right, and this one is going to be that Ashe that was picked up, and that's going into yet another Gangplank, having an Echo on board as well. This is YGDF being able to actually get a lot of value there, but end of the day, it is just going to be that Gangplank 3.
It was the 5 Crystal Gambit, I believe, Ashe, which couldn't find quite the stabilization, but he made it actually work with just 5 Crystal Gambit with Emblem. And now we have, I believe, from Serain, the Sork classic board facing against YYGF, some brother slaughtery.
Yep, there's just the Crystal Gambit popping off in the end, being able to get that done. Now we have Gobo with those snipers focus that we just saw, being able to take so much value. And once again, we saw these rerolls from the Flash Wolves just not panning out. Neither the Crew nor the Smolder can actually get there at the end of the day.
Yeah, just beautiful play across those few days from all of the teams.
Yeah, and with that as well, it's a nice wrap in terms of what we've seen so far in the tournament when it comes to the teams performing. We've seen them grow as well, I think, not just when it comes to the way that they've been playing the game and the meta reads and how they're approaching things, because we have seen things develop and evolve right in front of our eyes, but it's also been really nice to see these players evolve individually as personalities when it comes to the interviews, when it comes to the reaction cams, when it comes to jumping out of the chairs and hugging each other.
No, I love Opal taking the lead on a lot of these interviews. He's been given some pretty solid interviews. Always giving props to the team, always a bit too humble, as you were saying earlier, right? Because he's been playing some exceptional TFT. Wow, couldn't spit that one out.
It's been such
a long day.
No, exceptional
it's been
TFT such a good day
over the course of the week.
It's just been such a good day that like English has just become a little bit difficult.
Gone.
We're just like
it's in
a different universe at this point. But we also have our MVP of today. I mean, every single one of these games have been good. But are there individuals that we are looking at that we think, oh, this is who we're going to give it to? And it's already been given away. But I still would like to hear your guys' opinion.
I mean, it's not a surprise that Weibo is scoring that one. LBTZ on his final game today, being able to pivot from GP into Cassante all-out win-out, which allowed to secure them 2-0 clean series instead of going 1-1 against EVOS today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that play alone probably locks this down for him, but I think Potable would have been the other person I might have looked at to potentially get player of the day. I think, you know, going from the full loss streak to immediately the full win streak and playing both of them beautifully, completely different styles. I think it was really nice to watch, and that would have been the other player I might have looked at.
It's just the pivot, and it was like pure TFT, being able to secure out where normal, like 90% of the players in this spot would probably not find the win con.
I completely agree, yeah.
And with that, our Sony Daily MVP is LBTZ, for those of you who didn't fully recognize it while we were playing some of these highlights. But it's been a really, really good performance from every single one of the teams here today that were able to get a win under their belt, and every single one of these players too, because it's not just down to one single player doing really well here, and something that we've noticed time and time again. It is about the teamwork, it is about the adaptability, it is about the communication and individual skill.
I mean, in the teams we've got left, it's been some of the teams that are having the best team plays, and then also you get these big singular performances like LBTC there, like Potable in the final matchup, and like with the T1 series. I mean, just throughout the entire tournament, Crazy Moving, SCSC have been having those big pop-ups, but this time it was actually Dunizuni that ended up finding a huge win for them during the set.
Absolutely. And what's left on the table is if the teams have some hidden techs, hidden strategies left over for the finals, for the semi-finals, because obviously they're gonna be studying VODs, they're gonna be going over their games. Some of the teams were flawless, but they will watch of other teams.
What are the games then, I hear you ask? We have the schedule for tomorrow already. It has been ready for a little bit, but a refresher in regards to what we're going to be looking at. Starting today with Virtus.pro against T1. Second semifinal will be Weibo Gaming against Aegis. And then we're finishing it off with the grand finals of winner of match 1 against winner of match 2. Wish for both of you. I'm going to throw it to you and ask which one's going to be in the final.
Who in the final from these two sets? I haven't, had the belief in Virtus.pro, and I want to give them the props because they deserve it, but I still think T1 just has that magic, and they're going to make it back to the finals from last year to get another shot. But between Aegis and Weibo, that is a crazy one to go. I'm going to believe in the French boys. I'm going to believe in Potable. I'm going to believe in Aegis.
I mean, this is very easy. T1 against Aegis. Like, there is no doubt here.
You guys heard it here
All right.
first. That is us done and dusted for today with the quarterfinals. Tomorrow, as a reminder, again, the semifinals, same time, same place, and the grand finals also will be happening tomorrow. We'll be crowning our winner. We'll be crushing 3 more of the remaining 4 keys. But until then, I hope you guys take care of yourselves, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, 2 options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your end, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm finding a way. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision, come and watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'll find a way, with or without your end. You try to make me stay, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? You try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
Hey guys, it's the Gentle Giants, Puckett and Jin, and we're here with Flash Wolves. Now, unfortunately, after game 2, you guys have been eliminated from the tournament. Paddleball on the other side, his name is supposed to mean unlucky. Do you feel like luck was on his side tonight?
就非常可惜，你们这边止步于前8，然后就想问，因为就对面有一位选手，他的名字叫做 Paddleball， 就是法语的意思就是运气差。然后你觉得这次他们运气怎么样呢？
我觉得他们整体的团队表现就是表现得很好，所以就是他们也没有什么运不运气的问题，就是他们就是整体的表现比我们好。
I feel like the other team, they have definitely performed very, very well in terms of team coordination and just overall. So I say that whether luck is on their side or not, it didn't really matter. They simply just outperformed us.
That's a very humble answer. For yourself, going out top 8, you make some nice money. Are you happy with your experience here in Riyadh?
那这次你们也成功的晋级到前8之后呢，虽然被淘汰，但是这次你觉得就是这次的成绩和你们的排位，就是是否就是达到了你们的预期呢？
我觉得每个人来到这里都是想拼冠军的，那8强的话就是有点遗憾吧。那希望就是下一次还有机会，就是来到 EWC 拿到更好的成绩吧。
I think everyone that comes in tournament comes in with hopes to win it all. So top 8 is honestly not a result that we are too happy with, and there's a lot of room for improvement. So I hope that next time when we come back, we can do much better than this.
Well, I know the Flash Wolves are a big fan base following you guys. We hope to see you next year. What will you do to get stronger between now and 2026?
那也有很多粉丝支持你们。那你说明年要打回来，要打得更好的话，那从现在到明年的话，你们之间准备采取什么样的行动去进步呢？
这首先肯定要谢谢支持我们的粉丝嘛。然后就是因为我们也是刚成立一个就是战旗的一个TFT 的战队，就是也是才半年左右，就是我们可以培养更多的默契，就是希望来年就是有更好的然后就要提升我们自己个人的实力吧，然后默契啊，个人实力整体方面都是全面提升，就是希望下次有更好的成绩。
Well, Team Flash Wolves have only been around for like half a year, so we're a pretty young team as things goes. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement that we can focus on. Things like our own individual skill, as well as team communication, team chemistry, and we're going to focus a lot on these aspects. And also a big thank you to all the fans out there who have been supporting us.
Thank you so much. 谢谢。
Thank you.